have a role to play when it comes to cybersecurity. Attackers are increasingly circumventing technical controls and targeting account holders who unknowingly open the door to attackers. Experts predict that in the next 3 years, IT will continue to prioritize cybersecurity by taking an economically sustainable, risk-based approach. Governments are also playing a greater role facilitating collaborations and intelligence and knowledge sharing to increase the cybersecurity capabilities of organizations. The GCC Security Symposium will include all of these and many more learning points in the 2022 edition. Let's get up for GEC once more, people, to organize such a beautiful event every time round of this year. Now, just to give you a quick agenda recap, we'll be having segments of this event with presentations, panel discussions. I have side tracks which will be held in meeting room 4. You guys would be having different colored wristbands if you guys are a part of these side tracks. I would be announcing during the event when you guys need to move there for the side track sessions. We'll have the CISO Awards, which is the most exciting because everybody loves awards, right? I never get awards here. I don't know why. GEC, I need my own award, please. Right? All right, moving on. We'll have the Future Security Leader Awards, and we have lucky draws, prizes. We are giving iPads, and we're giving Samsung Watch, so you can run outside and measure the number of steps. Because with security, health is also important, sir. Am I right? We've got to be healthy to be secure. Moving on, just letting you guys know, my name is Karan Bhatia. I'm your MC for tonight, and today actually, there's tonight. Just letting you know, there'll be a bit of jokes here and there, so lighten up. We got to not make this conference like any other conference where everybody is really serious waiting for the lunch to be announced. We'll try to make this as interesting as possible with those heavy security-related terminologies. We'll also try to talk about life. Motivation. I'm a part-time TEDx talker. I do that on my own TikTok channel. These are 10-second videos. That was one of the jokes. Moving on, our partners for today are Human, Infinite Blue, Cloud, oh, amazing lighting. Infinite Blue, CloudSec, Help AG, Multipoint Group, HCL, Walto, Ecops, Cloudbox, Beyond Trust, Digital Track, Passler, Checkmakes, Cybernight, Atos, Cohesity, Cybereason, our networking partner, Reddington, supporting partners, RNS, and Finis. Let's get up for all our partners, people. Thank you guys for supporting GEC Media once again, and for all that money. Now, since the registration and coffee is already done, let's call my main man, Mr. Ronak Samantre, to give our keynote speak, the opening speech. He's the co-founder and CEO of GCC Media Group. Let's give it for Ronak Samantre. Guys at the back, we don't need to be so silent. Let's give it up for Ronak with some music as well. Let's give it for Ronak once more.
Hello. 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 Can you hear me? No?
Yes.
Yeah, we can. Thanks, Karan, for this warm welcome as always. And thank you everyone for being here after a long weekend. And it gives us immense pleasure to bring out some interesting events in every single month, if not in this region, in around 53 countries that we operate in. GC Media has always been proactive rather than reactive, bringing up the top hot topics and the pain areas, especially when it comes to the end user side. In that matter from the CIO side, but today is about the CISO side, which is more talking about the security angle of the industry and the market. And I'm sure like 2022 has been rough as well, especially with the cyber threats and the security challenges that not only in this region, but across the globe, right from the top nations like US, China, Russia, and the Europe and Middle East is not far left as well when it comes to the bad guys or the attackers trying for the ransom or anything in that case. But yes, to answer those questions, to answer those pain areas, thank you to all our sponsors who are there today to support us and most likely to give the answers or the solutions so that it can be prevented. And we always believe like cybersecurity is a very, very key element. And it always, the most vulnerable people that we feel is we ourselves, because that's where the first breach starts, you know. So again, from GC point of view, we have a long way for 2022, right from this event to the BTX show, which is coming up, the road show, which is in Saudi and UAE. We are having a road show, the Future IT Summit in India in 6 cities. And then we have the CIO 200, which is one of the biggest events which we do in this region, which will be taking place in 40 plus countries starting from August till the end. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining in, because the first, when we had the guest and we are taking a tour of all the booths, like there were some really, really interesting solutions that these guys has to offer. So stay tuned, and thank you for joining us today. Thank you.
All right, all right. I was just talking to Mr. Tushar before the event started, and I just had a random question to Mr. Tushar and Mr. Ronak. I asked them, how many events do you guys do in a year? Because you guys are so active. The answer was, any guesses? Any guesses how many events does GEC Media do the entire year? Any guesses, sir? 52? Any more guesses, sir? Random number? Random. 10. 30. Whoever gives the right answer gets a BMW who's parked outside. Come on. How many events does GEC Media does throughout the year? 19. 90. 100. All right, the BMW goes to me because nobody gave the right answer. The right answer is 240 events throughout the year all around the world. Wow, that's a lot. That's like 20 events in a month. I don't know when are these guys eating or sleeping. It's really something. Moving on. All right. May I now request the lady behind this entire event today, dressed in red. Let's give it up for Miss Anushri Dikshit, Global Head, GEC Media Group, to give the opening keynote. Let's give it up for Miss Anushri. Or you want to use the podium? Here you go. The mic's not working. Can we have a handheld, please?
Hello, hello. Yeah, it's working now.
Okay.
Thanks. So once again, welcome to all delegates to the GCC Security Symposium. Thank you so much for taking out time to be here today. We know it's been a sad 3 days for the UAE with the passing away of our beloved His Highness Sheikh. So we pray to God that the departed soul rests in peace. And we have a new leadership now, whom we are looking forward to lead the country, as all the previous sheikhs have always done. On that note, yes, as Karan truly said, we are infamous for doing, like more than 200 events across the globe in a year. But As we always say, it would not have been possible without the support of wonderful people like you. Especially for today's symposium, we have many people who have flown in from different parts of the world, actually. So very big thank you goes out to all of them as well. Exactly a year back, in last May, we inaugurated the Global CISO Forum, the mission and objective of which was to bring CISOs from across the globe in a single platform. We are currently acquiring members to the platform, and we are absolutely proud to say that we have a community of 620 CISOs across the world as of now. We are operating in more than 50 countries, and we have a very good network of end customers there. The 3 years plan of Global CISO Forum is to bring in various workshops, various certification courses, and events like such, wherein we can get together on a common platform and share what are the challenges that we are having as companies or as nations, and how the technology vendors can actually help us to address that. The Security Symposium today is also planned and fabricated in such a way wherein we hope that you would find answer to your modern day challenges. As I had read somewhere, like, can someone tell me which is the best solution or best technology to stop or avoid a breach or a threat? Which would that be? Sorry? Eating lunch? Get married? Too good. No, the answer which stated was talking about breaches happening. Like normally it happens that we talk about great strides about the company, what we have achieved, what we have done. Yes, it's of course important, but the moment you talk about a breach or a security threat that has happened, that can help 10 other companies to avoid that threat or that breach. So the Global CISO Forum is all about sharing your concerns, sharing your pain points. So let's make this day one of such. We once again thank all the partners who have joined hands with us today. Special thanks to Dr. Marwan as well, who has accepted to being our opening keynote speaker today. We look forward to your session, Dr. Marwan. With that, I wish you all a very pleasant day. We have many activities stored in for the day. Hope you have as much fun as we are planning to have. And thank you, Karan, as always, for being the host. We look forward to a fantastic day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Anu. And let's start this crucial day with our keynote speaker, how government is paving the road ahead for a safer cyber world. May I please request the geared up Dr. Marwan Al-Zaruni, Director of Information Services Department, Dubai Electronic Security Center, DESCUA, to join us on stage. Let's get up for Dr. Marwan. We have the clicker, please. Clicker. Clicker.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So DISC has been inaugurated in 2014, and since then we've started a number of initiatives to help Dubai become a world leader when it comes to providing cybersecurity services for the government in general and to secure Dubai in more particular. So one of those initiatives is Cyber Index, which is an instant dashboard that was launched by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed, the Crown Prince of Dubai, to provide the leadership and every government department head with an instant dashboard on how is his department doing when it comes to their cyber posture. each entity can not only see how it's doing, but how it's doing relevant in relation to other government departments as well. Therefore, it acts like an immune system where if one department lags behind, other departments can see. We don't identify departments by name, but by how they are doing in relation to everybody else. So if you're watching the general idea of how the departments are doing, you can see the higher the score, the better. The lower the score, the worse. And everyone can see how they're doing in comparison to everybody else. This provides the decision makers with the status of Dubai when it comes to their cybersecurity posture, but also provides every department with granular access to where they are actually falling behind, and their score keeps on dropping depending on how long they take to remedy every problem that they have within their department, section, or even one vertical within that department. And powering that cybersecurity index is our Dubai Cyber SOC, which is what we call a command SOC within Dubai Electronic Security Center. I don't know how many of you know, but Dubai Electronic Security Center has become last year part of Digital Dubai, which is now contains not only Dubai Electronic Security Center, but also Smart Dubai establishment, as well as Dubai Data, as well as the Department of Statistics within Dubai. So the Cyber Index provides an instant visibility on response time to incidents. It actually provides a dashboard that shows every department what has been resolved and what hasn't been resolved within their department, and also provides each department within the Cyber Index provides logs actually that feed the Cyber Security Index, which actually provides a holistic view of what is happening within the department on an instant manner. Sorry. Even if one of the data sources is actually drops or is not available, that actually drops the score almost instantly for that department. And for each one of those departments, we had to establish a data standard that they have to follow in order to be compliant with the reporting standards that they have to be showing us as Dubai SOC how they are doing as a department. And one of the initiatives that actually started coming up as a request from the government departments after we started our cyber index is what is called TERS. TERS is basically a tool that we actually combine several open source and also developed our own tools where we scan actively all the departments that are either government department or semi-government departments to provide an instant vulnerability assessment and penetration testing capabilities that are ongoing using AI and open source tools to actually provide like an immune system for not only internally but also externally facing, I would say, DMZ kind of services within different government departments. So this tool provides reports to each government department depending on their patch status, and also runs automatic scans on a periodic basis. These are some of the departments that are part of this cybersecurity immune system, which is the Cyber Index, and I'll share some of the statistics with you on that. So we received already 5.6 billion logs from our government departments. A daily size of the logs is around 1 terabyte. We monitor 90 websites. It's actually more than that now as we speak. It's more than 100 now. And the Cyber Index has gone through multiple phases. So before we launched the cyberspace, the average response time for an incident or a problem within that government department, this could be a patch that was not applied, for example. The pre-launch of the cyber index, the response time was, and discovery time was 4 days. On average worldwide, just to give you a perspective, is actually 32 days. Best case scenario, by the way, is 32 days. And before we launched, even with initiatives such as ISR and others, it was already good. It was already 4 days, but now it's down to 8 hours when we have the cyber, as we speak today, cyber index. The starting score for government departments out of 5 was 2.9 when we started, and we started with around 30 different government departments. Now we're more than 90, and it's 4.8 on average. The global cyber index ranking for the UAE when we started was 33, and we're rated in the top 5 globally. Another initiative that we actually focused on, depending and based on our feedback from government department, is Tarish. Tarish is basically, we saw from the logs that a lot of the cases that we had initially when we launched Cyber Index were around phishing and attacks originating from emails. And what we noticed as well is those attacks are actually easily mitigated by applying certain criteria to our mail service providers. Some of them is published DNS records, so everyone would know what is the official DNS record for that mail server, using things like demarcation, SPF, DKIM, and also implementing measures such as secure email through SSL and TLS, and also identifying the open relay servers and blocking them. And also, as a consequence, we prevent email spoofing, whether it is internal or coming from other government departments or other approved, whitelisted departments. So everyone in the government, every mail server will be configured with this kind of set of criteria that actually prevented a whole lot of attacks and reduced the attack surface dramatically. It's not completely stopped, but the difference is day and night. Another initiative is called Kashif. And Kashif, again, was based on the feedback we got from government departments based on the cyber index, which is, okay, a lot of the attacks that happen come into our perimeter, and they spread in the east-west kind of traffic, and there was no tool that was standardized across the board to prevent these kind of spreading within the government department. Not only that, a lot of the servers internally was not patched. Maybe the perimeter servers and the servers within DMZ zones were patched, but a lot of the internal servers were not patched. And this tool actually helped also increase the level of the posture of internal machines and services. It automates the patching. It gives you a score of the risk and your actual posture level, as well as it helps you plan your security patches accordingly. This is a small video showcasing Kashif.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Marwan. Moving on, may I please request Mr. Ronak to join us on stage to present the memento for Dr. Marwan. Mr. Ronak, can we please have you on stage? Mr. Ronak, can we please have you on stage? Dr. Marwan, please join us on stage. There is a small memento. No problem. Please take care. We are good with security, but ambulance will take a bit longer. So, can we please have the memento? DJ, please have some coffee and wake up. We need some music when we're doing all of this. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Ronak. Thank you, Dr. Marwan. Moving on, I have my second government keynote. It is the critical role of digital transformation in cybersecurity. May I please request Brigadier Barakat Al-Kindi, Digital Transformation and Information Security Specialist, to join me on stage for this topic. Let's get up for Mr. Barakat Al-Kindi.
I need the remote. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is actually a very big screen. I'm used for on the laptop, so let's see what can do over here. Few months ago, we will not have this gathering in this beautiful ballroom. Probably you will be meeting through Zoom or whatever other technology. This was also a good news for people who are working in digital transformation, because it meant that new project, new innovation is boosting over the time. We've seen increase of usage of digital services through the time, while people shopping more online, doing their work from home, or even for our children studying from their rooms using whatever technology available for them. Also, the customers start to adopt this type of new life, start to enjoying the shopping online, enjoying how the new technology that making their life much easier for them, and spending more time and money online. Unfortunately, this was not a good news for the people who are working in cybersecurity. We've seen increased number of attacks. More viruses are generated every day, more affecting and harmed system because of those attacks. Ransomware also increasing. The sectors like the banking and the other sectors also affected a lot from this type of security threats. It's actually a very big screen. Okay. What we've seen from this, mostly the CEO was neglecting from this type of transformation. The transformation projects are going very fast, and people, they don't want to listen to bad news from CISOs, because they want to business go forward, they want to benefit from this overall changing of the environment and benefit out of it. Also, we've seen also a lot of transformation, significant increase that also have affected how the organization look at this type of transformation and how it is affecting the use of security. Only 29% of the responses say that the organization are very prepared to address those type of threats. Everybody know that we are not been ready for this type of threat, but we kept on going because this is a chance for the organization to grow bigger and benefit out of this transformation. But actually, what caused this big gap between the transformation project and the cybersecurity that we face right now? There is a lot of reasons, but those are some of the reasons. I think the most important one is conflict of interest. In any transformation project, there will be a lot of stakeholders, there will be a lot of teams working on it, and also there will be a lot of objective, each one trying to reach his objective, and it will affect, of course, the weakened one that have no voice to be listened to. Another one is prioritization. In any transformation project, there is a lot of processes and workflows that need to be followed. Sometimes we sacrifice the need for security to get faster to our target by reducing the processes time or processes steps and neglecting some needs of the security that is really important. Budgeting also, we've seen that a lot of budget that have shifted from the security sectors to transformation project, so the project can fulfill its need as fast as it's possible. Less KPIs implemented on the teams that are responsible for digital transformation. I mean the security KPIs, of course. The digital transformation KPIs is getting high while the security KPIs is getting low to reach the target as quickly as possible. So what we can do to reduce this effect? Okay, this is much better now. One of the things that we can do is we need much more collaboration between the C-level executives and the people who are responsible for the cybersecurity. We need to communicate much more. We need to prioritize and ensure that most sensitive data is protected. Digital transformation strategy also need to be embedded within the organization strategy so that the organization understand the effect of breaching for the data and the assets. We need to educate the organization, especially the C-level executive. They need to understand the effect of on the business of the breach having to the organization. And finally, we need to ensure that the company digital transformation budget does not affect the cybersecurity budget, and probably we need to increase even the budget for the cybersecurity. So this collaboration, which is the most important part that need to be happening in the organization so that everybody can understand the threat and the need to work together so to harden the transformation projects that happening within the organization. Prioritizing cyber in business decision. Each party, it's the role of the CISO to communicate with the business and make sure that the business understand the effect of those cyber threat. Okay, and also for the business executives need to also embedded the security strategy within the organization strategy. Another thing is the gaining leadership support. The team that working in security need to communicate much more with the leaders and explain for them the harmful that could happen in the business. Probably they need to interpret this risk to business cases so the people who are in the top management can understand much the effect of this harm. And finally, recruiting and retaining talented. It's the most important team that you have in security to keep them and retain them, making sure that they are protected, making sure that they're getting whatever tools and training they need to make them on the top of the game. Also, probably you can use other people within your organization and let them join you in your team so that your team gets stronger than before. Business executive also have a responsibility to support this part by ensuring adequate composition for the HR, and also accelerating HR processes if needed to inquire more people to work in the cybersecurity team. And I'd like to thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brigadier. That was a very insightful thing. What I realized is you're trying to say the budget for CISOs and IT needs to be increased, right? And that also means CISO needs to be paid more than what they are already paid. Am I right? You guys need higher salaries? True? Everybody's agreeing to that?
Yeah, hopefully. That really we need to make sure that people who are working in security team get more attention.
More money, basically. It all boils down to the fulus,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
More money, more security. Let's give it up for Dr. Brigadier.
Thank you.
Before you go, sir, please, Ronak, join me on stage. We have a small memento for you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love this mic. Thank you. Next, I'd like to request Mr. Mark Phillips to join us on stage. He's the Vice President of Solution Architecture International Markets from Human Security INC. Let's give it up for Mr. Mark Phillips. Welcome, sir.
Hello. No music.
No music. I don't know why. DJ, caffeine.
Hi. So I'm Mark. I work for Human Security. And we are the largest independent vendor of bot mitigation software. The largest vendor of bot mitigation software that you've never heard of. So that's us. That's Human Security. And I'm going to talk to you about how you can protect your application, your website from bots, from automated fraud, and how you can know who's real and why that's important. So something you might not realize, that bots are used in the attack surface for 77% of all cybercriminal attacks. That might sound hard to believe. What do I mean by that? It means that somewhere along the line, automation is used to probe websites for vulnerabilities. Somewhere along the line, they're used to exploit those vulnerabilities. If you think of a 100,000 internet-facing web servers that you can use automation to probe them. You're not going to do that by hand. So you would use bots or malicious automation to probe those servers for vulnerabilities, and when they're found, maybe only 50,000 of them are vulnerable, you can use those same bots to exploit that vulnerability. So if we stop the bots, it makes it harder to scale attack. Any attack at scale uses automation somewhere along the line. And to make that point, we worked with a customer last year. They came to us. They were a well-known US media streaming company, music mainly. They had a problem with account takeover, new account fraud. So new accounts were being created and then by bots, and then those accounts on the comments page was spam, adverts. They had fake likes, fake plays to monetize, and bots were doing this. So they brought us in. We deployed our technology, very simply, one line of code, to stop the bots. Now, the knock-on effect of that is that the team that we weren't speaking to saw a rapid decrease in credit card fraud, which wasn't something we were looking at. We were looking for more skewing data and for other nefarious activities. So it makes the point that when you stop the bots in one place, then you stop them on your website. And most of this technology is looking at the transaction level. You know, when you go to make a payment, then it's stopped. We do it at the transmission. And most people think of bots or automation, they think of DDoS, right? And most companies, you think you've got that covered, right? You've got a web application firewall or maybe a CDN, and there's a tick box to stop bots. But we're not talking about DDoS here. So I'm just going to go through a case study that we worked with a well-known US online ticketing company. They had a problem with scalper bots. Now, you're probably aware of scalper bots. Probably the most well-known example would be like you can buy a PS5 for love nor money. They're all bought by bots and then sold on. It might be a pair of sneakers, maybe concert tickets. It happens a lot with. This company came to us. They had a problem with particularly sports tickets being snapped up by bots, sold on to other people 4 or 5 times the price. Now, while that's not a crime, it does break the rules of most websites that say you can't use automation for this. And it was harming their brand. It was stopping customers, real customers, interacting with their website in a correct way. So they came to us with this problem. We deployed one line of code, and this is what we found when we deployed. We saw that these bots, 20 different user agents were being used across 14,000 residential IP address. This is what we call sophisticated bots. This is not the bots that live in a data center in South Korea or North Korea or something like that. If you look at the graph on the right-hand side, these are the different ISPs they were cycling through. And the up and down graph is the diurnal patterns of the bots. And if you see there, the bots mimicked the diurnal patterns of normal users. So bots don't need to eat and sleep, of course, but they do this. They're busy in the morning, drop off at lunchtime, again in the afternoon, in the evening, to mask and hide themselves in regular traffic. And this is the type of sophistication that organizations are dealing with when it comes to automation. Automation that lives on compromised consumer devices often, which is difficult to spot. This company already had a WAF and a CDN with bot mitigation, but this was going straight through it. So we fingerprinted this bot further, and we saw the same bots through our network, which I'll explain later, looking at different websites. They were looking at sports league websites. We think for the purpose of seeing which teams were doing well in the league, and they would have the most value of tickets, obviously. They were also looking at events websites, news websites. So this was during the pandemic. And the news websites, mainly the pages they were looking at was when the coronavirus restrictions were going to end. So obviously, when those ended, people would get their life back to normal. They would start to buy tickets. So they were really, this is the sophistication. They were looking to see which tickets, which events would get the most value. So a very sophisticated attack. And they had something deployed already. We detected this with a single line of code from human security. The next one I want to look at is a proof of concept that we ran in the UK. Now, often organizations come to us. They know they have a problem. They're not sure who it is, so we say, we'll show you who's real. This organization had a spike in bot traffic, and we said we could help them. But what we discovered was a lot more low and slow, sophisticated activity. Now, this is an example. This was from a UK home broadband. And you can see here, it's a regular browsing activity. They were using a Samsung Galaxy. And it looks like this user journey is looking at women's clothes. Nothing strange there. A normal user looking for women's clothes. But what we noticed is post-login, we saw another session, which was a bot session. It only appeared when the user was in the account's password saved and those kind of information pages. That's when the bot session appeared. Now, what we think was going on, obviously in there is personal information. There's credit card details. Often in those pages, most of the credit card is blank. There's 4 or 5 numbers that are left. What happens is often when you buy a stash of stolen credit cards on the dark web, cyber criminals want to monetize that, and they get more money for cards that are verified, that work. So if you've got 1,000 stolen credit cards and 200 of them are verified, they'll work. We think that what happens here is they use these stolen credentials and they verify them with real card numbers that are going to work, and they get a high value. Again, this organization had bot mitigation in place, but this is the kind of stuff, a kind of sophistication of automation, malicious automation that goes straight through CDNs and WAFs because they're not looking for it. And in fact, this organization, their CDN provider, said if you want to stop this kind of stuff, then you do need a dedicated bot mitigation solution. So what's the answer? What do people do normally if they want to stop automation or bots? So often you're used to being challenged, aren't you? Tick the box to prove you're not a robot, to prove that you're human. Maybe you'll get some form of capture. Tick all the boxes with a sidewalk or a traffic light or a motorbike. I don't know about you, sometimes I get them wrong, and I am a human. In fact, bots can solve them quicker than you, which I'll show you. But we also work with a customer that had their own kind of friction, user friction, because that's what you do. You introduce friction into the user journey, exploited. And this company came to us. They were a money transfer site. So when we have companies come to us, we take a look at their website, we have it incoming lead, we try and work out what their problem might be. To be honest, their website was pretty good. It had 2-factor, it had various controls in place. When we spoke to them, they told us that what happened is they had a problem with bots creating accounts, fake sign-up. But here's the thing. Part of their sign-up account process involved, I think it was for accessibility. So you could tick a box and you could put a phone number in and it would call you back. It would call you on a number and read a code which you then put into the website to verify, to stop bots creating it. What they discovered was someone, or a criminal, had weaponized that by using bots to sign up. The number they put in to be called back was a premium rate number. So this happened over a month. They didn't realize until at the end of the month they got a bill for 300,000 euros by these bots, by having this number, a premium rate number, and calling it all day, every day. So that was a new one on me. It was really shocking. But this is the way that even your security or what you have in place can be weaponized against you. So we talked about friction. If you Google capture defeat, so capture is one form of friction. It's not the only way. And like I say, bots can solve captures quicker than you. This is an organization who offer a capture solving service. They use real people in poorer countries, and they pay them to solve captures all day long for bots to get around it. Here's another one. This is one of my favorites, death by capture. They use machine learning to solve captures, multiple payment offers there. They have a money-back guarantee, testimonials, and they can solve captures in under 7 seconds. So while introducing friction is something you can do, it really messes with, you want users to use your portal, your government portal, or your e-commerce website. And what we found is that when you introduce friction, it puts people off, or they can go and buy it somewhere else, or they won't use your application if it's too difficult, if they can't solve the capture. So what do we do different? What's the alternative to this? What makes human slightly different? So if I was to ask you, what's the one thing that you're almost guaranteed to see on the internet today if you opened a web browser? You can shout out if you want, but it's rhetorical. What's the one thing you're likely to see? Google, yes. Adverts. They're so pervasive, we don't even notice, right? But adverts are everywhere. And why that's relevant is Human Security launched our cyber practice over a year ago. Before that, we were called White Ops, and White Ops was the biggest vendor of ad tech, stopping fraud in advertising and marketing. And this is our unique history. So every time an ad is served to you on a website, as you know, it goes through many intermediaries. So you're familiar, if you've been looking at cars or drills or whatever you're looking at on the internet, everywhere you go, ads follow you around for that particular car or that drill over and over again. It takes something like 10 to 12 impressions before you click on it and maybe make a purchase. So it's big money. And we have been doing that. What I didn't realize before I joined Human, I've had 20 years in cyber, mainly endpoint and firewalls, that kind of stuff, is that advertising marketing is awash with fraud. Websites exist for the sole purpose of saying they have millions of visitors every day, and most of the visitors aren't real people. So that's what we were doing, verifying the humanity of digital interactions all day long. And that means our reach is bigger than anyone else's. We see in programmatic advertising, the type that people bid for, we see over 85% of all programmatic advertising goes through human security servers. That means that we have over 15 trillion digital interactions every week. So if you've shopped, searched, streamed, or socialized in the past week, there's a good chance that we have seen your device, and we can tell if you're human or not. Now, this slide, every vendor slide's got this picture. The one to call out, I think, is Google. They work with us. Typically, Google have great engineers. They don't normally work with anyone. They build it themselves. But we're so good at what we do in determining who's real and who's not that Google is one of our customers. So this is the difference as well. These are the 3 pillars of what we do. And any vendor, any cybersecurity vendor, a good one, has these 3 pillars. Our superior detection. Every digital interaction across connected TV, advertising, cyber, we interrogate the device at the network and device level to see, is this a human or is it a bot? We overlay that with machine learning. And any machine learning, as you know, is only as good as the data you feed it. With our wide reach, our observability, then our machine learning is good as well. And then we also have real humans, which I think is a key differentiator. Researchers, bot hunters, we call them, looking for this, actually bringing these criminals to attribution. In fact, this year, our VP of Threat Intelligence was in New York bringing someone to book for their crimes for this. So these 3 pillars are really crucial to any cyber organization: detection, observability and scale, and also the people they have alongside them, and we're unique in that. So we talked a lot about sophisticated bots. I hope you understand now that it's not just about DDoS. These are the type of automations that live on consumer devices. Very hard to spot when a real user is interacting with your website if that device is compromised. So rather than just have sophisticated bots, this is what sophisticated bot mitigation looked like. It's not just solving a captcha. It's not just 2FA. In fact, why have friction that really interferes with your users who want to use your website? Why have friction if we can verify with 99% certainty that this is a real human? Only introduce friction if we can tell you this is automation or somewhere in between. We use different signals. Sometimes we can tell if it's coming through a VPN. Is that something that you want to know? Would that be a trigger? So with some organizations, the one earlier with the online retailer, they wanted to send the compromised user, an email saying, we think your device is compromised. Some organizations, well, if we detect a bot, we'll send it to a holding page. Just killing the connection isn't enough. You know, if you're going to kill a connection, that user might be about to make a 10,000 euro purchase, and if you kill that, then you've lost your business. So our sophisticated bot mitigation is more than just a captcha, more than just 2FA. Only introduce friction when it's not a real human. The other thing as well about bots is that if you have one level of friction or something, you block it or you show a holding page, then they just reconfigure and do something different. So one of the customers we work with have a variety of different, it could be a 401 error or 404 error, different things to keep the cyber criminal at bay. So I hope you found that interesting. This is in summary. Just remember that if you stop the bots, you stop the attacks. Bots are used in the attack surface of attacks of 77% of all cybercrime. 15 trillion digital interactions, that's what makes human unique. That there's no one better to tell you, is it a human or is it a bot? And we can do all this from one line of code on your website. We invite prospects, we'll show you who's real. Often organizations don't know. They don't know what they don't know. And when we deploy our code, we can show you who's real and show you what's happening on your website and your applications. So we're here all day. If you want to speak to us, we're here. Chris and Tariq, thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mark. May I please request Ronak to join us on stage? I think we need to have an additional chair for you. You can just sit here. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, an award. I should have cut my hair if I knew I was in it.
I love your hairstyle, Mark. Come on, guys, we can be more enthusiastic. Thank you. All right, we are going to commence the exclusive roundtable on 7 perils of privilege, powered by Beyond Trust. It's a sidetrack which is happening on meeting room number 4. Request all delegates with an orange wristband on your hand. How many people have an orange wristband here? I see 1. I see 2. I see 3. I see 4. Thank you, gentlemen. Our team outside will assist you. Moving on, we have a panel discussion now on individual cyber security, which emphasizes on empowering to resist spear phishing to prevent identity theft and ransom attacks. May I please request the moderator, Alessandro Bassano, Principal Cybersecurity Researcher, Technology Innovation Institute, to join us on stage. Mr. Alessandro Bassano, he's the moderator for this session. Do you already know your panelists, sir? Or should I announce them? Yeah? No problem. You need to switch on, yeah. Our audience also needs to switch on. May I please request the panelist Amit Bhatia, Head of Information Security Middle East, Asia and Continental Europe, Maximus Gulf, to join us on stage. Let's get off for Mr. Amit Bhatia. Mr. Hafiz Sheikh Adnan Ahmad, Chief Information Security and Data Provider Advisor, Premier Real Estate Group. Let's give it for Mr. Hafiz. We have Mr. Shabuddin, Group IT Infrastructure and Security Management, Ittihad International Investment LLC. Let's give it for Mr. Shabuddin. And lastly, Mr. Arun Tiwari, Strategic Advisor and Director, Finis, to join us on stage. Let's give it for Mr. Arun. Over to you.
So, here we are. Thank you. I want to thank you, of course. Yeah, missing Robert.
Mr. Robert John Lorenko.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed you. Sorry. It wasn't in my script.
Welcome, Robert. Yeah. We are done. Complete. Okay, thank you. I want to say thank you, of course, for the organization, also for my company. I come from TII, Technology Innovation Institute. It's a government institute located in Abu Dhabi, of course. Our scope is to make resilient and more safe and secure the real world. And I talked enough. I'm Italian, sorry for my accent. We are 5 amazing panelists. I want to listen shortly by himself. What are you doing now, right now? What are you? Go.
So, salam alaikum, everyone. Good morning.
I think it's good to sit. Yeah.
Sorry? Yeah.
Sit.
So, my name is Amit Bhatia. I am Head of Information Security with a company by the name Maximus Gulf. I have around over 20 years of experience precisely in the cybersecurity domain, and worked a lot with the financial organization, and earlier had a stint with Mashreq Bank, Emirates NBD, Dunia Finance as a Head of Information Security. Thank you.
Good. Arun, mic to you.
Hi, this is Shahab. I'm working for FSI. It's Ittihad International Investment, Abu Dhabi-based conglomerate. And I'm leading the Infrastructure and Information Security Division I'm the first person who joined Etihad Investment so as a IT, and we've grown a lot till in last 12 years. So happy to be here with the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Arun, it's good.
Good morning. Thanks to all of you for joining this session. My name is Arun Tiwari, and it's written here. I am associated with Finnis as a strategic advisor and director. And I have been here in UAE for 25 years, working with Al-Futtaim, Emirates, Alpine, and other companies, and currently associated with Finnis. And in terms of cybersecurity, I know only one thing: I have not been hacked so far, and I hope it continues. And
thank you. Okay, Afi, go.
Hi everyone, Assalamualaikum and good morning. My name is Hafiz, and I'm serving as Information Security and Data Privacy Advisor. I have been very fortunate to work with many government entities as a consultant, as an auditor, as an assessor, and as a certified trainer, because I'm a certified trainer for information security, data privacy, business continuity, risk management. And I was also ranked as among the top 100 worldwide COVID-5 certified assessors by ISACA. And on the academic side, I write a lot of articles for ISACA, so I'm sure some of you who follow ISACA, you might have seen my picture as part of tips columns. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Robert Lorenzo. I'm a senior sales engineer for Cyber Reason. I've been in IT for over 20 years, and about 15 of those in cybersecurity, various roles from pen testing and incident response to malware reverse engineering. The last 8 years I've spent in the UAE mostly around security operations and helping customers in the Middle East implement security controls that help monitoring and security in SOC teams.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorenzo. As I told you in the initial phases, my company is trying to protect the real world. This is 5 guys from the real world. This is the real world of company and so on. So why, how we are? Because the phishing is really the crucial challenge right now. It's really important. More or less, we are talking about, the attacks, the malware, blah, 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 a lot of things. But it is important to understand what is the real problem, where it's located, in which level. That's why today we are 5 panelists talking regarding different aspects. This is important. Why is it important to talk regarding this? Because at the end, we are tens of billions of loss. We are talking regarding money. That's it. Not my computer is have a virus. I lost my photo. I lost a lot of data. No, we are talking a lot of money. Of course, we have many solutions to solve this. But I prefer to listen regarding our panelists. What is the solution? Hamid, it's really an awareness problem. This is the real problem because the people talking regarding the spear phishing, it's a social media. Maybe the problem is the users is not really aware regarding this. This is the real problem. This is the people are unaware regarding the risk. What is your opinion?
I think I beg to differ on this point. I think awareness per se itself is not really a problem anymore. Specifically, what pandemic has done is, in last 2-3 years, organizations, sectors, they have spent enormous money in developing and executing their information security programs within their organization. So be it a financial sector, be it a insurance, retail sector, irrespective of the organization sector spectrum, the information security program has played a very pivotal role. I think the matter of fact, the problem is the attacks, just like a spear phishing attacks, have actually become much more sophisticated and easier to execute on the targeted set of individuals. Now, when I say it has become easier to execute on the target set of individuals, because of the simple fact that the information about these target set of individuals is easily available on the internet. It is easily available on the social platform. It is easily available on their mobile. So, because of these reasons, the attackers have actually become much more proficient. Their attacks are much more sophisticated, and actually it leads to deceiving these targeted set of individuals, hence by leading to the ransomware or the identity theft.
Good, great. Absolutely. Shahab, if we have a breach, yeah, you know, because the consequence of the attack is a breach, it is possible we can do a limitation regarding the effect or because, you know, there is a breach and after we have a lot of effects. In your experience, it is possible to do a fence, to do a limitation regarding this kind of effects?
Hi. Yes, sir, very much. I think it is very delicate area to address, by the way. And I will go back to Ahmed's point that he raised that targeted community. When it comes to the phishing, spear phishing attacks, there are targeted individuals who are being compromised by using the spear phishing. So I will say that it happened. The unfortunate happened already, and we are compromised. There are breach happened already. So what we have to do, first thing, take a deep breath. We have to be patient, be calm, all right? And we have to know that there are steps which we have to take care of. Those steps are actions which will definitely overcome the further damages. So I will be giving, I think most of us already know that there are actions to do after the breach, but what I will be emphasizing on the order of the actions. So order of action is as follows. Number one is we should be identifying and discovering the breach itself. So like Amit mentioned, the target, whether it was the accountant, whether it was HR department, whether it was my communication team. So I have to identify where it happened. So that's my identify. Then I should see whether it was a malware stealing my identity. I have to identify that part. Then I have to also identify the source of attacker, whether it was in China, whether it was somewhere else in Slovenia, somebody hacking my machine. Okay, so I have to identify the source of attacker. That's one order I have to achieve. The next important action I will say in my order list is to shout. Sorry to say the word shout, but it is literally, we should be doing it. We should be alerting in our organization. We will be telling everybody, gentlemen, ladies, there is an attack, there is a breach happened. So like any fire alarm, let's say, if fire breaks out, we shout, we announce, we alarm. So same thing, but here the word will be changed. We will say, please protect your data, protect your identity, change your passwords, all right? Scan your computers. So that is another important point. We should be alerting everybody, high alert everybody. So that's another. The third major important point comes to the controls. So we have to use our security controls, such as email security control. If you have in your organization, immediately you have to, our analyst team, security analyst team should inform to those guys, the owners of the security team, to go ahead and immediately blacklist that sender, blacklist the domain, blacklist that region, blacklist that country. So my objective should be to protect my organization data. So it should not further go ahead and damage other users. That's, I think, how it will take. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Great, great. So policy, more policy. Rules. Yeah. Arun, in your long experience, maybe there is something to add to do another limitation. Yeah, because rules is rules, okay? Maybe rules is just a paper on the email. Yeah, people say, okay, this is the rules, but maybe it's not applied. Maybe there is something. So awareness, yeah, training. What is your position regarding this?
See, awareness is the most important component. If we are talking about protecting, minimizing the cyber attacks, we need to look at it very, very radically different. If we only look at what we can do and we need to do or we have been doing within the corporate sector, awareness, training, bringing in technologies and those type of things, we are remaining in the race, where race between us and the bad elements. We have to get into a movement which takes the shape of social movement. What is the root cause? Root cause is greed. If I'm getting an attractive male, be it related to money or any other things, which is just not related to me, I have no business to take any note of that. Second one is what is called as narcissism. I get a golden visa, immediately I put on the LinkedIn. Well, I'm happy. It's a matter of pride for me. Keep it with the family. Why to tell the entire world? Or if I'm going somewhere, I'm publishing entire thing. I'm just trying to portray myself. That is what is the narcissism. If these two things are addressed properly, and all of us become aware and think twice before sharing information as to what's the purpose, or why this mail has come to me, and some other basic hygiene things, which are quite common knowledge these days. But I would try to encourage or transform it in a social movement. And that's when we will be able to come out of this race. We will be the leaders, and those guys would be the followers. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah, great, amazing. Experience, old school, yeah? Hafiz, it's your turn. We are talking regarding cause, regarding what happened, regarding a lot of things. But if an attack happened, occurred, what is the reaction of the management?
See, the first and foremost thing we need to understand, any cybersecurity incident these days is like a forest fire. So we all know that fire happens in Amazon forest and all these things. It is going to increase. And when it increases, it's going to damage not just the environment, not just the trees. It will cover everything that will come in between. So the very important thing, and the first thing any organization needs to understand, and from management point of view, that it is not an IT problem, it is not security issue, it is an organization issue. We can say that, okay, IT guys are responsible or they have to manage infrastructure, but at the end of the day, it will come out of IT boundaries, it is going to suffer your business, it is going to suffer your organization. Your customer, your end user is going to suffer. So when any incident happens, I personally believe management has to wear multiple hats. First and foremost, you should have the trust and confidence in your teams. If you have the right people, if you have the right teams in place, if you have the right security champions in your organization, have trust on them. Give them the confidence, give them free hand to go do the investigation, understand the root cause of the issue, and then accordingly, management should take the next steps, how we are going to mitigate and how we are going to recover and respond to that incident. But for me, the very important thing is you need to give the trust, the confidence, and free hand to your security champions. And understand, this is not an IT issue, it's an organization issue. It is going to suffer your organization. So, and then of course we have so many guidelines. Even if you see ISR, it starts from the governance, it starts from the management. Your technical controls, all these things come later on at a later stage. But if management is going to set the tone at the top, believe me, things will be more easier even if an incident happens.
Yeah, good. Absolutely. Robert, it's your turn now. Yes. Also, we are talking about the effect, the cause, what happened, blah, 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 but the direct effect of an attack, maybe also in attempt attack, yeah? You know, it's maybe a tentative. What is the real sensation, you know? What is the quantity? What is the direct damage regarding this kind of attack would happen?
That's a good question. I don't think there's one easy answer on that in terms of, how to quantify all the damage. But, and it depends on the industry you're in and the attack type that you're facing, because a website compromise versus ransomware is very different to each other and what you'd experience. But I'd probably put it into 3 or 4 categories, the first being financial. So, bottom line, your profit could be affected, sales, your ability to transact. If you think about ransomware again, your systems are down, your users can't work, so you've lost productivity from that perspective, right? And your customers now can't transact with you. And then there's part of that, the intellectual property that gets stolen. If you think 1 out of 3 organizations in the last 5 years has experienced intellectual property loss as part of a breach, right? So that means organizations, 1 out of 3 of us here has either worked with or for a company that's experienced this. And just to set things even worse, there's a whole entire nation state that all the citizens of their country, by law, are required to report vulnerabilities, not to the security vendor to fix, but to the government so that they can weaponize it for the sole purpose of intellectual property theft, right? So just think about the scope of that problem. I think the second part would be reputational, and this is a lot harder to quantify, right? If customers know or people know that you've been breached, the likelihood of them doing business with you drops, right? And if they're existing customers, and again, if you think about a ransomware, and part of ransomware's data exfiltration, you have to then reach out to the customers and tell them that their data has been stolen, right? So reputational damage. There's legal, the other side, the third one is legal, so having to report the breach to the authorities and potentially pay fines. And again, you don't want to be seen as a risk to your partners and to the state, right? And I guess one last one, this one I thought about a little bit, but if you think about a hospital, if a hospital goes down because of ransomware, you can easily reschedule non-critical operations, but critical operations, lives are at risk, right? And same as maybe nuclear energy and power plants. Same thing, there's controls there to make sure there's not loss of life, but these are real consequences and damage that we could deal with.
Thank you, Robert. Now we have a big, complete picture regarding this kind of ransomware attack and so on. But I want to understand better. This is just the first round. With the second round, 5 prestigious professionals. How to avoid to succumbing to phishing attack? This is very important. I want to say the same question for each of us. What is the proposal if you adopt it, or maybe in your idea to use, we will be used in the next future to make resilient your company, your network, your home? I don't know. It's up to you. Amit, floor is yours.
I think I will go with the defense in depth approach. I think that will remain forever. As you're aware that the spear phishing attacks is getting sophisticated. So I think the blend of people and the technology has to be inculcated within your organization to negate spear phishing attack. Rightly, because spear phishing attack is a social engineering attack. I think my first emphasis will be more of use of machine learning and algorithm which actually used artificial intelligence basically to sniff my emails, and in case any kind of an incident take place related to the spear phishing, I can investigate. The second important thing what I would like to focus is the multi-factor authentication. Email has also, transformed organically. Earlier, per se, we used to have an email security solution within our infrastructure or a data center. Now, most of the email solutions are there on the cloud. So it actually becomes very pivotal to use multi-factor authentication to negate these types of the risk. And the third important thing which I need to focus primarily is the threat hunting. Now, threat hunting, most of the advanced SIEM-based solutions plays a very pivotal role in threat hunting these days. Now that's a more of like a proactive approach. You are negating the attack before the attack has taken place. So these three important things I would like to emphasize in order to ensure the defense in depth and in order to negate spear phishing attacks with the right blend of security awareness training specifically for the targeted individuals. Spear phishing attacks per se is focusing on the targeted individuals. Let's say, for example, in your organization, the senior management has critical and the sensitive information, or the new joinees who are actually much more prone to the spear phishing attacks. So to some extent, I would say information security awareness program needs a little bit of overhauling so that the information for an employee can be embraced and they can understand what is the intent of spear phishing attack, and most importantly, understand the risk and can negate the ransomware and the identity theft, not only in the professional, but also in the professional corporate world.
Yeah, good.
Okay, I will take it in another approach. I will add it actually to Amit's point. So the other next action, I would say we should take ecosystem of monitoring. So most of the solutions, security solution already introduced this kind of approach that they will giving you the telemetry in your, for example, industry, FSI, which I come from. All right, so like that, we should be creating our own ecosystem of sharing and monitoring. That will help me to share with my other FSI, like a financial sector institute or industry, like a bank or other companies, that what attacks they are facing, what problems they're facing, and how they are mitigating such risks. So I would say that will help a lot, and other company or other organization can save the hassle of the attack and proactively take measures, update their policies, patch their systems. I don't know, I mean, train their staff, like Amit mentioned, new joiner. So now new joiner, he wants or she wants to actually have more, can say sort of attention from the management. So he or she will be a quick victim. So that's how it will work. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. I understand. Arun, your point of view.
Yeah,
please.
I'll just share some of the things which we have been doing in my last organization. It was Emirates, and these were very different as what was the conventional practice. The segment was awareness, and you can do it through training and those boring trainings and long sessions and all those. What we deployed was some 3 minutes, 4 minutes, small capsules, so that whenever you have time, you can go through that. It will keep you engaged. At the same time, you are learning also, and then there are a few questions. The end point was that if you are not able to finish X number of courses and not able to acquire minimum qualifying points, your user ID might be disabled. So it was both generating the interest at the same time creating, because otherwise it becomes very hypothetical. And unless I am affected, it's something like insurance. Why should I pay so much of premium? Last 15 years I am driving, never met with an accident. Similarly here, unless it happens to somebody, only the theoretical saying or preaching is not very effective. So let's start engaging them in a way. Second one was doing simulated phishing attacks without any announcement. And whosoever was caught without doing a name and shame were contacted individually and said, listen, this is what you shared your credentials, and just imagine if it would have been a genuine criminal, you would have ruined yourself. So this type of thing, when people started becoming conscious, a large part of attempts started getting foiled. We'll get calls from finance. We got this mail for this invoice. We immediately picked up this was a bogus mail and those type of things. And we started feeling happy. So That is in terms of awareness. In terms of the technologies, there are wonderful technologies and platforms and services available, but that directly links to the appetite, budgetary appetite of the organization. You can ask for millions, not necessarily the board would agree to spend so much money on the technology layer. So it has to be a joint effort, awareness as well as the technology, and also taking it in beyond the corporate, looking into the schools, curriculum, what type of subjects are they also, they have started talking about cybersecurity awareness right from the childhood. So that, fine, very proudly, I hear executives saying, even my 6-year-old nephew or niece, she operates like this. But is he really aware as to what are the other risks involved? Let's start bringing it in the education system also. It has to be across corporate, social, awareness, and technology, a good mix.
Good, thank you. Thank you, really thank you, Arun. Hafiz.
Thank you. I completely agree what Mr. Arun mentioned. It has to start from you. And the theme of this conference, security is incomplete without you. You is the user. And when we say user, user is not just within the organization anymore. We are using this cell phone. This is a mini computer. We are connected to the whole world. So if somebody gets my PIN code, that's it. We are breached. So we need to understand that it is not, again, coming to the same point. This is not the responsibility of IT or security teams anymore. We all are responsible. We have to understand the repercussions if security is going to breach. We can have best tools, technologies, as Mr. Arun rightly mentioned. But the existing ones that we have in our organizations, are we using them to the fullest? Are we optimizing those existing solutions? So this is an important thing. I have personally seen in many organizations where you have the tools and you're going for buy some new tools without utilizing your existing infrastructure. So this is very important. Yes, as an organization, use your existing tools, optimize them, and use them to the fullest. Risk assessment is very, very important from any organization's point of view. Many organizations, they do it as part of their annual activity. Whenever there's an auditor coming, okay, let's do risk assessment. It should not be the case. Risk assessment, I personally believe, is one of the most dynamic activities in any organizations today. You have to do it. You have to make sure your process is within the organization. And then coming on the social side, as he rightly mentioned, you need to educate your kids. You need to talk to your spouses, for example. They are not coming from a security background. My 5-year-old son, he used ATM, so I asked, my wife asked him, do you know the PIN code? He said, yes, Mama, I know, but I'm not going to tell you. So you need to embed this feature right from the beginning. So people should understand that security is one of the most critical things we have. And if you have seen World Economic Forum report, which they publish every year, the top 5 global risks, cybersecurity is among the top 5 risks that we have across the globe. So it is a joint responsibility for us as an organization and for individuals as well. Thank you.
Good, good, Hafiz, good. Robert.
I guess, yeah, I'll start with the human element. We all aware usually the human element is the weakest link in the chain, right? So, user awareness is incredibly important. Like everyone said, make sure your users know not to click on anything. Make sure you verify the emails and attachments that you're getting. And then, run things like tabletop exercises. Be prepared, in a hypothetical situation. Make sure you have defense in depth, so you have controls to scan those attachments and those URLs that the users are clicking. Then, I suppose as a vendor, as Cyber Reason, if you don't know our organization, our mission, it's quite simple, but I guess complicated to achieve, is to give the advantage back to the defenders, back to our customers, right? So the advantage has been with the attackers for a long time. Now, how do we propose to give the advantage back to the defenders? And that is, we looked at it as a big data problem, right? The more we collect, the more we can see, the more visibility and protection we can give our customers. So our founders looked and set out to do this and came to a conclusion that there wasn't really anything on the market that could offer us this big data that we could apply machine learning and narrow field artificial intelligence against at such scale, right? There were limitations of things that you can only get 100,000 queries per second, things like that. We can query over 8 million queries per second on that data. This is how we get that visibility and give it to our customers, right? So if you think about most phishing attacks are going to target a user and an endpoint. We collect over 400 pieces of information off an endpoint, and all of those have deltas and variables and different information. So this is how we are able to even get the visibility that we get. If you look at the latest MITRE results for anybody who uses MITRE as a testing framework, you know, everything's published on their website as is. We scored 100% visibility and protection. And where I'm going with this is really use controls like NIST and MITRE to evaluate your controls. You know, Afias was mentioning about making sure you optimize those controls, right? But you also don't want controls that you're spending hours and hours just getting to a perfect point, right? You want something that is giving you the right information at the right time. And then, you know, nowadays what we're looking at is extending that, right? So bringing that same information from, or bringing information from the network, the cloud, your applications into a single big data platform to uncover the breaches. I guess, lastly, we would also go with cybersecurity posture assessments and things like that, and you know, making sure that you have good incident response capabilities for when you need it, or partners and retainers.
So, good. Time is done, but I need to say just one thing more. I come from the industrial operation world, and it is very important to understand what happened when the malware is injected in the network. I discovered malware in different parts of the world injected several years before. Several years before. I do nothing. It's just waiting because the network is isolated. What happened? If you connect, the L start several years before. So maybe I take a note, technology, more technology, more rules, training, simulating, and budget. At least we have all of these things, just to be better, to apply better the rules, to use more technology. We have everything. We have everything. This is very important. We have all the tools in our hands just to manage better, and also it is important to make more understandable to the peoples. Yeah, I receive only a simple mail from my friends. What happened? Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot for this amazing panel. Your opinion is really, really important. I think it is a very good contributions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for all these experts. So the highlight I understood from this entire session was two things. Firstly, Mr. Alessandro's Italian accent. I really liked it. The only thing which was missing was the hand, sir. Italiano, this hand needs to be there. This, yes, what do need to do? It's too much, huh? Eating, that's a bit later, but Italian, this hand was missing, so I was missing the hand from Italian. Second thing, Mr. Arun said, if you get a golden visa, please do not put it on social media. That's what I understood. Sir, I've got this suit just today. Can I post this on Instagram or not? I should, right? I'm a narcissist, if you want to call me, but I need to put this suit. This is why I've bought it. After I put the picture, I will return it back to the store. Yes. So I can post the picture, right? All right, let's go for the panel once more. And moving ahead with the event, may I please request, let me get this here, Mr. Ian McKay, Vice President of Global Security Transformation People 2.0, to join us on stage to discuss developing the cybersecurity profession in 2023 and beyond, right? Let's get up for Mr. Ian.
Thank you. Yep, okay, that's great. Fantastic. Okay, so this is me. Have we got the... perfect, thank you. That's another picture of me. Okay, so developing the cybersecurity profession, 2023 and beyond. So a little bit about me, because there's a slightly different angle to this. So my current role, VP of Global Security Transformation, I'm looking at this from a global perspective. I've got these, I've got a lot of different things here to think about, and my background is really in GRC, so governance, risk, and compliance. I've worked globally in various industry verticals, including engineering, B2B retail, financial services, and now HR and staffing. I've been responsible for a lot of very large global scale security and resilience initiatives as well, so it's not just InfoSec, it's business continuity as well. I also provide advisory services across technology and governance, or GRC areas, including global standards, so 27001 for ISO, 22301 for resilience, for example. I've completed my MSc and MBA, where I focus on InfoSec, forensics, and technology management, and I'm currently a doctoral researcher with a university in the UK as well. I've got active research projects around business resilience and also socio-technical impacts of cyber risk as well, so really understanding that human interaction with the kind of the technology and the system side as well. And I'm also an active committee member of the Chartered Institute of Information Security in the UK as well, so quite a busy schedule. So to develop an actual cybersecurity profession, I thought it was good to have a quick check-in with where the actual future of cybersecurity is going. And Gartner do a cybersecurity predictions sort of presentation and output. And 2021, this was their view of the world going out over the next couple of years. So modern privacy laws will cover the personal information of 75% of the world's population by 2023. And then 60% of organizations will use cybersecurity risk as a primary factor in conducting third-party transactions and business engagements by 2024. 70% of CEOs will mandate a culture of organizational resilience to survive threats from cybercrime, severe weather events, civil unrest, and political instabilities by 2025. And then all the way out to sort of 2026, we're looking at percentage of nation states passing legislation to regulate ransomware payments, fines, and negotiations rising to 30%. At the minute, it's currently 1%. So, huge strides forward in those areas. And that's all fine. That's Gartner's view of the world. What are we actually seeing in industry at the minute now? So what's also nice and relatively off script from where I went initially was we've seen a lot of these things in the presentations today so far as well, but also from the vendors that are outside as well. Huge uptakes in automation. A lot of the repetitive, laborious tasks, can they be automated? Can we use things like artificial intelligence and machine learning to augment some of our current capabilities? Cloud security is becoming a huge thing on the basis that a lot more people are using cloud technologies, software as a service. Advanced threat actors as well. We've heard a lot about things like different ransomware elements in this. We've even seen like the Black Hat ransomware group, for example, using Rust as a programming language. We've had the gentleman Mark talking earlier on about bots as well. There's a lot of this that's going on that's really kind of advancing the threats that we've got there as well. And also more connections and data. Not only are we connecting more to the internet, we're storing more data and at a much higher frequency. So naturally, this is starting to really impact what we've got on the internet and how much personal information is out there as well. And this is fundamentally resulting in more privacy and cyber laws globally as well. So we're starting to see things like NIS2, we're starting to see things like the UK move away from the GDPR legislations and to try and build a second generation of that. And all of this relates into higher minimum standards. So right the way down to the individual pieces here, what can we all do better? Are we educating our children right the way from the floor all the way up to actually getting into roles? Looking at higher standards from an organizational level. So things like ISO 27001 becoming mandatory, those kind of things. GRC as a focus and certification as well. Companies are going to get pushed more and more into being able to prove that they can do what they say they can do, and being able to provide certification is obviously an easy and straightforward way of doing that. But also as well, security being critical to tenders. So we're seeing this become more and more part of sales processes now as well, and this can really make the security of an organization something that you can use as a competitive advantage. So actually going out there and saying, yes, we are compliant, If that's something that you're doing and your competitors aren't, that is going to give you a significant advantage there. So how will this develop? So across the 3 different areas, working in an end client, you're going to see a lot more of the roles focusing on GRC and management of projects, and also management of MSPs as well in the smaller to mid-size organizations. Larger organizations and smaller teams, and really just kind of, right the way across the board, they're going to be focused on the critical areas, or, are you going to look at using an MSP, for example, to provide you with a SOC service, a threat intelligence service, all of those smaller individual pieces, and then using your internal resources to manage the global sort of oversight and governance piece of the organization. So making sure that you're auditing, making sure that you're compliant, making sure you're working to standard. Also as well, business continuity planning and crisis teams will become more of a hybrid function across key business areas. So this is actually getting involved with more of the business users directly, bringing in the ones that, because it's not just technology, it's the people and the process too. So bringing those people in that understand the areas of the business much better than probably the technical teams do, and getting them all working together, because where a lot of these things become problematic for people is they do not get a full end-to-end view of the world. So you might be able to recover a system really good, but are the processes that sit on top of that need additional work, or vice versa? And looking at the MSPs as well, we've got some here with us today. Looking at specific areas: SOC, ransomware protection, threat intelligence, forensics. Working with all of these clients and giving a cost-effective solution. So to build a SOC that's capable, that's up to date, that's well trained, that's 24/7 covered, is going to cost an organization a lot more than what it would do to outsource a SOC operation to an MSP. Now, it's not saying we should do all of this tomorrow and just throw all of that out there, but it's a case of looking what's the best fit for your business. And then contractors as well. There's a lot of freelancers out there that are very, very specific in what they do. They have very, very good specific skill sets as well, and they're going to be a great addition to either end clients directly or via the MSPs as well, to really help and leverage some of those capabilities. So what's on the horizon? So what are we starting to see now that's going to develop further and grow much more? So business-aware cyber professionals are critical as well, and this was mentioned several times earlier on today. A deeper understanding of the how, so really understanding the end-to-end processes that your business can do, not just the technical, not just the people side, not just the process side, bringing all of that together and understanding how the business operates front to back. More technical, architectural, or GRC roles being focused as part of the company's kind of internal functions, with repetitive roles being lost out to AI, MSPs, machine learning, where for things like threat intelligence, SOC, alert monitoring, and things like that. What this does mean, though, is barriers to entry may get tougher and change dependent on the route. So if you look at things like more technical and architectural roles, or governance, risk, and compliance, it's either going to be a different skill set, or one that maybe people don't have enough skills to take the smaller jumps into. So that's an interesting one to sort of keep an eye on. The continued issues with expectations for roles and lack of understanding at a board level as well. We see this day in, day out, and everyone's probably seen roles on LinkedIn or similar kind of job boards where they're after someone that is going to be a junior SOC analyst, but they want a master's degree and 5 years of experience on SOC. It's not a junior role. They don't really know what they want in this role. So actually engaging with people to understand what they need to have in-house is going to be something that's really critical as well. And government standards as well, there's going to be a lot here now where governments are going to get more involved. There's going to be legislations, regulations. Everything's coming in to get organizations accredited to make sure that they can prove out what, the functions that they're working on, or the areas that they're working in. So we'll see more sort of financial services regulation. We'll see more regulation for people that are dealing with personal information, full stop. Excuse me. And also a focus on GRC internally as well. So we need to manage the compliance. That is going to be the core piece in this, that we need to make sure that we can prove that we are doing. What that doesn't mean is that we don't need to pay attention to SOC. We don't need to pay attention to threat intelligence. We absolutely do, but we need to make sure that we are holding third parties accountable in the same way as if we were doing it internally to, via our own teams. And requirements for business-related qualifications in strategic roles as well. So this was also touched on earlier as well. making sure that people working within the cyber profession are business, they're business critical roles. They need to understand how businesses operate. So the likes of an MBA, formal business qualifications, those kind of things are going to be, well, they've already started to become more prevalent and is likely to continue. So ISC Squared did a cybersecurity workforce study survey back end of 2021. And what was really interesting and what they showed us was that professional development areas, so this is what people are saying that their focus is for 2022. Now, it's very much in line with what we see with Gartner, what we see out in the industry right now as well. So cloud computing security, we all know this. This is the Azure, this is the AWS, getting training, getting certified to prove competence. Risk assessment, analysis and management, that's up there too. AI and machine learning. So whilst it's not necessarily a security role per se, it's something that's being used more and more within the industry as well. So understanding it, being able to work with it, being able to adapt it and modify it is hugely beneficial. GRC as well, down at the bottom here, governance, risk and compliance, it's huge. More organizations are expecting to be accredited via various different channels, and having that in-house is absolutely critical. And threat intelligence analysis as well, so really being able to understand what threats are out there. Is it something that you need to be paying focus to and making sure that that's going to fit into your risk program? So what the hirers look for. So this is a very interesting point, because I've just talked about LinkedIn and I've talked about people asking for unrealistic demands. What this shows us, though, is that there's a huge disjoint here. So cybersecurity workforce study is telling us that the top look-for skill within cybersecurity is strong problem-solving abilities, and curiosity and eager to learn coming in as second place. Cybersecurity certifications coming in third, and all the way down there to 5 and 6 is relevant cyber and relevant IT experience. Now, we know that there's a disjoint there, because that's something that's always put on these roles. They need too much experience for the roles that they want to get done. So it's interesting to see how this is kind of playing out, because this is changing, but this quite hasn't caught up yet. So hopefully we'll start to see these things drop further down and actually be reflected when we start seeing the job roles out in LinkedIn and other places as well. So the certification landscape as well. So this is the view from this same study, where they looked for what certificates do people want to focus on in 2022. So this is going out to people already in industry, but how are they adapting, how are they changing? And you'll see the first one up at the top there is not CISSP, which everyone thought it would be forever. It's not. It's moving on. They're looking at cloud security. It lines up with where we're going. It lines up with what we're talking about. The interesting second one there is ISO 27001 lead implementer, showing there's a huge drive there towards governance and risk. Being able to prove yourself as a competent person that can implement an ISO standard is something that's a huge benefit. And then as we start moving down here, you'll see a lot more of the kind of the technical roles sneak back in. So, you've got your AWS in here, you've got your Cisco certified, you've got your Microsoft Azure solutions. All of these other ones are in here as well, but it's really interesting to see that kind of the cloud security and some of the GRC stuff taking top spots on the certification piece as well. So, in conclusion, what does this all mean, right? And what are we doing? So GRC and MSP, let's focus on this. Let's have a look at what this actually means for us. Let's make sure that we've got the right things in place for governance, for risk and compliance within our organizations. And let's look at what MSPs are out there that can help augment what we need to do and how we need to do it. There's not a one-stop shop for all of this kind of stuff. You've got to go out there and make sure that this is going to work for you, and it's going to fit what your actual requirements are as well. Think about this as well from a sales perspective. So having a good security posture is something that's of a huge benefit from a security from a sales standpoint too. This is something that people are actively looking for in tenders now. This is going to help you win business. So investing in GRC, investing in your security posture, not only is the right thing to do, it can also help generate new business for you as well. Higher minimum standards, they're coming. We've got to get behind that. We can't stay still. People, maybe a year or two ago were looking at 27001 and going, oh, that's fantastic. You've got ISO 27001. That's really, really good. In the 12 to 18 months time, people are going to say, you've not got ISO 27001. Sorry, we can't even talk to you. It's those standards are going to rise. Those standards are going to get higher, especially where there's heavy involvement in PII. So if you think about healthcare, you think about financial services, those bars are going to get raised quicker as well. understanding, this has been a big thing about today as well, everyone needs to understand how they play a part in security, right the way through, people that work on the reception desk, people that work in all elements of the business need to understand how they play the bigger part of the organization, how they help with security, how they make it actually work front to back, and a business focus as well. So this is really working with the business. This is making sure that cyber professionals are business competent. They can talk, they understand how a business operates, they understand things about linking it into sales so that we can actually make this something that could drive revenue as well. There's a huge advantage there as well. But also from a resilience standpoint, if you can understand the business and you understand how it works front to back, you can provide much more detailed plans in how you can do things like critical system recovery, for example, and all of these other different elements. It all hinges together. We've got to see it as an end-to-end process. These are the reports, so if anyone wants a copy of these as well, you can have a look. There's a lot more detail in that. I've tried to distill it down into this 15-minute slot, but please shout out if there's anything that you want, and if you want to talk to me afterwards as well, just give me a shout and let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jan. Thank you. Before you leave, we need to give you your memento. May I please request Anushri to join me on stage? Let's give it for Anushri. Anu, please stay back. Please stay back. And I need my panel discussion members on the previous Italian discussion we had. Mr. Alessandro, can we please have you and all the panelists back on stage for your memento, please? Let's give it up for these guys again. Mr. Arun is missing. He left. We have great media today. One is from BBC, one is Fox News. They're covering us live. The lady is from CNN in red. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your contribution. Really appreciate it. Off to you. All right. The next segment is focusing on navigating the latest ransomware, a hands-on study. May I please request Mr. Greg Peterson, Regional Director, Middle East and Africa, Cohesity, to join me on stage. Let's get up for Mr. Greg.
No. Can you hear me now? I was about to say, I only have two competitors. The first one being the 15-minute clock, and the second one being your mobile phones. But I've just found out it's my microphone is the third one. So I really want to talk about a couple of potential challenges, maybe misdemeanors around ransomware. And it's quite interesting. I spoke at a CISO event about a month ago, and I had a guy walk up to me, and he said to me, "You know, Greg, you were telling us a bunch of pretty interesting stuff, but I phoned my backup administrator, and he told me we got backups, so I can relax. We don't have to worry about ransomware." This is a CISO. Anyway, let's try address some of those. I think there's no secret. You've heard about everything today. Obviously, there's been an increase in the threat vectors and how they're attacking us, and I'll talk about some of those and how they do it. In our keynote speakers, and the government, fortunately, in the UAE is taking this very seriously, is government and regulatory oversight. By the way, not just oversight, but the penalties that potentially come with it, not only in the UAE, but globally now as well. There's infrastructure limitations. I'm going to talk about that. And really, a lot of people feel quite relaxed about their infrastructure. But I think when we look at the way that legacy people are doing it, I think there's a lot of limitations in your infrastructure. Cloud complexity. You heard about it. Ian spoke about it before. The number one thing that people are looking for in terms of security is cloud security, and how do you protect yourself in the cloud. And I'm going to talk about that quite extensively because, again, when it comes to data protection and data management solutions, people feel quite relaxed that my data is sitting in Microsoft or AWS and it's secure. Totally not. And there's zero tolerance for downtime, both from your users because now they're intelligent, and the worst part is they're getting younger and younger. I don't know about you guys, but my kids don't tolerate any downtime, right? So as your users and everybody that comes into the environment gets younger, but backups are often considered the last line of defense. So anybody in this room that doesn't have backups, put up your hand. Right, I knew that would be the answer. If you believe that backups are your last line of defense, you really need to think again, because that's not the truth. And cyber resiliency in terms of keeping your data protected. So why do we have backups? Human errors, natural disasters, data corruption, or silent data corruption as it used to be known, right? Helps with unplanned downtime. I already spoke about compliance and governance, but there's industry standards and government regulations are being set, and you've heard about those already. And there's significant fines. I'm not so sure how much in the UAE yet, but I think the time will come where the government says, listen, if you're not protecting yourself and you're putting the government at risk and the people of the UAE at risk, we're going to start fining you. And I'm sure it will come. And the most important, and sometimes we can count it and sometimes we can't, but what about business reputation? We cannot sometimes count the amount of money that it costs us. For example, if you're a big retailer, it's pretty easy to calculate your downtime. But if you're a government agency, it's pretty difficult to work that out. So let's talk about the journey of ransomware, because this is an interesting one. So phase one, the bad guys came in your environment and they locked your production data. And then you got an email and they said, if you want your data back, you need to pay us. And in the early days, believe it or not, people used to pay. But some didn't. Some were pretty relaxed and said, you know what? You can take my production data. You know why? I've got a backup. Well, guess what? Phase two came along and they said, we're going to take your production data and we're going to take your backups. And we're going to lock that too. So if you want that data, you need to pay us as well. So we had to pay them for our backup data. The third one is the most scary one, and that's where we are today. They will encrypt your production data, they will encrypt your backup data, and if you don't pay them, you know what they're going to do with your data? They're going to sell it on the dark web. And that's a fact, and that's a reality. And that's the 3 generations of ransomware and where we are today. I don't need to tell you guys, you've seen how many stats, 81%, I think it was 2 presentations ago, 81% of organizations have already been affected by it. I experience this almost on a daily basis now. I go speak to big companies, retail, education, and government, and I'm saying, guys, your backups are not enough. And they tell me, yes, but my legacy backup vendor is telling me that my data is immutable, or my data's got air gap, or my data's encrypted. And I'm telling them it's not enough. You've already heard about it. Ian spoke about it. The vendor that you choose should be utilizing modern technologies like artificial intelligence, like machine learning. Legacy vendors will not do the trick for you. They will not protect you. And I know this because how many times in the UAE I've spoken to people, and 2 weeks later, this is my favorite phone call. When I tell someone something, and this is what you must look out for, and they say, no, but I've got this, I've got backups. When they phone me, this is a lovely phone call, right? Because then I know they've had a problem. How many of you have ever phoned a vendor just to say hello? And just to say, by the way, everything's working fine. You've never done that. So when you phone us, we know something's up. So I want to talk about a threat defense architecture. And if you take away anything from what I'm going to tell you today, please go away and do some research about what I'm about to tell you. So first of all, let's talk about your data, what I call the ticket to the game. This is entry-level stuff. If you don't have this, forget about it. You're going to get hit. I can tell you right now, as long as I'm standing on the stage, and I'll give you my mobile number, you can phone me in a couple of weeks' time and go, you are absolutely right. So first of all, is my data encrypted? Entry-level ticket to the game. Is my data immutable? And is it fault tolerant? But let's talk about immutable. Does everybody know what immutable data is? Right? You all know what it is. Make a note and write this down. When you leave here tomorrow, go back to the office and get your storage team and your backup team and say, which vendor are we using to make our data immutable? This is ticket to the game. We've just started. We haven't got going yet. Next question is, are they using a SQL database or any database to make my data immutable? You got that question? So go back tomorrow. Are you using a database to make my data immutable? How are you making my data immutable? Not on a PowerPoint presentation. Don't just come and tell me it's immutable. I want to know, how are you making my data immutable? And if they're using a database or an operating system, run for the hills. You know why? Because you're at risk. Ransomware loves databases and operating systems. Next thing, it's not just about the data. So how are we accessing the data? The beautiful thing is, this has all been said before me. So it's just a confirmation of what was on my slide. Multi-factor authentication. So Cohesity supports multi-factor authentication. Again, go away tomorrow and ask your storage team and your backup team, say, hey, the backup product we're using or the data protection product we're using, does it support multi-factor authentication? Does it support role-based access control or things like quorum and auditing and continuous monitoring? Because if it doesn't, you have a problem. Remember, let's talk about quickly summarize back the 3 generations. First of all, and I can't remember who said it. In fact, it was the first speaker who spoke about how they come in via the emails. If I want to get in your environment, I'm coming in via an email. And guess where they go? Into your production. And what does backup do? It takes your production data and we back it up. So all you do is take the ransomware and the bad guys from the production to your backups. And then they tell you, oh, we've got air gap protection. So you take the same data, you take the same bad guy, and you stick him in your air gap copy. So the way this data accessed is very, very important. Next thing you want to know is detection and analytics. Ian spoke about it already, right? So are you using near real-time threat detection? Can you see where I'm going with this? I'm not just talking about backup and replication software or the ability just to take backup and stick it on a tape. Because if you believe that that's sufficient today, you're absolutely wrong, right? Data classification. How are you classifying the data? What tools are you using to classify the data? Too many legacy backup vendors talk about data classification or data management tools. Are they really data management tools? Ask yourself that question. Are they using adaptive behavioral analytics and source-side anomaly detection? So again, Ian mentioned this. How are they doing source-side anomaly detection? So we use artificial intelligence and machine learning while we're performing the backups to be able to detect anomalies. Number one, it's reactive. We can tell you they're in your environment. You guys know this. I'm not teaching you. Number two, we can be proactive about what we do with that data. Make sure that your backup product or your data protection product plugs in. You guys have all these tools. Is there a tool on there that nobody's using? Most places I go to, they say, yes, we have 50% or 60, 70, 80% of those products and environments. Make sure they support all the third parties you do, right? And again, in summary, and I can't remember who spoke about it, you guys know how many security products you've got in your environment. How many backup products you got in your environment? How many storage products you got in your environment? You need to consolidate that. Imagine I told you that all your backups, okay, all your NAS storage, or let's say everything in your secondary NAS environment, so your CIFS file, your S3, your NFS buckets, your disaster recovery solution, whatever that may be, replicating to another site. The location of the data is irrelevant. And your security and governance. Dev and test environments. How many people have a separate dev and test environment? Are you monitoring that? And how are you protecting that? And your analytics and insight. What if I told you I could manage all of that through one single GUI interface? One screen, one monitor called Cohesity Helios. Right? So it's simple. We spoke about resources. I hear about it all the time, especially in this region. It's very transient. People come and go. Consolidate, do everything at once. Zero trust security, I already spoke about that. And AI powered. For me, this is an entry-level ticket to the game now. If the people are not doing that, you should be walking in third-party extensibility. So what are we doing in terms of the 3 generations of ransomware? Ultimately, we rapidly restore from your backup. So let's say you get hit by ransomware and they go to your production data. How fast can you recover from the backups? With Cohesity Instant Mass Restore, you know we can recover hundreds of machines in minutes. There's another note to take. Because it's not if, it's when. So when I get hit, how fast can I recover, and how many machines can I recover? Let's say they hit my backups. Is it immutable, and is it in isolation? So when they go there, can they actually attack my backups? I think you'll be very scared. And I asked the question about immutability. How are they making my data immutable? This I saw earlier, and I love it. It's a repeat of someone else's slide. But the data governance and data security are now merged, right? So how do we mix these two technologies? The teams are starting to come together, and really, how do we access the data? How do we guarantee it's sensitive data? How do we report back on this? Do you have the tools in place? If someone from risk and compliance walked into your office and said, listen, I just want to do a quick checkup, you know, how are we monitoring this? With Cohesity reporting in Helios, you've got one single GUI interface using AI and ML. You generate the reports every morning and you send it to risk and compliance. Not only do we know there's an anomaly, but we're actually addressing it at the same time, right? And by the way, if we have a problem, we're able to recover quickly. Why? Because we tested it yesterday, right? We did a DR simulation. So, what are we trying to do? Ultimately, we're trying to flatten the curve. Remove ransomware risk from your environments. I have dozens of stories of customers in the UAE, in Europe, in the USA that have been hit by ransomware. Our customers are not paying ransom. And I repeat that. Our customers are not paying any ransom. I've got stories, and someone mentioned hospitals. I love that story about hospitals. The biggest hospital in California uses Cohesity. They were hit by ransomware. They didn't pay any money, and they managed to recover all their data. And when we spoke about the money, the head of IT said, it's not about money, it's about saving lives. More important than the money. Of course, the money is important. If I go and speak to BFSI or financial services, they're going to talk about the money and business reputation and things like that, right? So ultimately, we're trying to flatten the curve. So what do? We radically simplify the way the data is managed. So I just quickly want to talk about, today, in your environment, ask your backup team. And they'll tell you, do I have backup software? Yes. Have I got media servers? Yes, and master servers. Proxy servers, target storage. I've got all these different islands of backup things. And guess what? They all have operating systems. That's a problem. And then you've got some backups into the cloud, whether that's Azure or AWS. What we do is we take all of those and we put them onto one single file system. And let me just say that again. One single file system written by Cohesity. And on that same file system, doesn't matter where the workload sits, whether it's your NAS storage, your file object, your dev and test, we're going to put everything on that same single file system. I repeat, no operating systems and no databases in order to do this. This is the USP, and this is how we achieve it. And that's why I asked you, when you go back tomorrow, ask your storage teams, how are they doing this, and how are they achieving it, right? And everything managed through one single GUI interface called Cohesity Helios. I already spoke about that. Here's the cool thing. Irrelevant of location. So whether it's sitting at an edge, in a branch, or a main data center, or AWS or Azure hyperscaler, or potentially even a local service provider. Everything I've spoken to you about can be provided both on-prem and in the cloud, because that's what people are looking for, right? So I don't want to talk about this. I just want to say our founder was one of the guys who wrote the Google file system. We get scalability. He was working for Google when they wrote the file system. We get it. We get hyper-converged. And the cool thing is we've got the right people investing in us, Amazon, HPE, Cisco, et cetera, and I think, finally, I've run out of the clock, and I know you guys have a lunch standing between me and you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Check, 1, 2. Thank you so much, Greg. Ronak, can you please join us on stage for the appreciation token, please? Thank you so much, gentlemen. The next session is Managing the Challenges of Digital Transformation and Growing Attack Surface by Diligent Device Risk, Application Audits. May I please request our next speaker, Shaitul Patel, VP Technology, Audit DP World on stage, please. Let's get up for Shaitul Patel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As I stand between you and lunch, I'll try and keep this short. I'd like to share some of my experiences. That is definitely not my experience. Yes, much better. Thank you. So, oops. How does that go back? Managing the challenges of digital transformation. A lot of you back in your organizations must be obviously seeing this massive scale of transformation in the business. And it turns out to be a digital transformation, a term given where we're using technology, emerging trends in emerging technologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence, using big data, relying on data to make business decisions, to help the organization come up with new products, new services, and ultimately to stay in business. So how we look at digital transformation is essentially bringing in these technologies, digital trends, emerging innovative ways based on technology to help the business survive. As a key piece to survive, moving from brick and mortar businesses, a lot of these organizations move into the digital world, having little idea of what the digital world comes with in terms of risks and how we manage them. Being a head of a technology audit department, having worked with risks and compliance for many years, I'd like to share some insights from a business perspective which are quite important, which drive a digital transformation. And alongside that, I'll mention some areas where we as CISOs, as information technology professionals, can keep a lookout and provide the business the much needed comfort and the safety net as they transform. Going a little bit more into understanding what a digital transformation is and what it aims to do. Because once we understand what the aim is, it helps us understand what we need to deliver. It's not just always about providing security, making sure things are impenetrable, or we are able to keep the defenses up. It's first of all trying to understand what we need to achieve, what are the business pain points that the business wants to solve. Once they've figured out what technology they want to use or what kind of technology solutions they need in certain areas, we come in and evaluate what are the controls, the risks associated with those technologies that we need to use. The second point, what does that digital transformation entail? It's not just about implementing a certain technology. All of you must have been through these transformation journeys, implementing Oracle Fusion, implementing Microsoft Office, moving on to the cloud, moving from an on-prem data center to AWS. All of this entails not just a business process change, but also process changes within the technology department, within security, and a ground shift in the risks that the organization faces. The third bit is, what are the drivers which both the business as well as the security and the technology teams need to understand? Why is this digital transformation necessary? And it's not just a digital transformation, it's a business transformation which we support as digital security and technology professionals. And the key here is the long-term survival in a competitive market. So they need to be competitive, they need to be agile, they need to survive long-term and have these products and services that will stand the test of time. In the current age, with agility comes alarm bells for an auditor, because when you're agile, you're just thinking, you're not thinking, you're just acting and thinking on the fly. And the one thing that takes a hit in those situations is controls, risks. No one's really looking at risk. They just go in, yes, we need to get a certain software in, needs to be deployed, we need to go into the cloud, let's go for it. And that's where, as my previous speaker said, the risk assessments come into play, and it's important for us as the security people behind the business to understand these drivers and ensure we have proper risk assessments against each step. The benefits that digital transformation will ultimately provide are an improved customer experience, more data-driven decision-making by the business. That decision-making, which is based on data, will only be as good as the data itself and how secure the data is. I was in a session earlier this morning, and they talked about data poisoning, where there were bots being used by an external provider to poison the data within a certain organization to deliberately impact the decision-making. So these are some key things we need to look out for and to pick up when we do our risk assessments around the digital transformation. Some of the key challenges that we face in digital transformation I'd like to talk about today, because as we understand what the problems are, it helps us advise the business, work with them more closely, and establish this collaborative approach on a digital transformation, not just being an IT project, but being a business project, and vice versa. A lot of times the business takes ownership and just lets IT, the technology and the security team know what is it that they expect at the end. The first piece to hit us as IT and technology professionals, and I'll just ask a question, has anybody tried recruiting security people, IT people, developers, software engineers in the past 2 years? What do you get for what you pay? Even if you're paying top dollar, are we getting professionals? Like, we've been trying to recruit for the last couple of years good auditors, and it's hard. And there was a saying that if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. I don't think that's valid for us. Even though we're paying top dollar, we're still getting monkeys. So, lack of dedicated IT skills. How do we address that? I'll put a question out just to see whoever is paying attention. How have you in the past developed or bridged this gap of skills in security, in technology? Because this is a problem we all face. Anyone wants to share something? For us, we've tried different approaches. When the digital transformation starts out, it's usually a multi-year journey. So when we work with the business, we identify what the business needs are in terms of systems, in terms of the technology they're planning to use, and we skill up. There's internal development programs, there's external development programs, and we look at what are the skills we need, what we need to pay for. Another key area, which is a problem, is a lack of a defined strategy. The business wants to go on to a transformation, great. The problem is they themselves don't know what they really want. This is where we come in and support the business in defining at least the technology side of the strategy, the security side of the strategy, which then is developed based on the technology strategy. Organizational change management is very key because it's not just replacing a system, implementing a new ERP. It is going to change people's lives, their delivery of how they work, what they produce, their services, and also if it's been a brick and mortar business, moving into the e-commerce, moving into the digital world, it's going to change how they think, their behaviors, which requires change management to help them understand and embrace the new culture. The customer needs change. They are looking for faster, better, agile services that are changing so frequently. When there is change, there needs to be testing. When there are new technologies, there needs to be testing. How much time does it leave us as security people to do that testing, to ensure we've got the right tools in place? The most important factor for us is the budgetary constraints. How many of us get the budget that we always ask for to implement the systems that we need, implement a SOC, have 24/7 monitoring, even putting in vulnerability management systems, just your vulnerability scanners at the enterprise level. We have looked at a number of providers, and depending on the provider you approach, it could run into millions. So the right-sized approach, the budgetary constraints that we work with, all of these challenges, along with inefficient business processes to begin with, where data privacy, security, the basic requirements of information security, system security are not baked in. As we go along, these are some of the challenges we need to bring back to the business and educate them. Once they're educated, it makes our lives easier. In my past 3 to 4 years, supporting a digital transformation, a business transformation of the organization, we have undergone some major changes. We've picked up some good practices. We've learned from things all along the journey, learned from the journeys from other organizations. And what has worked for us, what I'd like to share today, is for the skills gap. It depends, it's long-term, short-term. So we augment our teams, come with the right consultants, but consultants are not always the answer. Sometimes it takes much longer to brief them, bring them up to speed, than it takes to deliver something yourself. So we need to be very cautious of how we supplement our in-house resources. Could be for a short term. We bring in external support for our projects, especially when it comes to implementing the security side of things. Probably a traditional business, which is operating in a very minimal online presence. For them, the first step might be to bring in a certification consultant to help them embrace maybe ISO 27000, ISO 20000, NIS, the various standards available for security, undergo some kind of an assessment to see even if the basic OWASP top 10 controls are in place, basic security controls are in place or not. The second part is to define the organization goals and objectives and to put in security as a mindset as one of those goals, to operate in a secure, sustainable, available manner. Those things are not generally put onto the top, and that's where we need to push as the security community to bring this up to the board level as an agenda to focus on security. Once we have the support from the board at the top, the tone at the top, it's much easier to then go into the next part, which is the business process re-engineering, embedding security into the mindset and the culture of the organization. Coming in as a risk professional and audit professional, the key is to evaluate the technology risks, the business risks, and the underlying factors which are technology, security, or threat related. And once we have a list of these, These need to then go through some kind of a risk assessment, a mitigation plan, where we determine what we need to implement as a security function, as a technology function, and as an audit function to support the journey. Lastly, the regular and timely communication enables the customers, the employees to be aware of the situation so that people who are our weakest link are aware and they do not drop the ball. The communication will entail security awareness, will entail training, will entail stopgap measures during the transformation. Where does audit, risk management, these functions come in when it comes to a digital transformation to help us manage these risks, support the organization? The first thing is to come in early. Audit generally is not invited into any of these projects. We're the last one at the end, we find out. So if there's any auditors in the room, then you have to push yourself, knock the doors and open them for yourselves. If you are those people who sit inside the boardrooms, open your doors, invite your auditors in. At this point, they are your best friends. With the auditors, they have a mindset of picking out all the things that could potentially go wrong. Could be in terms of basic processes, controls, the execution of your controls, execution of your processes. Are they realistic? Are they not? All of these factors help us contribute into mapping out what we are up against, not just in the implementation of the technology. Research. Sometimes there's very limited research available. In those cases, we have to implement the technologies, test them out, and ensure we've got the SOC in place, we've got the penetration testing happening, we've got minimum security baselines. At times, we will have to develop them ourselves. We push the analysts, the implementers, and even make it a part of your contracts as you bring in new technologies to have minimum baselines set for the products that you are implementing. Upskill your teams. I can't stress that enough. The market, as you all know, is very saturated. There's not enough talent out there. So building up our own teams is a simpler way of getting into the transformation, because as the implementation happens, we will be able to develop our own internal talent. From a risk management aspect, what we have done and what has really helped us is creating some KRIs, key risk indicators, alongside the entire transformation process. These risk indicators are developed by our cybersecurity analysts, by our information security risk analysts, by the group technology teams, with input from audit, of course. And these are monitored on a regular basis. They are reported to the board. And if we go over certain thresholds, there are certain mitigation actions that are put into place. Alongside that, we have a dedicated audit plan, specially just for the digital transformation. As and when the implementations of the projects happen, we get involved with the initial stages of design. We validate the design, highlight risks. We validate the implementation, the testing, whether test results have been validated or not. And based on the relevant standards for particular products, processes, areas, we lean back on the ISO recommendations, on COBIT, on ISACA recommendations, various controls, as proposed by Oracle, by Microsoft, by Google, by AWS. There are multiple checklists out there, multiple standards out there, which are all baked into the regular configuration audits, regular vulnerability assessments, hands-on testing, control and workflow testing that we perform for the organization. In essence, the last message I would like to leave you with today is to get involved early, push open the doors for your auditors, bring them in, because they are your eyes and ears as IT and security professionals. As you are busy implementing and executing on the strategy, the auditors, the risk managers will be there to keep an eye out on the risks, on the key indicators of how well this is functioning, and also keep an eye on the SOC providers, on the various vendors who are providing security services to ensure that they are indeed doing their job. Because the last thing you want is to have reports come in, alerts come in of a potential breach, but there's no one in the IT department who's looking at those alerts and acting on them. So with that message, I will move on just to the last one, which is just a few pointers to plan ahead, develop your strategy, continuously assess risks, and also continuously align your audit plan, your security plan to that of the business. And manage communication with the business, create awareness, more secure your mindset in the people in your organization is, the better and the more secure you are, the easier it is for you. Thank you, everyone. And I'll end with that. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can I please request Anushri to join us on stage? Thank you so much. Before we break into the lunch, I just have one panel discussion to be done. And after that, we can go into lunch directly. Anushri, we're still doing the find more, fix more, and do more right now. We'll do that after lunch. All right. So let me call upon the next panel discussion before we break into lunch based on cloud security in 2022. Our moderator for this discussion is Mr. Kuldeep Bhatnagar, former CISO, EAD, Abu Dhabi government. Let's get off for Mr. Kuldeep Bhatnagar. Welcome, sir. The panelists for this discussion, sir. Should I introduce them? Hi. All right. The panelists are Srihari Upadhyay, IT Security Assurance Professional. Let's get out from Mr. Srihari. Mr. G1 Badigari, Director of Information Security, DMAC Properties. Let's get it from Mr. G1. Dr. Fehne Osakwe, Information Technology and Business Advisor Professional. Let's get it for the gentleman. Mr. Rahul Shashi, Executive Chairman and Founder, CloudSec. And finally, Mr. Amit Roy, General Manager, Head of Security, Middle East, Turkey and Africa, Atos. Let's get it for all these people. One final request before I leave stage. You see your beautiful photographs up there, which you have posed for. If you could sit below that, it's easier for us to just make sense. The guys who are seen on the photograph, if you could just arrange themselves like that. All right, we're good to go. Over to you guys.
Maybe I can sit, yeah? Doesn't matter, okay. Hello. Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Is it okay? The timer is on 30 minutes and I try to do the whole session in 30 minutes. Now, what we have planned is, that is, we will throw certain questions and one or two people can address that so that we can manage the whole thing in 30 minutes. Let me give a little introduction about myself. I'm ex-military guy, having commanded a regiment. I joined Reliance as General Manager IT, went Director in Enron, Commercial Director in Internet City, and lastly, IT Advisor and CISO to Abu Dhabi government. For last couple of years, I'm enjoying my retired life, settled in Dubai. Let me start. Please, guys, can you give your introduction, brief introduction in a couple of minutes, please?
Hello, this is Srihari Upadhyay. I have around 13 years of experience in running security programs, implementing security compliance, auditing, and building the bridges between the gaps between security and business. Currently, I'm working for a Dubai government entity as a security assurance provider. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jeevan. So I have about 17 years of experience in various domains, the recent one being information security. But I also do bring project management, infrastructure, technology background. So that gave me the mindset of looking security with a different lens. So I currently head information security and governance for the Mac Properties. Happy to be here at the panel. Thank you.
All right, hello. My name is Finel Sakwe. So I've been in cybersecurity for over a decade now. Started as a core ethical hacker with Deloitte, and then worked up through the years, in Africa, Europe, through MTN, and then all the way to executive management now. I also consult for a couple of companies. Been on the board of ISACA for about 4 years. Have over 10 professional security certifications. And then this is not yet out in public domain. This happened yesterday, so it's breaking news. I was just announced on the Forbes Technology Council yesterday, so yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? I think I have to use your mic. Hi, my name is Rahul Shashi, and I have a very interesting career path. In fact, I quit my engineering back in 2010 to work for a cybersecurity startup. And I thought cybersecurity was the future. This was back in 2010, like I said, right? The startup is now acquired by Google. It's been almost 7 years I've founded the company, now backed by some of the largest investors in the world. So over here, happy to be here.
Hi, I'm Amit Roy. I've been in the cybersecurity field for last nearly around 20 years. I've been in the region and have seen the threat landscape of the region evolving. I'm currently heading the cybersecurity practice for Ethos for Middle East, Turkey, and Africa. Hopefully, we should have an interesting discussion around the very important topic about cloud security. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. As we know, that is most of the businesses, they are either have adopted the cloud computing environment or they are going for it. As per the Gartner's report, there's 25 to 30% of the industries, organizations, they're moving towards cloud every year. Whereas CAGR would be very high if you try to calculate for last 5-10 years. Why do they do the cloud? Go to the cloud, obviously to leverage the various advantages you get out of being the cloud environment, having the cost effectiveness, flexibility, scalability, you name a thing, many of them. However, if you ask initially, of course it is less and less now, IT experts or professionals, they still have certain inhibitions about the cloud security. Cloud basically, because of security, they're concerned about is data leakage, data availability, certain little bit of latency, and also unwittingly or purposely, the sophisticated cyber attacks. What we are going to do is we're going to address those challenges, basically because you all know cloud security and how we can mitigate those challenges, at least with which line we should move to mitigate those challenges and what is the take-home point. Firstly, if you have to go to cloud security, definitely you have to select a CSP, that is cloud security provider. There are a few points to consider that which CSP you should go for. Based on your business vertical, based on your organization, based on what all factors, and how to do, whether you go to Azure, you go to AWS, or any such things. So let me start this from entrepreneur Rahul.
Yeah, can I use your mic? Yeah, thank you. Hey, thank you. I think I want to set a little context on what cloud and cloud security means before I answer the question. There's a lot of misconception about cloud security. Okay, what is cloud? Well, basically, any data which is owned by you but is not managed by you is actually on the cloud, which means, again, let me repeat it. Any data owned by you but not managed by you is actually cloud. So anything which is to protect that data is what cloud security is, which means it's not confined to Azure, Microsoft, AWS, et cetera, et cetera. For instance, I want to give you a simple case study of a report we published. HubSpot is a CRM tool. It's a client relationship management tool. What it does is it allows you to manage the entire flow of conversations you have with your customers. Now, the CRM is cloud hosted. You use their service, you integrate it with your workflow. And now what has happened is, and based on our report, a lot of HubSpot, corporate who uses HubSpot has given them an API key. Okay, this API key is used to integrate HubSpot into their workflow. Many developers, because of the speed in which they want to release products, they have hard-coded the HubSpot API key inside many mobile apps, which they have released on the internet. So anyone who has access to this API key can use the key to pretty much view all the client details online. In fact, if you go read the report, you would see that almost 1.6 million user data was leaked because of this threat. Again, HubSpot is actually should be under your cloud security practices because HubSpot manages your data, but you don't. HubSpot manages the data you own. So now back to the question. In terms of choosing which service provider when you choose a cloud, whether it's infrastructure or a software, HubSpot is a software, AWS, Azure, Google, etc., are infrastructure. So when you choose an infrastructure, well, you'll have to choose something which gives you a good access control and very easily to manage access control system. And a user interface, or a user experience is far more important, because if you look at all these service providers of AWS, Azure, or Google ABC, well, they have invested heavily in security. But if you don't have a good user experience, your team would not be able to configure and do good security mechanism easily. Now, when it comes to security cloud services like HubSpot, it could be a HR management tool, etc., which you use. When you choose them, it is fundamentally the security practices those companies follow internally to protect their own data or protect the data which they manage, which is what you need in choosing them. So I hope I answered that.
Anyone wants to add in 30 seconds something what he said? Yeah.
Maybe I can add something to that. So we see a lot of businesses picking up cloud services, cloud applications, going by the reason that it is easy to scale or there is less of capital investment. But what goes behind the scene is we have to ensure the service provider that we choose, beginning from the RFP stage, meets our existing regulatory requirements. Currently, even the country where we are operating in, there are mandates to have the data located within the geographic region, not to share outside the geographic region. So these are few things that we have to keep in mind before we go ahead and select any cloud service provider. Do they have their data centers inside the geography where I can post the data in? Apart from that, we have to also see how knowledgeable my staff is to adopt the new cloud services. Like, we may lead to vendor lock-in, which is not a new risk, it is a traditional risk. So if my team is more developed or more advanced skill set they have in AWS, tomorrow if I have to change into Microsoft Azure, do I have a lock-in over there? How do I manage the transition? So these are the few factors which requires the managers and the executives to understand from the beginning of selecting the cloud service.
Okay, thank you, Srihari. Now, once you're selecting this CSP, definitely either the options are put log, stock, and barrel everything into public cloud, high private, or hybrid. Between these three scenarios, anyone wants to take on that? That is, what are the critical issues which are differing these three environments, and secondly, how to mitigate them? Anyone? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I'll take this question. So just adding on top of what Rahul and Srihari mentioned about is, generally speaking, infrastructure as a service and platform as a service are these cloud elements are well controlled, or that's what IT and security teams would naturally focus on. But SaaS is sort of less regulated because of the fact, and also the example that Rahul gave about HubSpot. Users, it leads into the situation of shadow IT. Marketing departments, legal departments, and other supporting functions can go online and sign up to these cloud services, which IT team may not be even aware of. So the risks are not even addressed at the RFP stage because IT did not know about this particular subscription or this cloud service that department has gone into. And then coming back to the question of public, private, and hybrid model, so again, this adds another complexity.
Level of risk between these three?
Yes, because it's also always about visibility and control. So how much visibility do we have into these cloud services, and how effectively can we control risks into these cloud services? So now we talk about public cloud. Again, mostly we think of GCP, Azure, and AWS, but there are so many other cloud services that users start using it, or companies start using it. But we do not have sort of a baseline or regulations or effective security measures into each of these public cloud services.
You want to add something? Go ahead, Amit.
Hello. So I think the scenarios are pretty different when we are talking about a public versus a private versus a hybrid. It all depends upon, in cloud, there is no one person responsible for the security of it, right? The challenge starts with because you have to co-own or you have to co-share the responsibility in the first place. Whereas the hyperscalers which we are talking about, most of them have very robust security, and mind you, they have far more better security controls maybe than any of the private data centers if someone is talking about. But at the same time, the data is yours, right? What you're putting over there is yours. So you need to also, as a customer, needs to take all necessary steps to regain that security. And that's where the data flows, as Jeevan rightly pointed out. If it's a SaaS solution, all you're using is consuming the service. You really don't know what data is going over there. You have very low visibility. And most of the time, the data center or your internal security processes and controls, which we are adopting, be it ISO 27001 metrics or any other compliance, may not be as is you can implement when you're going to the cloud. And all the more it becomes more complex because most of the organizations you talk here, they are not fully into a public or a private, right? They are all into hybrid. So all the more you have to have that kind of visibility, and at the same time know that what is that data which is going, what kind of controls to be adopted, which processes to be used, and so on and so forth. Of course, there are cloud security alliances and various other regulations are there available which can be used, but at the same time, it makes the job of the CISO far more difficult and far more challenging.
Thank you. I think the point which has come out very clearly, that is, there should be known boundaries, whether for the responsibility of user versus CSP, security policies, they should be aligned together, and there should be enough visibility into each other's this thing. And based on your business requirement, of course, there's no hard and fast rule that you should do this, you should not do this. Fair enough. Now, let me take another important aspect, which is true in traditional system security and also in cloud, identity and access management. Now, what are the issues related to cloud security with respect to this aspect and how to mitigate? You want to take, Dr. Khan?
Yeah, so identity and access management. So one of the things I try to do is try to break down security to just what little children could understand. So maybe we do a bit of a role play just to explain how I think access management could work in the cloud or generally. And maybe I would use my expert panel here to try and do that role play. So if you could, sir, if you could join me here. Okay, so let's try this. So, no, you stand with me here, sir. So we may need to back you. So he is a user in your organization, okay? Now, these are three systems. This is your HR system. This is your Office 365, emails, all of that stuff, collaboration. And then he is your ERP, finance, okay? And he is trying to get access. And so what we are saying is, how do you verify that he is who he says he is in order to access your environment? Because probably you have done single sign-on. And so what then happens in a lot of times for us is the moment he gives his password, MFA, we've spoken about all of those things, right? We assume, and there's a firewall here, by the way, don't step on it. We assume that he has authenticated, and so we assume, oh, now you are who you say you are. And then once he enters through the firewall, for some of us, he has access to the 3 applications at the same time. And that sometimes is the mistake we make. Whereas, maybe all he really needs to have access to is his email and the financial application. And so what is really supposed to happen is you are supposed to be able to use your least privilege access and zero trust and all those things to be able to give some sort of segmentation. And then there should be this guy at the back who is able to monitor and ensure that he's doing what he says he should do. So that's identity access management.
Yeah. And maybe just to add, and a very interesting, maybe just to add, today I think the identity in cloud has become the new perimeter. As you rightly pointed out, in cloud, in a normal environment, maybe the user, has to give the right privilege access. But in a cloud, because the way it is configured, the user may only need the access to the particular workload, but not the full environment. But by the nature and the way it will be configured, he might get access to the full environment, which is really not required. And that's where the identity and access management becomes all the more challenging when it comes to a cloud environment.
Yeah, and the challenge is, by the time he has that sort of privilege and can go, do lateral movements and things like that without, proper monitoring, you now begin to hear things like, oh, we don't know how, we don't know how, we don't know how. But it was really,
when.
And we don't know when. But it was really down to the fact that he came in and then there was no segmentation. You want to add something, sir?
I want to add a, very, very relevant to what you just mentioned, right? This is a real incident which happened. This happened with a large bank. So the bank, and this is a question to all the audience, very similar to you, do you use an SMS service, either to send an OTP to your customers or, send promotional messages to your customers? Do you use an SMS service in one of your infrastructure? If you use an SMS service, you would be using a third-party cloud SMS provider, because that's not a technology you can build in-house. That's a technology you would be leveraging someone's infrastructure. So this is what happened to the bank. What happened is the bank uses a cloud service provider, SMS service provider, and they have integrated an API key with the cloud provider. And every time the bank has to send the OTP to the customer, they use this cloud solution provider. Now, what is happening was this cloud solution provider had an internal, had a guy who was more like an internal threat. He had access to the transaction logs. So every time an OTP was raised for a particular customer, he used to work with an outsider, use his phone, send a screenshot, just quickly take a photo of the OTP because it's there on the transaction log, and send it to the attacker. And then the attacker used that to hack into multiple bank accounts. Now the question is, well, while the data which is your customer data, you don't manage this infrastructure. How do you stop a threat like this, right? Which goes back to the question of what is the criteria of deciding which service provider to go for, a cloud service provider to go for, when you need to integrate SMS? And how do you protect, and this is critical, right? The OTP going is pretty much, thousands of bank accounts actually got hacked, and then it came into public news. It's when the investigation happened, and then we were able to identify that this is how it was happening, right? So how do you protect something like this? And
maybe it's an interesting point. Maybe it leads to the another discussion with respect to the third-party security audits. Because when you are doing the third-party security audits, usually you contain it to the large providers and not like in this example, maybe
the big infrastructure providers would never let you audit.
Yeah, so then right to audit and other things, yeah.
Thank you, guys. there are various things come into while doing migration from private. Damak, you guys have migrated to cloud? You've been involved in that? Let me ask you this question from you. That what are the migration issues you faced once you're moving to cloud? Secondly, what are the technical issues which come up during operations in cloud environment? Whatever scope you want to address it, then we can take help.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So specific to migration, one is the estimating the right level of right amount of data, as well as how much of resources, cloud resources, you would need. Because initially when you plan this migration, that's not exactly what you end up being in the cloud. A lot of things are different in the cloud. So you cannot just take lift and shift, although that is most of the migration activity, but a lot goes into transforming the application. A web application serving here, you may not need a web server, you may not need a database server, whereas in the cloud you can just go into a resource or go into a web application as a service. So all that can be considered.
Sorry interrupting. Can you continue your focus on security issues during migration?
So security issues is around data security, identity. So discovering what are the permissions required, what are the access management, what is the defining access matrix. So that's a big challenge, defining what are the access permissions required for various resources and various users. That is one. And then the second is discovering and creating the least privileged permissions itself. So that is another, these are the two major risks in migration.
Okay, someone wants to add?
Yeah, or maybe just to add, Jeevan, and maybe you have the practical experience, but based upon my discussion with several CISOs, they also feel that the regulatory compliances which are there in a particular country, as you move towards cloud and you are taking the cloud migration, you need to also understand how your data would be treated during that cloud migration, especially keeping into consideration GDPR and other regulations.
Very good point you brought in. Can you give few examples of regulatory issues?
Yeah, so for example,
Examples.
Example GDPR or PCI DSS, the user should have the full access to, whenever the right to access to the data should be there. Now just imagine the scenario which Rahul pointed out, or any other example where you really don't know where the data is moving and where the data is put in the cloud environment. It becomes very difficult that how would you give that, how would you meet that regulation or the regulatory requirement when it comes to GDPR? And those are the key challenges which are preventing many times, or putting a lot of thought processes across how do you move towards a cloud journey, or what are the various mechanisms. Of course, there are automation and there are tools and techniques which are available, but at the same time, these are the key pointers which a CISO has to keep thinking, that if he's taking a cloud journey, is he able to comply to that particular regulation or the regulatory requirement?
Yeah, sure. There are two aspects of it. One is the local regulatory requirement, and that is, suppose you can't take a cloud services outside the country. That's number one. You guys know about it. Secondly, the cloud service providers, they are also bound by certain regulations of their country and other things. So what they can share with you, how transparent they could be with you. So that is another challenge we need to address too. And thirdly, regulatory issues from various aspects of, is it financial side, what you're supposed to do, if it is healthcare, what is supposed to, various things are there. So one has to be very, very clear, and also what sort of standards to be used, that they are following or not following, right? You assume that you have moved into cloud, operations are on, but everything you do, you should know, you should measure your success story or weak points so that you can improve upon it. To do that, there's always a governance model and followed by audit or measurement thing. You've been very quiet for a long time, so can I ask you to take on this?
Yeah, sure, it's a good point. So often we forget checking cloud status or checking the quality of the controls, since we believe that it is a shared responsibility and the cloud service provider will take care of all the security controls. That's often not true. So based on my experience and speaking to other big clients, I'm sure panel members support this, often controls degrade over a period of time. Because we do vendor risk assessments. I'm sure everybody in this forum is aware of this. We vet the vendor based on financial analysis, security analysis, reputation analysis, and all. We onboard the vendor. So I have selected the cloud service provider, a good vendor, business is running fine. Over a period of time, HR or a finance unit will start procuring new services from the same cloud service provider, which will actually place your data in a separate location, or which will actually use a technology which is built on blockchain, for example. So my customer is compliant to GDPR, and one of the requirement is right to be forgotten or right to be erasing the data. So if the data is written to the blockchain, how can I erase the data, right? Finance or HR may not be aware of these technologies and the inherent risks these technologies may bring in. So audit, governance, security assessment should always be in line with any new projects. So no matter you have identified the vendor in the very beginning stage, they are fit and working fine, but as an ongoing basis, governance should be built as part of every project. You have to ensure that any new service coming in meets the security requirements apart from business requirements. You need to have some futuristic vision to say, I am operating today in this country, tomorrow maybe I'll operate in Europe. I need to ensure if I can still meet GDPR by going to this cloud service provider. So governance is always there from the beginning, and we have to ensure that it will be contacted on a periodic basis, not towards the end of the meeting. So the onus is on security people like us to be part of every meeting. I see a trend where security people not being involved in most of the meetings because we generally say no to everything. So
do you get full liberty to assess your CSP or audit your CSP against certain standards?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it depends on what I'm operating. For example, if I'm using infrastructure as a service, of course I cannot go and audit Google or Amazon or Oracle Cloud.
They may get you
exactly.
Share the reports with you.
Yeah, so what they have is some compliance reports, but again, we have to be capable enough to understand what is audited as part of the reports. So we cannot blindly accept a report which says, this is a data center which is operating in Europe and they are compliant to ISO standard if my data is in Asia Pacific. So we should have that knowledge and skill set to go back and understand if the audit report really meets my security standards, can I prove the same audit report as compliant to my external auditors?
Okay, Jeevan, you want to say something?
I want to add to this. So when we talk about CSPs, it's not about the regulation or the security standards the CSPs are following. When you go to Azure and you ask them, do you have ISO, do you have PCI? Of course, they're going to say they're going to have everything. It's often about how our configuration is, because most of the cyber attacks are attributed to misconfigurations. Now, it's a misconception to think that going to cloud is secure by nature. It's how well it is defined, how well it is controlled, what are the various misconfigurations that are identified, and they are and they are continuously mitigated. So that's a major problem.
Let's continue. Everyone is handling the mic.
Yeah, so
30 seconds each.
Okay, so 30 seconds. I think it's also important that as the customer, so I am regulated by SOX, right, because I work in a listed company on the New York Stock Exchange. So it's important that at your level, you define what security means to you and what your baselines are, okay? So that, I mean, if the guy just gives you an ISO certificate, there are a couple of other things that your baseline may require you to then go and check. So that way you just don't go sleep and say they're ISO compliant, because, I mean, we know a lot of the breaches that have happened to people who are actually compliant with a lot of the standards. So it's important to define at your own organizational level, to very granular levels, what you expect from a security, from your CSP.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I want to highlight a very critical security threat. And this will make most of you guys instant hackers, this tip. What happens is Google has a data storage called Firebase. It's a data storage which is used by most of the developers in building app. Now, the Firebase database would be like xyz.com, .firebase.com. So whatever is your database name will be the first one, .firebase.com. Now, this is a trick, okay? If you just go add /.json to the end of the URL of any Firebase database, you would be able to see the entire data which is sitting on the Firebase. Because by default, Google allows the database to be, I mean, the data on the database to be viewed with this query. Only if you go to the panel, configure it in such a way that, well, now even if you add .json to the end of the URL, the data should not be seen, then only it get protected, right? As a developer, they don't know this particular thing, and when they deploy, they kind of miss it as well.
No, I think it's an interesting point, and in cloud, most of the time it's the configurations which gets violated. Not, as an example, not by a hacker or an outsider, but by your own not knowledge, not knowing about it. By default, for example, same thing in Amazon, on AWS, S3 bucket is by default is secured, right? It is not supposed to be a public one, but a developer can always go and change it because he's not aware of it for the work, and then the entire data is out on public. So automatically, of course, if you're depending on human to do this management of it, if you're depending on human to keep validating this, it's impossible. So of course, as a control, you need to have autonomous, cloud security posture management and similar technologies, which can help you on a regular basis to know what are the misconfigurations which are happening and how do you prevent this.
Yeah. Thank you guys, it has been great. We've been doing a great job. Now, thing is, we could have continued the whole day. In fact, the whole symposium should be on this topic because we could hardly touch here and there. But still, I have overshot. And do you have permission to ask the audience a question or two?
Audience questions, I don't think we have time for audience questions. You want to take some questions, Mr. Ronak? Yeah, anybody having any questions? I can take the mic around. Any questions from the audience?
No, thank you very much.
All right.
One point to take home from my side is,
yeah, sure.
Whichever system you've been using, whether it was a physical lock and key or IT environment or cloud or wherever it is, the most important thing is identity compromises. They are the main culprit of any leakage, right? If you have a key in these things, your key gives to someone else, he can steal anything. So this is the main point which I firmly believe it happens. Like last year, if you see, various cyber breaches happened, whereas on 5,250 accounts were attributed to identity steal. You see Colonial Pipe, the VPN configuration was shared, and that is why this pipeline went shut for 8 days. And they had to pay $5 million as ransomware. Microsoft, you guys know, 30,000 accounts compromised. So important thing is, whatever you're doing in your profession, strong authentication, multi-factor process for authentication, data encryption is very, very important. And I leave it as for things. So anyway, thank you guys. Thank you very, very much. Thank you all. We will.
Thank you. Thank you. Really enjoyed the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please stay on stage. May I please request Mr. Ronak to join me on stage for the mementos quickly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. She loved your moderation so much, sir. She wanted a picture with you. We also want to hear what's going on. You can take him home if he doesn't mind. This is for LinkedIn or Instagram? Facebook. Wow. People are still using Facebook. Political. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Talking about attacks, you guys can serve yourself. The lunch is served. So please go on. I'll see you guys post-lunch. Enjoy. Check. 1, 2. Can I have this mic, please? Check. 1, 2. All right. We're going to start very soon. Just waiting for some colleagues to join us here. They're almost on their dessert, their second round of dessert. So once they're over with the dessert, we're going to start soon. I hope everybody is fueled up for the next set of security-related information which will help you become a hacker or anti-hacker. I believe anti-hacking people need to have hackers in their team, right? You wouldn't know if what's going to happen if you have not done that yourself before. So yeah, I'm up for training. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. We've been watching your plates. Accounting. Ronak, we ready to go? Yeah, I got a thumbs up from there. We start? All right. Okay, people who are joining me after... Check, 1, 2. All right, people who are joining me directly after lunch, welcome. This is the biggest event ever you could have actually attended because it's hosted by me. My name is Karan Bhatia, I'm your MC. I'll be hosting this event and also helping you lighten up that heavy information which is being thrown at you. Because at the end of the day, you need to relax to get new information. All right? All right? If everybody is fueled up, we're ready to kickstart the session after lunch. Welcome once again. We will start with the most important part of the event, people who have paid for it. So let's see a small video of our partners contributing to the success of this event.
PRTG Enterprise Monitor. It's your solution to monitor large IT environments. You get everything you need for monitoring in one tool. It helps you monitor large distributed networks, and we help you bring your monitoring data into one view. Now, maybe you already know Pessler or our product PRTG, and if you do, you know that there are two things we are passionate about: comprehensive monitoring and making the lives of IT professionals easier. But how do we apply these passions to large infrastructure? First, we give you everything your IT professionals need in one solution. There's support for vendors across the board, and you can monitor network performance, cloud services, and IoT. It's all there. Then you probably have networks over multiple locations, right? Do you monitor each location separately or pull all the data into a combined view? We'll let you decide that, and more about that in a moment. But what we do provide is distributed monitoring over multiple locations that's easy to plan and easy to set up. But one of the biggest factors with monitoring is getting an overview. We understand that the larger the IT environment is, the more complex it is to manage. So we offer you two options for getting an overview: PRTG Desktop or the IT Ops Board, which is exclusive to Pessler PRTG Enterprise Monitor. The IT Ops Board is a central dashboard that provides a high-level overview of your enterprise based on business services. It's powerful with automated incident workflows and service-based SLA modeling and monitoring. One of the best things about the IT Ops Board? It collects alerts from all of your PRTG servers, correlates them to business services, and prioritizes them according to user groups and roles. This way, alerts are filtered and aggregated, reducing general alert noise to only what matters most for your system engineers. Using service-level objectives, the IT Ops Board also calculates performance and availability for monitoring service-level agreements or SLAs. When a failure is imminent, your system engineers get a warning and they can react and solve the issue in time to prevent serious SLA violations. PRTG Desktop, on the other hand, offers a central overview of all metrics, allowing your system engineers to quickly drill down to any metric on any device in any location. With native PRTG Android and iOS apps, they can also check network activity and receive push notifications wherever they are. Another thing, licensing is transparent, fair, and simple. It's a subscription model based on the number of sensors you use. Think OpEx instead of CapEx. That means that Pessler PRTG Enterprise Monitor is ready to scale with your infrastructure. Benefit from our more than 20 years of monitoring experience and our passion for what we do, and discover how Pessler PRTG Enterprise Monitor can make monitoring your large network easier. Get in touch with us and request a demo.
All right, welcome to GCC Security Symposium and CISO Awards 2022. Let's get up for all you guys once more, people. Before I start, I need to see the energy is high, so I'm going to ask a simple question. How you guys doing? Oh man, come on, come on. I thought the lunch would fuel us up. It's put us to sleep. We'll do that once more, okay? How are you guys doing? Session. I'll be calling our next speaker, Ms. Hanadi Al-Yafi, Director of Child Safety Department in Sharjah. Let's give it up for Ms. Hanadi.
Honored guest, is it clear? Okay. Thank you for the positive energy, Mr. Karen. Honored guest, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to be with you today. My name is Hanadi. I'm from the Child Safety Department, from the Supreme Council for Family Affairs in Sharjah. We're gathered here today to address the challenges of the constantly changing and growing rates of cybersecurity threats worldwide, and to share expertise and knowledge that will help protect us from increasingly digital world. Before that, I would like to offer you to watch a video, one of the videos that we worked on that shows how aware parents are when it comes to children awareness on the cybersecurity.
عالم كبير محيط من الألوان والأفكار. هناك 72.3% من العائلات التي تسمح لأطفالها باستخدام الأجهزة الذكية ويستكشفون من خلالها شيئاً جديداً كل يوم، أغنية أو لعبة. ولكن للأسف 37.6% من هذه العائلات لا تقوم بمراجعة ما يتصفحه أطفالها. حان الوقت لتغيير هذه النسبة والحفاظ على سلامة الصغار.
So as you could see, this is one of the video we conducted. It's actually a research study that was on 11,000 family in Sharjah, giving us outcomes which we will speak about now. So today, technological advancements are redefining the way we live, and our reliance on smart devices and online apps have been escalating in an extraordinary manner. As early adopters of a digital world, children are born naturally attracted to devices and technology, as they have enjoy easy access to online games or apps, even if we speak at home or in public. But children are not always equipped to spot the risk and danger that they are being constantly connected with. Children are an easy target in the online space because they're vulnerable and have only minimal knowledge of risk. As an organization in Child Safety Department, we're here dedicated to address safety issues concerning children throughout the year. The Child Safety Department, which is an affiliate of the Supreme Council for Family Affairs in Sharjah, believes that the best way to protect children from potentially harmful and inappropriate content online is through educational and informational awareness. We also believe that the more children are being aware and knowledgeable of what threats they may encounter, the more able to recognize those threats. Our focus today is on raising awareness on cyber safety, also ties in with our own mission, which is to work towards ensuring that UAE young generation grow up in a safe and secure environment. We trust on the strategy of spreading positive culture of cyber safety and raising awareness among young users through peer-to-peer awareness. This is because peer monitor often have more in common with young online users than adults. Children are also more willing to share what they experience online with children at their age and not adults. This is the fact. Under our cybersecurity ambassador initiatives, which is one of the initiatives that I am proud to announce on today, it ran for almost 3 years, for the last 3 years. This initiative being equipped children and youth in Sharjah aged from 10 to 18 with required skills and training to deliver effective peer-to-peer awareness. That deliver the message, address best practices for cyber safety, digital citizenship, and positive online behavior. The initiative of assessment process aims to evaluate participants of those children aged from, as I said, 10 to 18, to communicate and have a teamwork skills, as well as their behavior and presentation skills, to be qualified to enter this initiative. Applicants of those children must have obtained at least 95% or more in the general assessment on the first stage. Criteria of participation were that applicants must be between 10 to 18, with good moral characters, and be able to be prepared to deliver the message on stage and communicate through TV or workshops. So participation require also parental consent for posting their photos, of course, on social media or on TV. Other criteria for these initiatives included applicants of children required engagement in the initiative for no less than 3 years. So during the year, we give a target for the child to conduct workshops. For the child age group of 13 to 18, they have to conduct workshops, minimum of 10 workshops per year. And for a child that is an age group 10 to 12, they have to conduct minimum of workshops during the year. Those workshops, of course, they give it out during their participation in school or throughout our department when we ask them to be part of our participation in outdoor or indoor exhibitions. Besides these initiatives, it was really successful because you know that there are children who are capable to speak out and be part of giving an information usually we do with a lecturer, an adult lecturer, but now we have around 23 children who are able to conduct a workshop themselves. And we noticed that is really successful because the amount of feedback we receive from children are really different when it comes to an adult to a children approach. The department also organizes year-round activities to raise children awareness for cyber safety and to provide them with vital knowledge to enable them to detect any threats. Most recently, especially on the Safer Internet Day on March, we raised awareness sessions targeting 10,008 children and parents on cyber safety through debates, discussions, informational workshops, and videos. These activities were held over a 50-day period. During the UAE 4th National Bullying Prevention Week in November last year, we held around 12 virtual workshops and online sessions targeting 1,082 children, young adults, and parents. Of course, we noticed that with the virtual world and with the crisis happen, we reached to almost double of the amount of audience when we used to reach on reality, because the fact is children are more connected to devices. So workshops was like we got an easy access to children along with their parents, not only children. So that gives us even more positive impact of feedback that we get usually. We have intensified effort to boost awareness following the findings of our research. The video that you just watched is the outcome of the research we conducted. As you could see, the study revealed that 72% of families surveyed allowed their children to use smart devices, and that more than a third of parents do not review the content of their children. At Child Safety Department, we therefore believe that learning should be extended to parents and does not stop to the child itself. So we drive awareness of emerging risk and to reinforce the information to identify signs that warn of cyber abuse. Another recent workshop of parents discussed all forms of physical abuse and highlighting ways to navigate inappropriate, explicit content of the internet, because we believe that even physical abuse or sexual abuse nowadays it just starts from the online. As part of the department responsibility media, we also conduct how a child could be safe through media. The victimized child, especially the abused child, and how it is being exposed through media. So we have to make sure that the right is also protected of that child. At the end, despite the great opportunities to access all kinds of information, to create unique content, the cyberspace exposes both children and adults to multiple risks. We believe by developing critical thinking and healthy behavior at an early age will assist children to stay, grow, and become exposed to more threats. By collaboration with our partners, parents, and children, and with you, of course, we aim to create accountability and shared responsibility to protect those children. Thank you very much. Now we would like just to conclude the speech with a video that we do. It's one of the tens videos that we do during the year. We try to create awareness for parents and for everyone who deal with children. This is one of the videos that speak about Snapchat, because children, unfortunately, they have access to Snapchat, and how it can affect them. Thank you.
Home sweet home. طبعا الباب مفتوح كالعادة. 1 2 هوب. تعالوا نشوف ماما شو طابخة. ماما دائما بتتأخر في الشغل فحاطيت لي الأكل هون. بما إنه ماما هي تتأخر في الشغل فرصة إني أنا
Wow. It's beautiful someone is taking care of the kids here and being as responsible. May I please request Mr. Ronak to join me on stage. Ms. Nadi, we'll have you back on stage to give you a small memento. Please join us on stage. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of media here, CNN, BBC, Fox News. Everybody's covering us today. All right, moving on. The next topic we are covering is cybersecurity trends and modernizing your SOC operations. May I please request Mr. Hisham Saad Ali, Senior Regional Cybersecurity Specialist from Microsoft, to join us on stage. Let's get up for Mr. Hisham. Welcome, sir. We need music when speakers are coming up on stage, please. Thank you.
Where is the front? Okay, check. All right, so good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. No, still too early, right? Let's go for one more round. Good afternoon. No, one more round. Good afternoon. There we go, that's what I'm talking about. It's an absolute pleasure and honor meeting with all of you today. Thanks for attending and joining us. My name is Hisham Saad. I'm a regional cybersecurity specialist in Microsoft, covering Europe and Middle East and Africa, and based out in United Arab Emirates. So we are an extended team of our NRD and cyber defense team unit in Microsoft, covering the worldwide cybersecurity. So my team primarily focusing on digital forensics, threat management, and SOC operations. So hopefully today we're going to share with you more insights about what's exactly going on in terms of the cybersecurity trends and attacks. But before we're going to go into details and show with you what are the main top cybersecurity trends, and most importantly, how to mitigate and respond against such kind of sophisticated threats and attacks, using the latest insights, advanced security analytics, and most importantly, using the machine learning and AI capability. So let's get started. But before we go into details, I would love to share with you exactly about what's going on, which is really important to have a visibility in terms of stats, in terms of figures and number, about what's going on from a cyber attacks. So if you look at the screen here, you're going to see the percentage of increasing the encounter ransomwares is being increased up to 130% increase worldwide. And this as per the latest figures that's being conducted and delivered in last 2021 calendar year. And then I'll show you more details about what's going on there. What do we mean by ransomwares? What do we mean by threats? Is it still a kind of a cyber trends which is still going on till date? And what is exactly the entire revolution? And if you look again at the screen, you will see that unfortunately, for the last couple of weeks, you will see that the largest and highest ransom that's being paid is almost 40,000 million US dollars. Unfortunately, it's a bank. Unfortunately, it's still in the Middle East and Africa, in our region, and that's the highest one that's been recorded till date. So look at the identity attacks, and we'll speak more about one of the trends about the identity threats and detections and remediations process. Still 83 million identity attacks that has been recognized and defined for the last 2021 calendar year. And last but not least, still the entire kill mode chain analysis going across different environment and stack from an on-premise to hybrid cloud, even to the pure cloud. Still the mediation set of an attachment stage is about from an 82 up to 101 number of days, which means you probably might have like a kind of threat. You have a sophisticated kind of an instance still going on in your environment, and you do not have a visibility about what's going on. Because probably might be the current security stack or products that you might have in place do not detect such kind of visibility about the threats. And then, which means that it's really important to invest time in how to modernize and improve your SOC operations. Not necessarily to having the best-in-class security products from any vendors or even built in-house across every single security layer, covering your endpoints, covering your identity, covering your data, your applications, your network, even you're extending data or app across the entire stack, even going from an IT environment to an OT and enterprise IoT, or even going across unmanaged or rogue state. It's really important to have a visibility and how your security stack and SOC operations having a wide collections across the entire state and connecting the dots using the signals or using the intelligence. All right, so we thought to share with you about what's going on there worldwide. So let's share more about the cybersecurity trends, and this mapping to all of the latest Gartner, IDC, Forrester insights as well. So if we're starting to classify and categorize the top cybersecurity trends, even till date, till end of March 2022 calendar year, I'll start with the DCU Digital Crime Unit, and then I will show you more trends about the national state entities, and then we'll speak more about these threat actors and verticals and mitigations. So we're starting with the first one, about one of the key DCU digital crime units, which is mainly related to the remote workforce or the hybrid work. Since we're starting the pandemic for COVID-19, most of the organization, as we know, starting to adapt, going to the cloud, remote work, work remotely. And then especially for organizations still have an on-prem entire infrastructure, would like to provide the remote access to their people in order to work remotely in a secure manner. And going to the journey about the hybrid identities, hybrid connections, and purely maybe some of them going to the entire cloud state. Still, the COVID-19 SIEM attacks, which is I'll show to you here in details, even till end of March 2022 and extended even to an April this calendar year, is still one of the key kind of trends for remote workforce. If you look at the screen, and we're showing you starting from December 2021 up even to March 2022, still a lot of threat actors, campaigns, phishings, different vectors that's leveraging the COVID-19 SIEM attacks across the entire state. But what's interesting, it's not just a kind of a remote force by having a phishing attack that can be sending by emails, targeting specific organizations, or even doing an impersonation. One of the interesting points is going to the identity. I showed you in a global stats and numbers by more than 83 million identity attacks that's happening in 2021 calendar year, and it's still going on. One of the key trends is the ITDR, the identity threat detections and response. And if it's going to back about this remote workforce or hybrid work kind of a theme or a trend, one of the key pillars is about the phishing. And I'll show you in details what is the exact kill chain in terms of a tactics or categories based on a micro-metro attack framework, how such kind of a trend is still going on and targeting organizations and not only just the specific individuals. And if we're starting to look here, and I would like to expand it and zoom in a little bit, let's have a closer look about such kind of a trend targeting the phishing, the BEC, business email compromise, or even going to the identity threats and attacks. Look at the screen, you'll be able to see that usually the normal kind of attack vectors that an attacker sending a kind of a phishing email, they're trying to bypass your email security gateway, whatever you have in place. And then once they're starting to manage to bypass it, they start to execute the entire kill chain, which means the entire attack as an entry vector might be starting by a phishing email, might be going later on to an identity theft, and then expand it to the network by doing a lateral movement, and then executing their own payload or their own attack. So set up in criminal infrastructures, adding this one as a kind of a service, sending in a phishing email, expanding to dropping this phishing email to the victim, which can be in a specific organizations or a user. And then once they manage to get a privileged identity to expand across the network, they're starting to do lateral movement, maybe establishing a C2 command and control communication to communicate to the attacker command center, and then starting to leak, encrypt, do or exclude or execute their own payload or ransom. That's exactly the entire common set of an attack chain that based on a trends that's mainly targeting identities, targeting as well the phishings or the remote workforce. But let's show you one of the other set of trends and cyber trends and how it works. So if I go here in terms of the digital crime unit, one of the key set of attacks from a phishing is mainly targeting C-suite or an executives. And it has been seen globally, the business email compromising from a phishing by sending a malware, zero-day, unknown links, bad links being sending there, or even encrypted or embedded attachments or documents that can easily bypass your email security gateways that's being enabled to protect you to block it. And then these are the top 5 spoofed brands till 2022, April 2022 worldwide. And then if you're starting to look down the screen, you'll see the top targeting industries from a phishing, from an identity attacks protections, and this is related to the Middle East and Africa's stats. All right, so we're showing you trends about the identity threats and attacks, about the phishing, about the remote workforce. What's else? Let's have a closer look across the ransomwares, because it's really important to understand what's still going on. If you're starting to look at the ransomwares, so the entire set of evolution from a ransom starting by having a commodity and then going to the human or what's calling the human-operated ransomware. And what do you mean by the human-operated ransomware? It means I'm an attacker, I'm not only targeting specific user organization by dropping like a payload, which is a zero-day, that might end up by encrypting data, files, etc., and then I'm asking for a ransom. What's interesting is starting to evolve from going just targeting specific individuals or organization to be more into kind of a tailored set of an attacks. Maybe running on a campaigns, specific industries, and crafted set of a ransom. If you look at the screen and know exactly the entire tactics or categories, how attacker till date is having a trend by injecting or paying like a kind of ransom for an organization. Starting by doing initial access, getting away by entry vector, sending an email, plugging a kind of a removable storage or a disk, or even sending a kind of a data, putting on a cloud or an on-prem or a media storage or even on the network. And then once you manage to get the privileges, the identity, because you wanted to expand across the entire network, they're moving from a credential theft, which is an identity credential harvesting, to a lateral movement. They're expanding across the entire network, going to have a persistence, because for a reason, they want to ensure they have a real solid footprint inside this entire organization or targeting victim. And then recently, they might executing the payload. This payload might be in a kind of ransom for encrypting data, for leaking information. Maybe they keep it for a while and starting to doing more further activities or a persistence inside the network. And if you look down my slide here, you will see per industries. What are the main targeting in counter ransomware industries even till March 2022 across Middle East and Africa? But let's have a more deep look about what's exactly going on there, since it's one of the key, still top cyber trends that's happening till date. If you go to the next one, I'll show you just the kind of stats or numbers, how the encounter ransomware from a teller worldwide is being aggressively increased. If you look at in May 2021 calendar year, the percentage of increasing the encounter for ransomware is 57%. In just 2 months worldwide, from May to July 2021, it increased up to 121%. And then till end of 2021, till date, an average of 130% increase. That's scary and a massive increasing of the ransom attacks. So we're starting to see that the ransom is not just a specific kind of a payload. There is an evolution starting back in 2013 or before it in 1998 for people who are doing kind of a cyber analysis and security at the time, by having the CryptoLocker, even going to 2022, we're still worldwide seeing one of the trends about this humor or the human-operated ransom. So we showed you about the entire state, about the actors. But most importantly, once we're showing the trends, we need to understand as a SOC how we can improve our operations, how we can have a deep visibility across the entire state. Because probably you might have the best entire secure solutions for covering your email gateway, for your endpoints, for your servers, for your embedding system, for your identity protections, whatever any kind of a model, on-prem, hybrid, or a pure cloud managed. It might end up with one of these specific security layers or a workload or a sensor might miss the detections, might happen. How about to have an integrated security analytics platform that you are connecting the entire signals, the telemetry across the entire state. And then if something's starting to miss and one of the layers starting to detect, it will start to create an indicators of an IOC's indicator of compromise, feeding the entire state of your security operations, and then starting to take an immediate action. That's the way of how a SOC analyst, I've been doing cybersecurity for the last 15 years, helping organizations and SOC to improve technically the security operations and to prevent threats and incidents. And one of the interesting points here about one of the other cyber top threats and industries is supply chain attacks, specifically looking for unmanaged assets and rogue devices, which is extended to the OT or enterprise IoT. Worldwide, seeing a lot of interesting incidents and case. Organizations like an oil and gas, governments, banks, FSI, utilities, manufacturing, they have their own OT, enterprise IoT system, embedded devices, kiosks, equipments, and then you're starting to see that all of these are secure because they are completely isolated, unmanaged, not connected to my IT corporate network. But what's interesting, and that's one of the trends happening worldwide, that's starting to see how starting a threat or suspicious activity coming from completely unmanaged assets, OT, enterprise IoT, and then starting to do an expanding frequency, what's calling the high frequency movement to your IT corporate network, and ends up by having an incident or a breach and vice versa. So really important to look at how to protect and secure your supply chain. Really important to look at how the supply chain in terms of manufacturing, OEM devices is being secured from the top up level. It means from the firmware, from the BIOS, from the UEFI, from the firmware interface, from being scanned before being used. Imagine your organization, you have a hardware refresh, your IT teams are bringing a new fresh laptop to your employees, and good luck, you have your own image, corporate image, you believe it's secure, and once it's starting to turn on and put in, there's something running on the manufacturers on the OEM layer, and end up by having a kind of a breach. So, looking here at the screen about cyber trends related to supply chain for an OT and IoT attacks, and last but not least, about the insider risk management, which is one of the key 2022 set of cyber trends. What do you mean by insider risk management? It means imagine that one of your team in your organization starting believing to leave your organization, going to another company or another organization. So most of the people are starting to back up their data, their works in a way, even if you don't have a DLP solution, if you have your own security mitigations in place to avoid leaking such kind of a data, which is considered to be an organization corporate data outside. And before your employees starting to leave your companies, they might adding something, copy the data to whatever, to his personal email, from a corporate email to another personal email, in a way they believe that he need or she need to take this data or their work out they might be using for other organizations. What's interesting is starting to understand that we need as an organization to have a UBA, User Entity Behavior Analytics solution. So always apart from your SOC modernization, consider having a UBA engine across entities. These entities can be user, can be an indicators, can be hash, can be file, can be an asset, can be in a device, can be an IP, can be any kind of an entity. And such kind of a UBA behavior analytics, it automatically classifies the data understand about the behavior and activities of such entity in your organization and starting to be alerted about suspicious anomalies and activities. As you can see here, as one of the trends related to the insider risk management and mitigations is what are the main kind of an abusive protocols, incident response attacks, and vectors that's been targeting worldwide. All right, before going to how we can improve and modernizing the SOC operations by sharing the top cybersecurity trends, let me show you one of the final national state. One of the NST national states in terms of cyber trends still going on till date is having activities, threat activities and campaigns. If you look at the screen here, this is showing you threat actors and campaigns that's targeting worldwide organizations and industries, focusing on Middle East and Africa, even till date, till this month, in actually in May 2022. But what's interesting, if you go here, one of the key attacks as a kind of a trend in terms of TTPs for a threat based on a MITRE attacks or a framework is starting by doing a reconnaissance and then expanding to having a credentials for getting an access for the identity and then dropping in a kind of an exploit. And one of the key set of an exploit is doing a VPN or a remote exploit locally or across the network. All right, that's another one showing you the top threat actors and vectors based on the national state worldwide, targeting organization till end of 2021 and even expanded to March 2022, this calendar year. And you can see that even based on the top, how they are targeting, the most key one is government organizations, public sector, going to industries like an oil and gas, airlines, aviations, manufacturing. Because attackers, as a trend this year, they're trying to leveraging how they can find a weak entry point, not only focusing on the IT layer, that probably much as the SOC or the security team probably have a proper visibility, they're looking into other kind of an unmanaged ROG devices assets to find an entry vector and then starting to doing the transition to the IT corporate and having an incident. And then what's happening? So these are the kind of trends about what's exactly going on. If you look here and summarizing about what's exactly going, because we've been engaged a lot into multiple incident response across the worldwide. One of the interesting points to look at the entire modern kill chain, because if I would like to just identify and classify all of the top cybersecurity trends that I showed to you, and then starting to see how actual attackers, they might find an entry point using multi-set of an entry attack vector in your organization to get an access by someone doing a password spray, targeting specific user, doing by your email security gateway. They managed to bypass it for a reason, going to the host, managed to bypass your EDR, your antivirus, your anti-malware, your EBPs, whatever it is you have in place. Doing credential sifting and harvesting by bypassing the identity protections you might have using any identity provider. And then expanding to doing exfiltration, because they probably know as an attacker, these organizations, they have a hybrid cloud or some cloud providers, how to do exfiltrations to expand for more users. And then what's happening, once they're doing an exfiltration across applications, they might leak data, they might doing consent access and policies across your identity access management system that you might have part from your SOC, and then starting to leak the data or exploiting their payloads. So looking at the modern kill chain of how we'll be able as a SOC can help us to optimize and improve our SOC monitorings to protect, detect, and respond to such kind of trends on attacks, I'll be able to see that from a detection perspective. My first concern, I might have many data events, logs, telemetry coming from multiple sources or data sources in my organization. So number one is a SOC header lead, how I can improve or optimize the overwhelming in terms of false positive or detections. And then second point, how I can improve the mean time to triage or to respond, the MTTR. Because I don't want to end up that my analyst, my SOC team, is spending a lot of time in investigating a false alarms or threats, and then leaving the real incidents or suspicious activity that they need to spend their own time to mitigate this risk. And here's how it looks like, showing the entire set of SOC operations from detections to investigate, to protect, and even to respond or remediate across the entire state. And one of the key cyber trends or recommendations worldwide is how, as a SOC, to have a unified SOC operations model. And the concept of unified SOC operations model, you probably might have a SIM solution, aggregating logs, having detection rules on it. You might have your own XDR or detection rules. One of the key aspects as a recommendation in cybersecurity, how to have a unified modernization for your SOC, getting an access from the data across multiple sources from an IT, OT, and then eventually you will be able to connect the dots and mitigate against such kind of a trends or attacks. With that, I'd like to thank you so much for your time. Hopefully it was a fruitful one. And please, if you do have any questions, I'll be offline back on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hisham. Thank you. I could see the disco light was on when you were here. A lot of lighting on you, right? People are throwing light on you. All right, can I please request Anushri to join me on stage for a quick memento for Hisham. All right. Are you guys ready to win some prizes? I know there's a lot of gyan, a lot of information, a lot of security, a lot of virus, antivirus. You guys want to win some prizes? Nobody wants to. Yes? Some prizes? Okay, so we have 2 iPads and 2 Samsung smartwatches to give away. Do you want? I'm talking to you, the photographer. You're looking at me with such seriousness. I can give you my watch. It's a smartwatch. All right, so those are 2 iPads and 2 Samsung smartwatches. Ladies, you can also apply. You can just text me after the show. Probably we'll work something out. I'll share my number. So before the show, there was a quiz which was sent out by GEC Media. How many of you have filled that out? Okay, I can see a couple of hands. 3, 4 hands. All right. The rule of this very quiz is, whenever I call out your name, the prize. Because if you're in the washroom, if you're having coffee, or if you're doing anything else, you won't be winning the prize. Fair? Fair, right? This guy said fair. So I'll be announcing that very soon. We are moving on to a panel discussion, which is powered by Help AG. Let me read that out for you. All right, the next panel discussion is based on innovation and future security in BFSI sector. The panel is powered by Help AG. Help AG is one of the biggest cybersecurity service provider in the region with an experience that spans over 25 years. Wow, that's not even my age. Help AG provides leading enterprise businesses and governments across the Middle East with strategic consultancy combined with tailored information security solutions and services that address their diverse requirements, enabling them to evolve securely with a competitive edge. Are you guys ready for the panel discussion? With a great pleasure, we welcome Nikolai Soling, the Chief Technology Officer at Help AG. Let's get up for Mr. Nikolai. He's also the moderator for the session. Let me call upon the panelist, which you'll be moderating. All right. The first person to come on stage is Mr. Hussein Shafiq Bhagat from Regional Information Security. Now it feels like a game show. Calling you on. The next person coming on stage for this discussion is Mr. Hussein Al-Khalsan, CISO Zand. Welcome, sir. My DJ has finally woken up. The last panelist on this discussion is Mr. Hari Prasad Chede, CISO National Bank of Fujairah. Let's give it up for Mr. Hari Prasad. What an hairstyle, sir. What an hairstyle. Welcome. And over to you, Nikolai. Thank you.
No.
So for one reason or the other, they make you turn off your mic before you go on stage, which I think has led to these issues a few times. Yeah, so let me just turn this one off. There we go. Good. So yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for the panelists joining me here on stage. And I would like to, of course, maybe just do a quick round of introduction to yourself and what you do on a day-to-day basis. But before we go into that, I think everyone who's in the room here today works with cybersecurity and information security on a day-to-day basis. But for me, and I also do that, I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Helbig, as some of you, as you heard in the introduction. And in Helbig, we only do cybersecurity. That's the only thing that we focus on and the only thing that we work with. And me as a cybersecurity professional, over the last couple of years, one of the things that has been very apparent to me is how big of a challenge it is that we as an industry, as a society, actually have. How important is cybersecurity? Specifically as we went through digital transformation, and specifically as we went through a pandemic. Digital transformation, many organizations are going through that, and if you fail to bring in cybersecurity as a fundamental part of that digital transformation, unfortunately, with the kind of attacks we see today, with the kind of risks we see today, actually we end up in something that can easily, instead of transform our business, actually disrupt our business. I can tell you on a personal level that my behavior as an individual has completely changed with some of the electronic capabilities I have today. I haven't been in a supermarket for years. I haven't been in my bank for a couple of years either, and I'm sure Hussein will be very happy to hear that, as he is actually working in an organization that's focusing specifically on delivering a completely digital banking experience. So me as a person is changing a lot, but it also means that society is getting very, very dependent on these technical services being available. A little bit of statistics. In the last year, there was a research out recently, 60% of UAE organizations, they had a problem with ransomware. That's a pretty big number. The US Department of Treasury, they tracked the 10 biggest malware campaigns in the world last year and could track that there was $5 billion worth of cryptocurrencies transacted into those campaigns. Also a very, very big number. And if we look a little bit to our own areas, one of the things that Helbig is doing is that we're delivering the DDoS solution that many of you guys are utilizing today. Last year, we experienced 150,000 unique DDoS attacks on our customer base. Luckily, most of them were mitigated directly from our service. Actually, our DDoS service is probably the best one to talk about because we have a very, very high success rate in being successful. Unfortunately, I only talk to our customers when something is not working specifically around that service. But every 3 minutes today, there's an individual or an organization that is trying to take out a service of an organization here in the UAE, and that's, of course, also something to think about. But before we just, as we kick off, I just wanted to kind of ask, and I asked you guys to think about, what keeps you awake in your role as a CISO or a risk officer on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, well, I guess.
We have the same issue here.
Yeah, screen. Maybe you should start. Let's go old school. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Quick glitch, as my kid call it. So yeah, I think all what you've mentioned, Nikolai, actually falls into
the area of our, let's say, concerns as CISOs, right? But just to focus something from my view, right, and as we see in Standard Chartered Bank where I work, right, as the risk officer, I think post the pandemic, post the transformation, post the digital, post the cloud migrations, right, I feel that the ground has changed below our feet as CISOs, right? So we were talking basic, let's say, hygiene, basic cybersecurity practices, frameworks, and so forth. I feel that now, during the pandemic and afterwards, there has been a subtle change in the landscape of cybersecurity that most of our, let's say, areas of concern has grown outside our organization, right? And in between. So from my point of view, third-party risk, vendors, the external environment has become far more important than our internal environment and how we connect to that ecosystem.
That's a very good perspective that we're also going to discuss a little bit more here on the panel. So Hussein, over to you.
Thank you. It's a good question. What makes us always, worried? I think the terminology is assume breach, right? So we all agree as CISOs we are too much paranoid, right? And most of the time, and with the concept of assume breach makes you always, not sleep well. Probably is thinking about, okay, have I done everything right? Did I touch everything? Is everything okay? It's always someone forgot something, or a partner or a vendor, did not manage that properly, or we forgot to configure something properly, or not having the right control in place. So, yeah, there are too many things to think about, but yeah, generally those, apart from the alerts and the calls that you get sometimes in the middle of the night, but yeah, so that's it.
Thank you, Hussein. Salam alaikum, good afternoon, everyone. Good to see the house full, first and foremost thing. All right, what keeps me awake? Definitely my customers. All right, I don't want any customer to complain in the night or somebody called, anyway, contact center or a couple of the senior management asking that when something abnormal happened in my accounts. Okay. I don't want that to happen at all. And definitely we can't stop many hackers, attackers, or the adversaries, and the kind of risks that we are taking, and many organizations are becoming risk averse thanks to COVID. Previously, we never used to give the core banking access from home. All right, so the organizations themselves are becoming risk averse. The risk appetite has been changed. And even the customers also feeling the same way, all right? I don't mind sitting at home and doing things rather than coming to the organization, all right? So how prepared are we to manage if something happens abnormal? That is what the key thing that we are continuously work, continually evolve, learn and improve.
So I heard 2 or 3 themes here which we're going to cover a little bit more. I heard about, the third-party supply chain, actually, that the issue is very much outside of the organization. And then I heard the word assumed breach. I think that's a very, very good assumption to do today. And I heard a little bit the same from you, Hari Prasad. When you're dealing with a problem that is so big, the US Department of Treasury, the $5 billion that I was talking about in crypto transfers, that's only the tip of the iceberg, right? And it means that when attackers have a business model that works so extremely well for them, it's going to take a lot of effort to make sure, or at least to be able to assume that they will stop doing these kind of things. And unfortunately, that also means that I think there's 2 kind of customers that I talk to on a day-to-day basis. There's the ones who's still in the mindset that they can prevent stuff, and then there's the ones that are really saying, well, we assume that there will be a breach, and how are we going to react in that situation? And I think that change is happening right now. But it also means that the role of the CISO is changing a lot in organizations. And, you know, CISOs are becoming more aligned to the business. You know, you also have a bigger responsibility of being able to ensure that business can be done in the right way. And maybe, Hari Prasad, you can comment a little bit about some of the changes you're doing to the CISO role within your organization.
Yeah, sure. So how many of you people, if somebody says security, what is the first thing comes into your mind? Paranoid, go forward, keep calm. All these things comes into picture, right? When you're driving also, the police vehicle crosses, police written. So what happens to you? Whatever you want to do and naughty stuff, whatever you want to do, actual stuff also, you halt for some time. But in digital world, that halt causes business issues, right? Which is very much we all need to aware. So we are trying to change the culture of the people and try to make how it will be if I call this as instead of a security or chief information security officer, instead of that one, why not we call it as a trust office? Okay, digital trust office. All right, we are changing the naming internally in the organization. It's not only, of course, cybersecurity is a one part, but we are the key advisors internally, that is internal customers who are our senior management and business, and it gives an equally important role to consult our key corporates. We are majority into corporate banking. I think so from past 12 to 18 months, I started going along with my relationship management to understand what the customer is facing, right? So don't think that one CISO office is just sitting over there looking into the technology stuff and just looking into that one. No way. That is there, you have a team, you need to know how to manage that, but at the same time, understanding what actually the customer is facing. Is he thinking security as a business enabler or business stopper? That is where we add value to it. And the cybersecurity couple of banks are started implementing is cybersecurity, fraud management, digital risk, and third-party management are combining together, forming one kind of called a digital risk office or a digital trust office. We are sure that one, this is very initial stages, but we are expecting the organizations are going to change towards this cycle if they want to be in digital world.
If I may add to this, yeah. I mean, I completely agree with Harry, of course. But I think recently we have heard about, you know, what SEC came up with in US, the Security Exchange and Commodity, right? Is saying that there is a CISO role that needs to be forced on, at the board level where they should be present somewhere. So, or at least someone at the board level should know what cybersecurity is. So that changes the whole, you know, role. But at the same time, there is another flip to it, which, you know, I keep always thinking that why CISO in a bank needs to understand everything inside the bank? Is there any other role that needs to do the same? Because you need to understand your infrastructure, you need to understand your business, you need to understand your application, you need to understand your payment system, you need to understand how vendors deal with it, you need to understand the whole integration. You need to understand the whole ecosystem that runs, right? So you as a CISO, it's a big role. People don't really understand that, and they underestimate that role. So it changes the whole game. And, you know, people are now saying that, you know, the talks that you need more than one CISO in an organization, right? You need maybe probably two, because the role is really big and huge, and people really don't you know, understand why CISO needs to understand everything, and that goes to the same topic that, you know, I think it's a wise move and to make sure that the CISO, you know, go at that level where they need to be familiar not only with what's happening at the organization, but at the strategic level, at the main decision-making level, so that, you know, I mean, in any organization, that's where it should be a wise decision to select where to go, what is the security, what's the right thing to be done. Because seeing what have happened with, you know, Ukrainian and Russian cyber war over there, if anyone's sitting on at the board level and is still challenging and questioning cybersecurity, you know, I think that's not a good sign.
Good. Thank you very much, Hussein. Actually, I was in a briefing recently with one of the big analyst companies, and they said that let's say, the role of the CISO, the function of the CISO was a very, I think they would use the word under-invested function inside of the organization. And as, you know, you also as a CISO impact business a lot, that actually you would start to see the CISO function not being a specific single individual within the organization, but there would actually be multiple CISOs inside of a function dealing with the information security risks within each of the business lines. You know, one thing that I know that you, Hussein, has been working a lot on is around third-party assessment. I think you actually have a regional role, if it's not an international role, around third-party assessment inside of Standard Chartered. And how do you know, third-party cyber risks can be many things, right? We saw some of the software vendors that had some really, really big issues. Some of them were really A-brand names that had specific issues. And how do you go about assessing your third-party suppliers when we're dealing with actually something that can happen in even the best of the companies in the world?
Yeah, thanks, Nikolai. I just want to pick up first on the last question, right? So about the changing role of the CISO, right? The changing role of the CISO is actually, as we just as an introduction to your question as well, I'm now dealing with the what Standard Chartered called SC Ventures. Basically, the SC Ventures are non-typical banking business models that operate under a bank as subsidiaries, right? So this means what? This means that we globally, right, are dealing with either digital banks, like similar to what's around the world, but we are also dealing with other crypto platforms, with other entities, sometimes logistical and retail and partnerships, right? So Given this landscape with challenges, the role of the CISO is actually defined based on this new business model that I realized that also the whole banking sector globally is dealing with, that the security becomes the base of these new ventures. And why is that? It's because simply when you introduce a new app, a new solution, a new platform now to the market, the first question is it secure? Can I put my credit card? Can I transfer my money? Can I pay on this Bitcoin platform and be safe? So basically, the business model now has started to evolve with security at the cornerstone. Now that's a whole different game for the CISO from that aspect, right? It's also a whole different game from the point of third party, because as we see of the transformation and digital, you haven't visited a bank, all of us are dealing with trading platforms and all, right? We put a lot of money on transferring online, right? And then the question is, how can you come up through this competition quickly? The only way to do that is to rely on third parties, which means that you can find a whole business that is only an aggregate of many, many, many vendors. So when you look at it from that perspective, you actually have zero infrastructure, you have zero things to care about except the business model, and you only care about the third-party security risk. Now, dealing with third-party security risk from that angle you're gonna have to be a little bit more innovative than point-in-time risk assessment, asking questions and so forth. You'll have to apply things like continuous monitoring. You have to apply the ability to, let's say, check the security of the API. You'll have to discuss things like data exchange bus. For example, if you're having access to all Amazon customers, right? And then you're trying to process credit cards or give them a loan, right? So it's a whole different landscape. I don't want to go into the details, but I would say the upcoming stage for CISOs is very, very challenging. It's not what we used to do or think in the past.
Good. Perfect. You know, some of that powers all of this innovation is, of course, cloud. And, you know, being in a heavy regulated industry where you cannot just, put your data anywhere, where there's certain kind of security boundaries that needs to be put around that. Utilizing cloud can be challenging. We always talk about the issue of cloud being in country or out of country and these kind of things, but I actually think that the issue is more complex than just discussing where the hard drive of the data is sitting, because you're starting to utilize these services that are ephemeral, which are distributed all over the world. I think in our discussion, Hari Prasad, we were talking about how the key store in some of the big cloud providers, well, that was not locally available, right? So you may be able to encrypt your data, but the keys to the data is actually sitting somewhere else. And that's all of these things are some of the things that you need to work with. But Hussein, I know that you have been working on public cloud for a long time, and also Sand being a completely digital bank, I know that you have kind of bootstrapped inside of an environment which is very, very innovative and agile. And what has been some of your challenges around running a bank on the cloud?
It's a good question. So, again, I think we started with, the concept of security and privacy by design, right? And again, I mean, you would appreciate the first thing you've been said is, you're hired, you need to build security from ground up, for a fully digital bank that has no presence, whether on-prem or offices. So there are many challenges, of course. I cannot mention all of them as of today, but, of course, I mean, the first challenge is everyone's trying to sell you something. Let's be honest, right? So I think the idea is to try to understand what you have basically in hand, right? So the idea is, okay, which cloud is it? Which cloud provider is it? What kind of security features that are available? What are the basics? I always say we need to go back to the basics, right? We always tend to miss the basics, and this is probably the things that I have learned in my previous experience, right? When you carry out some legacy stuff where basics were not there, requirements were not there, and then you need to deal with the problems as they come, right? So that was the first challenge, is to try to understand, right, what are the basics. And again, what you rightly said is that to understand the basics about how the cloud infrastructure works, what kind of controls, what kind of visibility that you can have, and what are to what extent the controls could be really effective, right? Sometimes things are, sorry to say this, but it's, it's like, hard to be, believed, I think, right? They claim about something, but when you get into details, you get shocked about what you identify in terms of how things work in the background. So again, one of the most challenges that I've seen with the cloud, but again, I think it can be overcome, is real time, right? When we discuss about, okay, if I'm gonna be doing security monitoring, do I get access to real-time information and logs? Sometimes yes, sometimes no, right? Of course, the answer would be yes, always. But you dig deep into it, you would be surprised sometimes, right? And there are critical things that you want to see. You say, no, 5 times, 5 minutes maybe, 10 minutes, it goes up to 15 to 20 minutes. Now, is that real time? Would you accept that risk to get, some of your visibility delayed by 15, 20 minutes, and so on and so forth? So, yes, there are many challenges, but in my view, the advantages supersede those small points that can be overcome. I think the beauty about cloud is visibility, in my view. I mean, for me, the number one focus was visibility, visibility, visibility. If you can't see what's happening over there, you can't protect it. It's like, think about, you know, if you have a physical security, if you have to hire a physical security guard, would you accept, I mean, with my whole respect, right? Not to, you know, disrespecting any of them, but would you accept someone who's blind to be your physical security guard? I don't think that's an option, right? So the same concept should be applied, is that you need to have an eye everywhere. And that's, I think, the cloud that can, you know, part of give you when it comes to the challenges that you would face in a normal on-prem legacy environments.
Good. Yeah, so obviously you've had the fortune of being able to kind of start from a clean slate or clean sheet, and that's of course very, very different to organizations that have a, you know, I hate the word legacy because it's something negative around it, right? But you know, who have a more traditional approach to how they do stuff, right? I actually wanted to maybe let this question go on a little bit, but I think we also have one very important question. I'm just a little bit weary about time, and that's around data privacy, because I think that's one of the things that's impacting everyone today. And I think it's probably something that impacts the role of the CISO the most, because at the end of the day, a CISO is about understanding which kind of business risks are there, and you have this constant conflict between, you know, being able to derive business value from the data that you're producing, and then being able to, you know, protect that information at the same time. And it's always this constant battle. And sometimes this is very much being dictated externally, what you can do with that data. And a good example is that of course, GDPR that we saw being introduced in Europe a couple of years ago. But we also have the UAE data privacy law that has been announced recently. And which kind of changes does that actually, how does that impact your organizations? Hari Prasad, maybe you have a little bit of a view on that as well.
Okay, so I'll be talking about the data privacy law of the UAE, okay, because GDPR, I'm sure that many audience are already.
But there's similar frameworks also being introduced in KSA
okay.
and other
So,
places, right?
These are pure my views, not my organizational views with regards to the data privacy. I'll be very explicit in that. Actually, to be frank, this is one of the few laws released by the this country which is very prescriptive up to what level, if you want to implement this law, you have everything very clearly mentioned in that law. All right, that is one and first and foremost thing, comment on it. And the second thing is, please try to check it out for whom it is applicable, for whom it is not applicable. Small example I can give is, if you are into the business of credit and accounting, you are not part of the business because you will be guided by the respective regulator authority, right, in this part here, it's a central bank. But does that mean that all the services what a financial institution offering is not part of the scope? The scope can be you are collecting the personal information of your employees or the third parties which are there in the organization. So when you're dealing with those third parties, you need to be abide by the data privacy law that is mentioned. All right, and also there is a perceived thing by many of the people that Hari, I have very sensitive data. I can't keep outside UAE. Right. So in this, they given a very clear statement under what conditions you can exchange the data outside the UAE, because that is very clearly mentioned. One of the control, I can mention it because obviously you have to go through along with your legal team completely. But one of the clauses I can mention is if that particular region there is a bilateral arrangement between the UAE and that particular country, and they have data privacy law, something similar or more or equivalent to that, then you can exchange the data with ABCD controls in it. All right, so what I say is this is good and it is futuristic, which can help the individuals to feel, and also lot of importance like GDPR given to the individuals. Of course, the law is there, but there is a lot to do by the whole community to encourage what is actually data privacy mean to the end users. That is what we all need to concentrate as a professionals. And coming to the point of whether the data privacy can be part of the information security team or not, it depends upon the context of the organization. But my 2 cents to that is data protection comes into picture first. All right, whether it is protection with regards to the confidentiality of the data or with regards to the integrity of the data. Data privacy matters both within the confidentiality and integrity actually. So it depends how the organization should look into that one. Obviously, yes, one more added prefix to the CISO's role, he should also know legalities. So depends how the organization takes it, but there is nothing wrong in starting from the information security team if the organization, because getting the right skill set of the people is not easy. A lot of people can say that when we can do it in a split of a second, but understanding the organization and its context is very important. Like previously Hussein given some of the examples. That's very important.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I absolutely agree with Harry. And actually, one of the things, right, that the CISO usually looks for is data. I mean, let's forget privacy. Let's forget security. It's just data, right? And then laws like the privacy law or the data protection law of the UAE is actually an opportunity. And this is how I see it, honestly, right? Because it's an opportunity, because it is aligned to the GDPR. It gives the businesses and the investors the confidence, right, that their customer data being processed in the UAE, we know exactly where it's going. We know exactly how it's protected, right? And accordingly, this drives the whole economy. So I see actually the data protection laws that are lately has been introduced, and also in Abu Dhabi, right, and other GCC country, is a business opportunity and is a cybersecurity opportunity, because cybersecurity and privacy actually work hand in hand. We're all working around the data, right? Now, the role of the CISO is now becoming more tricky, because even added to that, you would think about where's the location of the data, what's the cross-border rules, right? How can I transfer it? If you multiply that by my beloved topic, which is third party, then you get a larger, let's say, contribution. All right, my data is with a third party vendor. They are transferring it to a fourth party vendor. Yes, exactly. All right, so let's think about the maze later, but then it becomes a very interesting challenge. Yeah.
I could also imagine being part of an international banking organization like Standard Chartered. You have already been through a lot of these exercises with the GDPR framework in Europe, and how much overlay do you see between the two? How much extra work do you have now with the UAE data privacy law?
Can't be measured.
Okay.
just to be honest, right now data privacy and data protection has been going on a specific base, right, that I've been following through the past 8 years. Now, there is an influx of these regulations. So GDPR is the most famous one, right? But however, there is in Asia, there is in Hong Kong, there is in UAE, there is in Singapore, there is a lot in Africa, by the way, right? And now popping up more in the GCC. So now I guess the real, let's say, riddle that every organization, especially the ones, and I know that most of the UAE banks and organizations have regional and international offices, so it's the same challenge, right? Is how do you actually map out UAE customer data or any country customer data and how it is being transitioned, not only within your own bank, right? But when you give it to a vendor that is entrusted, when it's transferred, when it goes to a cloud provider, despite the cloud regulations, and which location of the cloud this is stored in, and most of all, are you able to reflect that picture back to the customer, which is the most important, right? So I guess that in itself is enough challenge for all organizations worldwide to work on for the next few years, in my opinion.
Very interesting. And I imagine that's also something that goes into a lot of your system design, Hussein.
Yeah, definitely. So again, as I said, I think we started with the concept of, privacy by design. So we made sure that, our systems and the way the data will be handled is compliant to GDPR, knowing that the UAE privacy law is coming. So I don't think this will be something completely different. There are a lot in common, so that's one of the things that, for example, banks are working, heavily on the consumer protection, regulation that touches all these things, the security versus privacy and all those kind of. So this is something that, we try to be there at the design level to ensure that we are, I would say, compliant from day one, as well as other regulations, and that we are, our job, or basically central bank could make us, and is making our life, difficult, because they're saying, you're building everything from scratch, you should be compliant on day one, right? It's not like any other organization. So it's easy to be compliant on day one if you're building everything from scratch, but it's not for the others. So at the same time, definitely, they want to imagine that you are the first digital bank coming up. They want to make you as an example for the next ones that to be coming. So, that pushes the bar a bit,
No pressure, Hassan.
more. So yeah. So that's, there are so many interesting stuff happening, right? People are talking about all these new technologies, and again, I think as a CISO role, we are kind of sometimes struggling with coping up with new things. I'm trying now to learn about space chain. There's no more blockchain, there is a space chain now. I'm not sure if anyone heard about this. People are trying to build blockchain in the space, so things are gonna go in the space. So we need to catch up with all these things, right? So how do you make sure security and all those kind of stuff when it comes to space chain and all those? So yeah,
we're definitely in an industry that is ever changing and always interesting, and we come up with a lot of good things. I think we could keep on talking for a long time here. I want to thank you very much for your insights here. I think, my key takeaway is, of course, some of the importance of the CISO role and how that's actually changing right now inside of organizations. Also on the topic of threats and risks, if you feel like reading more about that, Help AG, we release on an annual basis, we release kind of a state of the market report where we take in a lot of the data that we have from our managed services, from our DDoS solution and these kind of things. You can go onto our website, www.helpag.com, and download that specific report. And of course, I'll be glad to have a discussion with you much more about that. But with that, I want to thank you very much for taking the time here today and giving your valuable insight.
Thank you, Nikolai.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Please be on stage. We have a quick token of appreciation. Mr. Ronak, please join me on stage. By the end of this event, I'm sure you'll lose a couple of kgs. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks a lot. Check. So I keep hearing about cloud, right? A lot of people are talking here about cloud. We are sending our software to the cloud, the data to the cloud. Excuse my ignorance, I'm not an IT guy. I tell jokes in the evening, that's my passion. So I hear a lot of stories here on the stage. A lot of data is being sent to the cloud, right? Then I hear on the radio about cloud seeding. I need to understand what happens with all this data when it rains after the cloud seeding. It's still in the cloud, safe somewhere? Thank you for the appreciation, guys. Thank you. Thank you. That was a joke just written right now. All right. Moving on. This gentleman has been waiting very patiently for his turn. I would like to invite Mr. Rajiv Dutt, General Manager, EMEA and APAC, Infinite Blue, to join us on stage to talk about the advancing the enterprise towards organization resilience. Welcome, sir.
Am I audible? Assalamu alaikum, very good evening. So, can you start the presentation, please? So, my topic is advancing the enterprise towards organization resilience. What is organization resilience? We are going to see about that. Everybody knows what is DR, disaster recovery, and still there is a myth. Many people say, if I have a DR, I'm doing BCM. That's wrong, absolutely wrong. Disaster recovery came into the picture in 1970. It moved to business continuity in 1990, BCM came in. Now we are into moving towards business resiliency, right? What's resiliency? What an organization, how an organization can be resilient. In other words, it should be able to absorb all the impact and it should be able to bounce back. So if there is a disaster or any incident which has occurred, how well you can recover back to your normal operations. That is what we are talking about, operational resiliency. So, as you know, a lot of events coming in, various type of events, cyber attacks, climate change, you name it. Mistakes, human, man-made, natural, all of that happens. How are you going to take care of that? More from the US coming to the region. Climate is going to be the major risk. Climate change is the biggest risk now the World Economic is talking about. How are we going to tackle that? How do you manage your business in that? So what is it? A rising tide lifts all boats, but at the same time, a receding tide will also expose your weaknesses, right? Companies who have already invested and collecting data on how their process work, how their companies work, and they know what can break their company, what can break their processes. If those companies who have collected that data, they can respond in crisis very well because they have that data available. But in case, if you are not having that data, you could be impacted seriously. Any company who doesn't believe in a resiliency plan, they should try to do this. Our customer, Zona Walson, I love a quote of this. Put up a fire in your production data center. Then your company will understand, or the management will understand what is the resiliency plan. Moving forward, what are the business disruptions? Everybody knows the workforce disruptions which happened in the pandemic. And due to the workforce disruption, it led to your supply chain disruption, right? And workplace disruption led where you cannot operate from the same organization, same office place and other locations. So similarly, technology disruption covers all the disruptions which happens through cyber, through ransom, and all what you have heard today morning since the speaker. So it takes care. It's more important for you all to analyze if incidents happen, more than the cause of the outage, what are the circumstances it has led the company into? And how are we going to come out of that? That is very critical. That is what is important. And we'll see to that. So what is organization resilience? Even ISO now has a definition for organization resiliency. So this is what is organization resiliency. Anything, you have to be ready for anything, anytime. You have to adapt as required, as needed. You need to adapt to that. And often recover in a better state than what you were earlier to that crisis or to that incident. And then if you're following that, you can outlast your competition. So this is what it is. You have to prepare, respond, recover, and adapt. This is what is operational resiliency. Well, what does Gartner say about organization resiliency? So today you might have heard all the speakers talking about the different threats which is coming in, right? So that is very important. It is increasing in complexity. So if you don't manage that, it will have an impact on your organization resiliency. Next is your digital transformation. At the pace what every organization is adopting digital transformation, you're not settling down. Before that, you're adopting more technology. So that further increases and brings in more risk, complexity to the threats. That's the case. Cyber attacks, I need not talk more about cyber attack. Everybody is aware of it. More importantly, the regulations. Now the regulations are coming in for your business continuity management, for your operational resiliency and organization resiliency. If you're aware, the PRA, Prudential Regulation Insurance Authorities in the UK, they have coming strict mandate with operational resiliency. 31st March this year was the mandate to go live with the system. You cannot use Word and Excel anymore. FCA, Bank of England, they have all mandated that it should have it. And by 23, they want even the simulation and exercises should be done from the tool. Unless you cannot test your plans, how it works in a normal situation, it's going to fail in crisis. If you have made a plan on a paper, test it out. Because if you don't test it, it's not going to work when the disaster strikes. And you need tools. As I told, Word, Excel is no more accepted. Again, Gartner says the prediction on the strategic planning is this: resilience is the key word. By 25, 75% of the organization who has a GRC or IRM solution and has a module of BCM is not going to function. You need to have a complete suite of a BCM solution. 50% of asset incentive organizations will have to have all the systems in place. 70% of the CEO are going to focus on organization operational resiliency. That is what is important coming in from Gartner. So BCM is no more done in silos. Now your whole organization is coming into the picture. So BCM is out. Just BCM cannot function. You need to cover your DR. As I told you, DR is a subset of BCM. Just DR alone cannot do business continuity management. It's a subset of BCM. You need to manage your crisis and incident management. Very, very critical. Your information security, your supply chain, and importantly, your risk and threat library management. That is very critical. You need to have this all under the umbrella of organization resiliency. Just BC alone cannot help you achieve even your operational or organization resiliency. This is the new mantra of organization resiliency. So how do you develop your program? What are your goals? What do you need to cover? Your locations, your critical equipments, your data, which is very critical. As you saw in the panel, people were discussing. GDPR, Data Privacy, Personal Information Act, brand reputation, what is important to you? Or your intellectual property. Anything, or it could be everything, right? What suits you best? What's your goal? You can start from that point. And how do you weave in resiliency? How do you do HR onboarding, offboarding, vendor onboarding, offboarding? Because vendor brings in a lot of risk to your organization. And many organizations, a lot of things are outsourced to vendors. How do you manage that? What are the risks they bring in? You say, I want the system up in 2 hours. Have you checked what is your SLA with the vendor, which you have outsourced to a vendor? The SLA says 6 hours. There is a straightaway delta of 4 hours. How are you going to manage? Unless you manage that, it's not going to come into your business impact analysis. You need to monitor that. What are your locations? Where do you operate from? What are you planning for that? Right? If you have a vendor in seismic countries like Japan and other things, you should be cautious about it. And your planning should not be for those vendors who are on the other side of the world. Right? All those is important, which you need to change it. What are the regulatory changes which are coming in? How am I compliant with it? How am I taking care of that? All that you need to monitor in the system. Again, mapping dependencies is important. You need to take care of all the areas, your customers, your people, your third parties, systems, data, applications, processes, geographies, all important. You need to map that out here. Then you decide which route you want to go, what is your path. It should be in line with your strategic objective of the organization. You need to track your metrics, right? Otherwise, it's just your wish list. You need to do it, how you're progressing. You need to have metrics to monitor that. You need to communicate, lead with achievements, not the journey. Tie all your organization goal, as I told you, what you want to achieve. Discussing with key stakeholders are important. Don't decide on your own. The department heads are key. They know what they are doing on a day-to-day basis. They can bring in more exposure to you. That is what is important. And articulate values without disasters. That is important. Data is important. The 3 C's of data: clean, consistent, correlated. If you don't have this, you won't get the right information, you cannot take the right actions, and it will be a disaster. So clean data, consistent, correlated, all should be integrated, it should be mapped, it should be linked. Anybody who goes for a PCI audit, ask him how troublesome it is, what all data it touches, which all department it touches, which all processes it touches. If you don't know, you will be failing in the audit. That is what is critical. So you need to have all the 3 C's of the data in place. Break down silos. What am I showing you in slide on my BCM or organization resilience slide? You should have a common objective, because in UN, every country is there for a different objective. If you have that in the organization, it's going to fail. So you should have a common objective of the organization, which should be taken care. So sometimes when things are falling apart, they may actually be falling into place. This quote is by nobody. I tried to search. That's the reason no name is there. What is this? Anybody who's following cricket can understand this. You need proper team. If you don't have the right team, you won't have the right outcomes. This team is new. They're on the top of the table. Below team, on the table you can see, Mumbai Indians, my favorite team, which won 5 times out of 15, is at the bottom of the table. The other team, which won 4 times, is at the bottom of the table, because they let go their key players. That is what is important. So you need to have the right team, right people to work and help you out in that. You have a big team, or your BCM team consists of 1 people or 2 people. Still you can manage if you are coordinating with the department heads. If not, you won't be able to achieve anything. That's what is important on the team, and the right team drives the thing. So you can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start from where you are and change the ending. This is by C.S. Lewis, a British writer. So what are the critical success factors? Focus on your key assets. That is very important. What is important? Including your process. You have 100 processes in an organization. Not 100 could be critical. 30 could be critical. Manage that first. Make resiliency part of your everyday activity. Specific about your path you want to take it. Align to your organization goals. Strategic objective is important out here. Communicate effectively, up and down. Resiliency is top-driven. from the management. They want a clear view, transparent view of the risk and threat what an organization is feeling, because then they can give you the funds and the manpower to achieve that. And consistent clean data, as I mentioned, choose the right team. Quotes, the value of not planning is the nicest thing you are not worried about, and suddenly it hits you, and there is no period of depression. Last one is very important. If you're doing the same thing what you're doing as of 2 years, certainly you're doing it in the wrong manner. And this is by John Harvey Jones, famous BBC speaker. Infinite Blue, we help you in achieving organization resilience. We work with 40% of the Fortune 10 clients, including Fortune 1, including Amazon, uses us for their business continuity management. So I think I'm exactly on time. I'm giving you 27 seconds back to you. If any questions I can answer, otherwise I'm outside my stand, I can answer your questions. Thank you very much.
All right, please hold on there, sir. Any questions from the audience, since he's giving us 25 seconds back? That's the best return on investment I've got on this event. No questions? Where's my favorite, Mr. Ronak? He's not here? Anu is not here? Can I please have the momentum? I would like to present it to him myself. Thank you so much. That's for you, sir. Thank you. We can have a picture together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. This is the advantage of having a great MC. He fills in when the key management is not here. Right? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Before moving on, we're going to move to the CISO Awards. I just have 2 keynote speakers, and then we move on to the award ceremony where everybody's waiting for. Just 2 quick keynote speakers. All right, moving on. I have the next keynote speaker, Mr. Shabbir Bhatt, Regional Sales Director from Middle East, check marks. Let's get off for Mr. Shabbir. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
I hope I'm audible to all of you, right? I'll keep it short and sweet. I know you have been waiting throughout the day, right? So my name is Shabbir Bhatt. I represent Checkmarx for Middle East, right? The subject which we are going to touch base today is the application security testing and what is the future of it and why do we stand as a subject and as an organization, right? So I'll just take that. Thank you so much. Which one is the next? Next, okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the subject which we touched on, as I said, this is more on the modern application, right? How we are developing and what is the need of security in it and where have we reached as an era and how we need to take care of the application security testing, right? So the first point which we look on is to legalize, because wherein we stand, we have the challenges of microservices, we have the challenges of having APIs, we have the code being broken into small nano pieces. Why? Because of the size, because of the need of integrations, right? And then we also are looking on the process issues, and that brings us to a subject of having more vulnerabilities in it, right? So as we look on the second important point of it is the need has come for the shift left. Shift left means that the organizations have adopted and started moving towards bringing these challenges or vulnerabilities or allowing the developers to do their dirty laundry, right? So this brings in the challenge to the development team wherein they don't know much about security, right? But the organizations, when they are into digital transformation era, wherein we need to energize every part of our engine, which is the IT department, which starts from the dev, which starts from the security, which starts from the operation, right? So the security need to keep up with that speed of development comes as the third important challenge for us in this era. And as we look on the industry statics, right, we see the view of security today. We see that AppSec managers, right, they have cited too many disparate tools as a top challenge in their organization. One is solving the problem of code sanitation. One is solving the problem of having the compilation issues fixed. One is talking about the security. Another one is talking about the integration, and then the different levels of scanning that particular application has been a challenge to the organizations. At the same time, we see 40% of the CISOs or the development tools also become one of the key challenges for the organizations, right? So, and at the same time, we have the equal amount of audience wherein they talk that developers and AppSec managers lack correlation risk data. That is wherein they cannot have that data available, wherein they talk about SIM integrations, when they talk about further BI tools, and we talk about the threat intel tools. If you don't have the correlation data available, you cannot feed them. That brings one of the key elements why you need to shift left. You need to go to the river. You need to go to the source where this application is being developed, and finding these problems and bringing them in the form of integration is what is and has been the top challenge for the organizations. So when you look on the traditional approach, this is 90% of the organizations which have been adopting, which have been still focusing on these problems. Why? Because they still believe in that security gate is the concept. The security gate means we will put a tool, we will put a crawler, it will scan, it will give us the results, and we will try to fix it, which is not a solution at this point of time. Why? Because DevOps, when you look on development separately, when you look on security separately, and when you look on operation separately, they cannot synchronize. The synergies get lost if they are not in sync, if there is no integration between the three. And the mission of the current organizations is same, that we have a single problem. What? Our application. It should be safeguarded, it should be secured. And while in all the departments have the similar problem, so you need a resolution which solves the problem of all the three with one tool, or within a one framework, or within a one window which we talk about, right? And traditional solutions definitely ignore the need of the developer. The developer is like, he cannot be a Superman, right? What his problem is that he can code. But an aeroplane engineer, right, who is an aeronautical engineer, who has been building different parts of your aeroplane, you are expecting him to maybe be a pilot of that aeroplane also, which is definitely not possible. What you need to give him, you need to give him a simulation, right? You need to bring him to he might agree to you saying that, okay, I will fly your plane. I know what are the parts in this plane, which are your languages, frameworks, and all that, but I don't know how to fly it. When you bring him in a confidence, giving him those data points, giving him a simulation portal, giving him how to fly, he becomes your proper digital transformation army. He becomes your man. Then you know where to go, where to reach, because 90% of the organizations today struggle. Why? They don't buy these set of tools. The problem is that they find the vulnerabilities, right? Let's not debate on a topic how much is the coverage. When you look on OWASP, you might see that, I might say that I cover 99% of it, another will say 90. Even if you have 90, but are they agreeing to fix it? No, because they don't have tools, they don't have technology available to fix it. This is what has been one of the key challenges, right, when we look on the traditional solutions, right. So here and from the checkmark side, right, how we solve this problem, where we look and how we basically cover these aspects, right. We created an SaaS platform, which call it as an AST, from a perspective of static to the open source. When we talk about IoTs, when we talk about ML-based code, when we talk about different elements, which can be a bot, which can be an API or in a microservice, everything is covered in one. And how we touch base on this Legolized infra, and when you look from one corner to the another corner, Are you getting a coverage at each element? Are you able to solve the problems of all of these elements within your code? Because today, 90% of the code is open source, right? You might not be looking into it, but that is the fact, right? There is a least code which has been developed within your organization. The codes which you are using in the form of supply chain, in the form of API integrations, in the form of microservices, when you are using any language like .NET or Java or anything like that, and when your developers are blindly downloading these libraries and using it within your code, they are bringing Trojan horses within your code, right, which we find when we get down or when we see the trouble in our application, right? So all of that problem, right, can be found in day one. As a check marks, we believe in that give the power to your developer, shift left as much as possible. Why? Because time to market, right? Digital transformation is asking you to do that, right? You have the foundation. Every dollar gets added, the more you delay on your application release. This is the fact. This has been counted. And all of the CISOs and all of the AppSec guys know it, right? And that is how they bring in the consulting companies to get rid of these problems as faster as possible, right? So while you can bring in the automation, you can bring in the speed, right? You can cover all these stages with this technology at the same time, right? So when I said the Legolization, this slide brings and breaks it down into many elements, right? When you look from the right to left, we see the SAST which comes in there. So we talk about securing your application development anywhere, right? So your application can be touched with the supply chain elements, it can be touched with the APIs, it can be touched with the microservices. When we look on touching your application on the open source libraries, how much coverage does your current or future technologies can give, right? And what are the elements they can touch? For an example, from the custom code, which is your proprietary code, which belongs to you as an organization, what is the coverage? Like, can I ease in your process of saying that I can tell you that what is the code size? How many lines of code you have? Each line of the code, where does the vulnerability sit? What is the attack vector, which means from source till sink, can I have a graphical view? And the best part is, you found maybe thousands of vulnerabilities. Can you give me a best fix location? Which means, in your code, you also know that there are vulnerabilities which are multiple, which are even, they can be a replica at multiple places. But do you have a technology which can get rid of replicating those simple vulnerabilities at multiple touch points? So can you have a technology which can save 85% time of your developers, not to fix the same vulnerabilities again and again, right? And then comes the important part, which I was talking about, giving the example of an aeroplane, wherein you look on having the simulation portal. See, having a PDF-based 500-pager report is anyway easy. Any vendor can give it. Having a more industry-centric CVE feedbacks and giving you the severity of that application is fine. There are hundreds of vendors which can talk about. But we are trying to solve that 10% of the problem which can be important for those Fortune 100, Fortune 500 or Fortune 50 companies which have chosen checkmarks like vendors while having that automation and speed on their side. So when I said having the simulation portal, it gives you a clear visibility how to fix, where to fix, and which line of the code this problem is. And then you can give a 360-degree control, right, to your developers, saying that as per your time slots, as per your own feedback cycles, you can follow the trend of DevSecOps. So you have the coverage in the concept of SDLC, wherein you can give 360-degree controls to your DevSecOps, right, and can talk about different levels of microservices or external services or APIs or supply chain-based view on your, and now Checkmarx has come up with one more side of it called as KICS, which is infrastructure as a code, right? When you look on the IARC side of it, how much can it be integrated and what is the level of correlation we can talk about. This is a quite important subject. I think most of the CISOs should look on and we can have more discussion. And the beauty of having a tool which gives you all the three suits, which is like on-prem or on-cloud or hybrid model, right? You can shift from one to another and another to third, right, at the ease of your organization's comfort. How much data you want to expose, what is the amount of application exposure you want to have. At the end of the day, we see when we talk about government and banks and we talk about some key customers which are still centric towards on-prem model. Checkmarx is the only vendor which talks about giving a true on-prem technology. Why? Because we don't even have a heartbeat connection with our external servers. So this has been adopted by most of the government organizations, giving you a military-grade technology at the same time, right? So one-click application security platform is what we have been promoting about, what we have been talking about. When you look on from the developer's side, you see that application code or an open source library or an infra as a code or an API contract, he triggers it as one. And with this one trigger, he just has multiple scans, breaking it down into microservices, breaking it down into various source code dependencies or infrastructure as a code or API contract. And what he gets in turn, he gets an aggregated result with the policy enforcement which you want. You want an OWASP or PCI DSS, HIPAA, FISMA, NIST, custom, or any of the templates which is meant for you as an organization, right? Or SANS or anything. And what is the amount of coverage? For an example, if you take OWASP into consideration, we need to look on those set of vendors gives you the maximum coverage. So as our next nearest competition, we talk about a gap of almost 40% in the coverage of OWASP itself. So if I say today I support OWASP, that doesn't mean that I support OWASP. I should know that from A1 to A10 on all of the verticals within OWASP, what is the coverage a vendor can provide us, right? So you look on remediation workflow, we talk about trends and dashboards, we talk about context-sensitive trainings, which is a part of the same simulation portal, right? It gives you 360-degree coverage at the same time. So single stakeholder, single process, and single product is what is being promoted here, right? So this all technology, when I said the SaaS model, right, is based on the Checkmarx industry-leading technology, which means Checkmarx was always treated as an 100% on-prem, right, technology wherein you put up the servers, you take the you can say application from our side, you install on it, and then it's all yours, has been gone into the new trend of SaaS-based model, wherein you talk about the modern AST and solving the problems of those organizations who had a smaller code base, who had a smaller size of applications, but wanted such a technology which Checkmarx is proving to those Fortune 40, Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies and bringing into the larger banks, to the larger government organizations, wherein we talk about SDLC integrations, we talk about orchestration and UX, unified dashboard and reporting, then correlation layer, and rest of the points which I already talked about, from API to infra as a code, and giving you the static code analysis and supply chain, right, as a one, right? So we talked about having you a public cloud or a hybrid and multi-cloud or on-prem or in a private cloud is whatever is more feasible for you as an organization. Why developers love us, right? This is one of the key elements, because I was talking about developers and CISOs most of the time. Some of the key points which I have noted in this presentation is definitely the automation, right? Because when you give a developer the results in his dashboard itself, if I'm a developer, I'm using Git, and I can integrate well and can have everything within my dashboard. Even if my manager is commenting on it and I can see the result, and next morning when I join in, right, before I start writing more code, I can start cleaning my dirty laundry as per the guidance, as per the organization workflow, right? Or as per the compliance which might have been set on that particular microservice or on a piece of code which is in front of me. Then at the same time, we talk about zero-click scanning. You do not need to compile the code. You do not need to messen up saying that a security guy talking to a development team saying that, no, we only need a successful compiled code. It's not about just compiling the code. It's about being in a successful compiling of that code and giving the results which are 80% false positives, right? So this is one of the key challenges which developers have been facing. That's why they are not adopting on these technologies, and this is wherein we stand, helping them with zero-click scanning. And then the actionable remediation guidance, I talked about giving the attack vector, talking about which line of the code can he see exactly where his vulnerability is. Then if that vulnerability, for an example, we talk about XSS, we talk about anything within Java, we talked about any attack vector or any vulnerability which is in front of him, right? And within that, can we basically help him to simulate further, solving the problem, right, at the same time with the remediations, giving him a simulation. He takes the same SQL injection problem, he simulates it on the dashboard, and then takes the snippet of the code and applies it within his code base, right? How easy is it? That is the easy path for our development, because Checkmarx from the inception has been talking about that we are developer centric. Why? Because we knew that at one point of time the shift left will happen completely and developers will become a part of the security, right? Then the fast time to value, when we talk about frictionless onboarding or tailored results for developers and lower false positives is what we talk about. And you can try it yourself approach is what we look on. Trusted by CISOs, similarly we talk about API security, supply chain, and rest of the holistic view of AppSec testing, straightforward pricing for the lowest TCO is talked about, right? I'll just run through about Checkmarx, who we are, right? We have been trusted by 1,600 customers worldwide, and out of that, like Fortune 50, we have 40% coverage, or 40 out of 50 are already with us. We have been a Gartner Quadrant leaders, right? And you can have a view of that report as well. I will just move in faster from here, right? And some of the names of our customers, and that's it from my side. Right? Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Shabir. Please be with us on stage, and let me introduce Ms. Anushri. Please join us on stage for the quick token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I have my last keynote speaker for the evening, after which we'll start the CISO Awards 2022. Let's give it up for Mr. Vijendra Yadav, CEO, CTO, and co-founder of ECOP System Private Limited. Let's give it up for Mr. Vijendra.
Hello. Yeah. Very good evening to everyone. It's so great to be here meeting you face to face. I am told that I'm very lucky because I have the last session, and that's because everybody is in the room waiting for the Gala Awards. So I'll quickly get started. I would want to make sure that I don't bore you with a lot of slides, and we'll try to do a good job to do this quickly. So how we work, where we work, and with whom we work has been changing faster than ever before. Right? The pandemic has created this drastic shift in talent and skills, technology, and the work model. Just for an example, automation and gig economy has already reduced the half-life of skills, roles, and careers. And as per Gartner, 83% of employees want to work from home. In fact, 19% never wants to come to the office itself. Now, what is the effect of it, right? This whole great resignation has created this disruption in the workforce. There are more people who want to work as gig workers. There are more organizations now looking at hiring gig workers. So as per one survey, the number of gig workers was supposed to increase from 5% to around 28%, in 8 years. But it got increased to 66% in just last 2 years in the US. There is a great demand for people to have this flexible, work, as gig workers. Also, the people who are high performers, they are now looking for more and more flexibility, right? And 19% increase has been seen by organizations when they offer more flexibility to their higher performers. That means that becomes the remote work capability becomes like a retaining tool for these high performers. Also, people have become technology creators as well. So 41% of the employee workforce actually is now creating technology. And that means IT and security organizations within a particular organization need to make sure that these people are empowered so that they can create the technology without much of friction. And it is good for everyone, as well, right? All of us have seen the benefit of remote work. 74% of the global users report that, their productivity has been, it has not reduced. They're happy with the, working remotely. Almost 49% Indians have reported that their productivity has increased because of the remote work. Now, so for organizations, who want to improve the productivity and keep on accelerating digitally, they need to make sure they're able to support this remote workforce in the right way. And for that, there are three things that have been mentioned. So first is to build this resilience in the workforce by adopting, the new workforce models, which includes your gig workers, robots, and AI augmented resources. Second is to democratize the technology work itself, right? That means the IT and security teams need to now provide these tools, platforms, and advisory, to these new technology builders, so that these technology builders, these 41% of workforce, are empowered to create more and more technology, whatever way they want to do so. And third is to provide this radical flexibility in new work design. And that is, by making this human-centric work design so that people can work from wherever they want, whatever, they want to work. Now, with more autonomy also comes more challenges, right? We all know that, okay, as we open up our infrastructure, there were more attacks, the number of cyber attacks have increased significantly. And this remote work was a new working model, so that means a lot of, our teams were not empowered, to support this kind of workforce, so there was always a skill gap. There are regulation issues and endpoint diversity issues and various issues. And as people start coming back to office, there is now a different type of problem, which is the hybrid workspace problem, right? Where people now want to have a seamless experience, whether they are working from home or they are coming to office, right? That becomes itself a challenge because the device that they had was configured for remote work now, and now they have to kind of shift. And more people, like 70% of people, would want to work from multiple places, not just one particular place only. And that means these users will always demand that the device or the system or the applications have to work in a very consistent way. Whereas what the organization is looking for is very consistent security enforcement, right, wherever the user is. And then on top of it, there are multiple user profiles. You have executives, you have BPO users, you have task users, vendors, right? So vendors have least amount of application, but they have the most critical data that need to be prevented. Developers always need full access, to their machines and to the environment, and especially asking for UAT and dev kind of environments. So supporting these multiple user profiles and multiple applications itself is a big challenge. Now, the technologies that are needed to support that hybrid workspace, which any organization need to look for, is first is to have secure access, which is how the users can connect to their business applications, right? And that access has to be contextual with on-demand endpoint controls that should be built as part of the secure access. The second is how do you deliver applications to the users itself? Applications which are legacy applications, client-server applications, which has got critical data, right? How do you deliver those applications, making sure that the data is protected on the BYOD devices or any unmanaged PC? And the third is the identity part, right? Which is, to make sure that multi-factor authentication, SSO, contextual access is all integrated across all of those applications so that wherever the user is, whether part of the enterprise network or working from home, those applications are always protected from an identity impersonation perspective. The third is to have a secure endpoint, right? So be it migration to thin clients, having a BYOD device and enforcing on-demand endpoint security, or having the traditional corporate-owned desktop and securing it, right? So these are the four areas where, IT teams have to work on making sure the hybrid work is secured. Now, the biggest challenge that we see with supporting this hybrid workspace is that most of our enterprise computing has been happening on the physical PCs. While the data centers have transformed into, cloud-based, solutions and most of the applications are going to SaaS platform, the traditional PC have stayed as it is, right? And which is always the biggest source of, the threats. A lot of investment goes into the endpoint softwares, and then also there is no 100% assurance. And there is a lot of inflexible and static configuration sitting on those PCs which needs to be managed. And especially with this hybrid work, that gives the biggest headache, both to the security team as well as IT teams. So the solution for moving from thick PC computing is to, let's say, go to a digital workspace computing, where you virtualize everything, or you make the endpoint as light as possible, deliver applications, over VDI or app virtualization, or convert them to web-based applications, right? The challenge, however, is the moment we start to move from a thick PC computing to a digital PC computing, there are so many vendors that gets involved, and that's where, the technology, burden, came onto the teams, right? So what organizations are looking for is to have this digital PC, but without the headache of, that technology, complexities, right? So what we're looking at here is to have a hybrid work solution that is comprehensive. That means it can support all type of user profiles, all type of application, all types of endpoints. It should be integrated so that, the company is not spending a lot of time in just integrating multiple solutions, and make sure that change management and overall management itself is easy. And third is the solution has to be cost effective as well, right? Because looking at that digital workspace stack, it definitely is more costly affair. So ACOPS is a leading developer and supplier of work from anywhere solutions, right? We help you create a digital workspace solution which is secure, flexible, agile, and affordable. There are three things that we do. First is our solutions will enable you to provide work from anywhere solution for your workforce. That means wherever the users are, whatever device they are using, they will be able to access their business application. Your business apps can be web app, legacy client-server applications, SaaS application, any application. Second is we will enable on-demand remote work security. That means whatever device they are using, you will not have to touch that device to make any security enabled on that device, right? We'll make it on demand. Users log in, the security is enabled. Users log out, the security, is disabled if you want, that to happen. The third thing is enterprise-wide authentication. That means give us any application and we will add multi-factor authentication and single sign-on to all of those applications, right? And all this coming from a single solution that you can get. So about the company, we are a 10-year-old company based in Pune, India. We are one of the top provider of digital workspace solution in the JPAC region. We have serviced around 700 plus customers. India, Middle East, and Japan happens to be our largest market. From a solution delivery perspective, we offer everything as a package solution. And this package solution you can deploy within your own network, within your own data center, or within your own cloud, right? So from infrastructure perspective, we'll support Nutanix, VMware, Cisco HCI, or any cloud, right? So Azure, Oracle, GCP. We also have now started supplying certain solutions in a SaaS model as well, right? So this is what the solution stack looks like, where our digital workspace solution will enable you to deliver any type of application, right? And it comprises 4 modules, right? So first is a ZTNA gateway, which provides the transactional security, right? So the users log in into the gateway and they authenticate, and then they can get role-based access to the business application. Second is multi-factor authentication, which is a comprehensive MFA and SSO solution. Third is the VDI part, where you can decide to virtualize selective applications or virtualize a whole desktop. And finally, the analytics part of it. Right, so now you can choose with this solution that which application you would like to virtualize. So if you have critical apps, they have got critical data, you can ensure that, okay, you're delivering them as virtual application. But if you have developers, you can give them a full desktop kind of experience. If these are only web applications where you don't have the application management issues and you're not bothered much about that, what data they are exposing to the end users, you can just deliver them through the gateway solution. If you have BPOs, then we can deliver VoIP traffic also, through the same gateway solution. And if it is SaaS-based application, then we can do SAML-based or SSO solutions. Right, so using our digital workspace solution, you can create the zero trust, model within your organization. And we know zero trust is not a product, right? It's a design, right? So with our solution, when users want to access any type of application, be it web or client-server application or a virtual app or VDI, or a SaaS application where you're looking for contextual access, your users will go to ACOP's digital workspace portal, which is powered by our contextual policy engine, which takes two inputs. First is who is the user, what's the role of the user in the organization, and which device the user is using, what's the health of that device. Based on the result of these two analysis, we will decide whether the user should have access to application, or they should provide additional two-factor authentication, or they should be denied access to certain application, right? So all that evaluation is happening dynamically as users are trying to access the application. Along with that, we specialized in taking control of that device at that particular point of time, right? That means we can enforce certain endpoint security control when the user is trying to access those business apps, as much as like restricting their internet, restricting copy paste, print screen, screen recording, screen sharing, and things like that, right? While we also provide you detailed evidence and audit of all the access that the user has done, right? So with this, you can decide to choose that, okay, which type of method that you will use to deliver your application, right? And as per Gartner, these are the various models, that can be supported through our solution. So first is the most secure model where you have the least risk is when the user is using a corporate-owned device and you deliver all the access through VDI. So even though it is corporate device, you're still delivering everything through VDI or DAS. The second is where it's a corporate-owned device, but you use a ZTNA gateway to provide access to your private or SaaS-based applications. Third is where a user is using personal device. It could be a vendor device as well, controlled by the vendor's company, but it's not your corporate device, and there you can deliver things through VDI or DAS. Organizations have gone ahead and given access to the office PC as well, right, from the personal devices, right? So you can do that as well. Just give access to the personal, devices. And finally, the least kind of secure, high-risk environment that if you want to do it is to let the user use the personal device and deliver web applications or SaaS-based application, through the solution. Right, so with that architecture, you can look at creating this borderless enterprise, for hybrid work, right? So you set up the infrastructure in your data center or your cloud, and then start delivering applications from there, right? And it's all single seamless interface for all of the users. So whether they are working from home, or they are working from a branch office, or they come, bring their device to the office network, you create, your own secure data center network from where the applications are getting delivered, to the users. So these are some of our reference customers for whom we have done this solution. And we service customers across the organization. These are some of the customers within the Middle East region, right, that we are serving. Some of the key case studies like Axis Bank, India's third largest bank, we are their work from home solution. Partly they deliver solution. Their vendors use VDI, their internal workforce uses the ZTNA gateway with multi-factor authentication for 60,000 users with biometric. We have Dubai Courts, who has been using our solution pre-COVID to deliver their applications, over app virtualization solution. Jazeera Airways recently implemented our secure access gateway with multi-factor authentication solution. Right, so quickly touching up on each module. So the ZTNA gateway, you can look at replacing your VPNs, right? So that's the VPN-less solution and can deliver any type of application, any client server or any web applications, including a lot of endpoint security controls, that are possible. So you are looking at replacing a web proxy gateway or a VPN or a DLP solution with this, gateway solution that we have. From VDI perspective, it's a comprehensive app virtualization, desktop virtualization solution. So you get support for all type of VDIs, all type of infrastructure that you can do. We have DAS also available as a service. So if you want a managed VDI kind of service, we can provide a DAS service as well. And then our MFA and access management solution is very comprehensive, where it can integrate with any type of application that you have, right? So be it, third-party VDI solution or third-party VPNs or network devices, firewalls, routers, we can do that. So much so that, it can enable biometric integration to any of your application within minutes. The moment infrastructure is deployed without requiring any change in any of your application, we can enable biometric or facial authentication, right? And finally, this one solution which we have built, utilizing the concept of VDI to create a virtual browser solution for isolated network, right? So any critical organization which is looking at consuming internet without the risk of having internet coming to the machine, virtual browser is a solution, for it, right? And then we have this secure OS solution for the endpoint. So wherever you are concerned about keyloggers on the endpoint devices, that even if the users are using personal device, keylogger is still a concern which nobody can solve really, right? So there is a OS that we have built which can be installed on a USB, and the users can boot their device, with this OS and get a secure containerized OS, and within that they can access, their applications. Right? And then we also have these hardware endpoints, right? So if you're looking at complete digital transformation of your thick PCs, you will always still need some device on the end user side. So we have these hardware endpoints as well, and we are now bringing in mobile laptops as solutions as well. Right? So why we are doing this? I mean, all of the solution that you see is that the company was born to build this end-to-end suite, right? Not just build point products, right? And that's our USP, that rather than dealing with multiple vendors on the end user side of it, ACOPS will be one single vendor to deliver you everything end to end, right? So while in the data center, the HCI solutions or the cloud is transforming and making it easy, we are making it easy on the endpoint side of it, right? This is my final slide, wherein why you would choose ACOPS is one, we are a completely integrated solution. Second, safety on the endpoint side, the endpoint security control is our main focus. And third is service assurance from ACOPS as a OEM. Yeah? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please stay with us on the stage, sir. I have a small token of appreciation. Anushri, please join me on stage. Music. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, this is a fishbowl without the fish. But it's giving something which is more expensive than a fish, an apple. How many of people are love with apple? Now, I'm gonna withdraw. No, I'm not gonna do that because you guys will be like, Bika hua hai sala. No, I'm not gonna do that. It'll be a neutral draw, wherein we are giving 4 lucky winners expensive gifts, because we've got the budget with GCC Media, right? We spend on our people. We love you guys. So I'm going to ask one of the ladies, please come on stage. Let's give it up for the beautiful lady. Welcome. All right, you got to withdraw one name, and then we call out the name together, and that person is going to win an iPad. Now, if this name, which is called, is not in this hall, what happens? What happens? I don't get it. She doesn't get it. I'll call out the next name. All right? So if you're in the toilet, please come back. If you're having coffee, please come back. We need, oh my God, this is a house full already. I can see people waiting outside the door. Are we ready for this? Yes? Can we have some loud music? Yeah! You guys charged up? I'm very charged up. Let's go. Let's be in the center. Yes, come here. All right, close your eyes and pick one name. Oh, those are 3 names. Open it. And the winner for an iPad is Mr. Hussein Al-Khalsan. MashaAllah, this guy's here. Welcome. Anu, please do the honors. Congratulations, sir. Yeah, I know, but luck is on your side today. Congratulations, sir. You can see the excitement we create for an iPad. Like we're giving a Lamborghini. The next, madam, what's the price? What's the price? It's a Samsung watch. It's a smart watch. So it makes you move when you're sitting down. It tells you to get up. And if you're up, it'll ask you to walk. And if you're walking, it'll ask you to run. Because it's just like my wife also. Doesn't like what I'm doing. Moving on. Eyes closed. We believe in fair draw. That's one name. And the Samsung smartwatch goes to Mr. Mohammad Mudassar. You? That's your Mohammad Mudassar? Welcome, sir. Are you Mohammad Mudassar? So why are you standing there? I have so many Mohammad Mudassars coming. I have to check Emirates ID. Come. يلا تعال يا حبيبي. محمد مدثر 1 2 3 محمد مدثر. Emirates ID. How can we believe? GC, is he Mohammad Mudassar? You sure? I have 3 more people claiming they are Mohammad Mudassars. You sure, huh? Wallah. Huh? Ramadan just went, huh? Yeah? You're true, huh? Yalla, let's get our folks to Mohammad Mudassar. He just won a Samsung watch. Don't be fooled by the bag size. There's just one watch in it. Thank you. Moving on. We give another iPad. Will it be your name, sir? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe another Mohammad Mudassar, you never know. Lady, are you ready? Go for it. And the iPad goes to Satish Ayaswamy. So many claps, but the person is missing. Satish goes once. Satish goes twice. Satish goes thrice. Unsold. Not sold. Yes, because he's not here. So the iPad is still up for grabs. Go for it, lady. All right, the iPad goes to, hopefully, Mr. Awais bin Imran. Mr. Awais bin Imran. Another round of claps with Mr. Awais is missing. Where is Mr. Awais? Did he come for the show? Is he in the toilet? Where is Mr. Awais? Question, mystery, unresolved. I hope these get over soon so we can share the prize. Yeah, I feel the same. All right, the iPad is not letting us go. Come on, let's do this. So the iPad goes to Sivakumar V. Can I just keep the iPad? We'll split it half and half. 4 days and 3 days. Yeah. All right, let's do this again. Aren't you, you're not putting the names back in, right? Okay, cool. All right, this is the one, you sure? So the iPad goes to Jacob Methen. Finally, I am more eager to give you the iPad than you are to receive it. Congratulations, sir. Would you like to give a speech? No? You like to thank your mom? Yeah, your mom, your dad? Congratulations, sir. We have just one more chance. Congratulations. The final, the very final award for today is the Samsung watch, right? And let's try. Who's going to get this? Go for it. She's closed her eyes so many times, she started meditating. And the Samsung watch goes to Srihari Upadhyay. Is Mr. Srihari here? Welcome, sir. Congratulations. Is this more inspiring or when you were on the panelist? Both, yeah? This is more, right? Thank you, thank you. Guys, thank you lady, thank you so much for your help. We will go ahead and start with the awards immediately. Can someone take this fish bowl from me? Take it and go. Yeah. All right. All right. It's the CISO Awards 2022 ceremony. Let's begin in style. The Global CISO Forum, CISO Awards 2022, recognize the hard taskmasters of security in the digital enterprise and felicitates their unwavering commitment towards the organization's security infrastructure. The award recognizes the top CISOs who are using technology to secure critical business information assets and minimize risk while delivering business value. The award ceremony is a platform to showcase their achievements, share their expertise and knowledge. Disclaimer, which has been eliminated. Let's begin now with the first set of awards. May I please request my main man, Mr. Ronak Samantre, to join me on stage for the first set of awards. Let's get up for Mr. Ronak. All right, the first category of awards is under the category of government. The first award goes to... The first award goes to Mr. Abbas Saburwala from DMCC Authority. Let's give it up for Mr. Abbas. The music needs to be loud. All right, the next award is to Mr. Hafiz Sheikh Adnan Ahmad. Let's get up for Mr. Hafiz. All right, the next award is to Mr. Zahir Qadir Kharzi. Let's go from Mr. Zahir. Congratulations, sir. So whenever I announce a name, I see two people running from the back. I'm always confused who's the actual winner. So one is the winner, one is the guy who wants to record him taking the award. All right, moving on. The next award is for Mr. Badr Husni Zayud from the Central Sharjah Finance Department. Let's go for Mr. Badr. next award is for Mohammad Wail Kachwa. Let's go for Mr. Mohammad from Department of Digital Ajman. Moving on, looks like Mr. Mohammed is not here. The next award is to Mr. Kamal Setti Iyappan from ADPF. Let's give it for Mr. Kamal. Next award is to Mr. Jacob Matthew from Government of Abu Dhabi. He just won an iPad and now he's getting the award. All right, the next award is for Mr. Hamid Shahbar from Public Investment Fund. Let's go for Mr. Hamid. All right, moving on. The next set of awards is in the category of BFSI. The first award goes to Mr. Zahir Sheikh. Let's go for Mr. Zahir Sheikh from Al Marwa Community Bank. All right, the next award is for Mr. Ahmed Nabil Mahmood from Standard Chartered Bank. Let's go for Mr. Ahmed. Thank you. The next award is for Mr. Mohammad Ahmad Al-Doseri from Tasheel Finance. Let's go for Mr. Mohammad. All right, the next award is for Mr. Tushar Wardak from Rag Bank. Let's go for Mr. Tushar. Simply better. Thank you so much. The next award is for Mr. Ashok Prasanna Parmia from Al Ansari Exchange. Let's get up for Mr. Ashok. All right, I'm not sure if this gentleman is here. Mr. Shabuddin from International Investments, is he here? He is? Okay, let's go for Mr. Shabuddin from Ittihad International Investment. Congratulations, sir. All right, the next award is for Mr. Shoaib Al-Doni from Finance House. Let's go for Mr. Shoaib. I guess he's not here. Moving on. The next award is for Mr. Hussein Al-Khalsan from Zan. Let's go for Mr. Hussein. I guess this is the 55th time he's joining us on stage. Welcome, sir. We love you too much. We want you here. Thank you so much. The next award is for Mr. Mohammad Al-Shamrani from Bidaya Home Finance. Let's hear from Mr. Mohammad. Thank you, sir. The next award is to Amrut Sugand from Emirates MBD. Let's give it from Mr. Amrut. Thank you, sir. All right, the next award is to Mr. Nitin Shingari from National Health Insurance Company, Daman. Let's give it for Mr. Nitin. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Ronak, for your back-to-back swift actions. Now, I would like to please request the brain behind this event, Anushri Dikshit, Global Health GEC Media Group, to join us on stage for the next set of awards. Let's give it for Ms. Anushri Dikshit. She is the first cousin of Madhuri Dikshit. Moving on. The next set of awards category is under manufacturing. The first award goes to Mr. Muhammad Mahjoub from Veolia, Middle East. Let's get up from Mr. Muhammad. That's Veolia, Middle East, pardon me. All right, the next award goes to Mr. Gautam Pudota from IFPRO Group. Let's give it for Mr. Gautam. Congratulations. Thank you. The next award goes to Mr. Philippe Lobez from MasterCard. Let's hear from Mr. Philippe. Thank you. The next award is to Mr. Ayub Fathi from Noon. Let's give it for Ayub. All right, the next award goes to Rajab Ali Bishiwala. Let's give it to Rajab Ali from the Landmark Group. All right, moving on. Next award is to Manoharan Mudalayar, to Truebell Group of Companies. Let's give up for Mr. Manoharan. All right. right, the next award is to Mr. Sheridan Mudli from Masafi. Let's get up to Mr. Sheridan. The most coolest hairstyle in the entire audience today. I'm sure he's washing his hair with Masafi too. That's the secret sauce. I mean water. Congratulations. The man bun, oh, wow. All right, moving on. Next award is to Mr. Bilal Ahmed from Union Corp. Let's hear from Mr. Bilal Ahmed. All right, moving on. The next category of awards is for cyber security and defense. The first winner under this category is Mr. Hisham Saad Ali from Microsoft. Let's hear from Mr. Hisham. Hisham, please say hi to Bill from my side. It's been a long time I was in touch. All right, the next award goes to Mr. Salman Hussain from IBM. Let's get it from Mr. Salman. Salman Baijan. आइए, स्वागत नहीं करोगे आप हमारा? Thank you. The next award goes to Mr. Glenn Thomas from Grant Thornton. Let's give it to Mr. Glenn. The most patient audience I've ever seen sitting in the front row. All right, the next award goes to Mr. Marzouk Al-Noemi. Let's give it for Mr. Marzouk. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. The next award goes to Mr. Sagir Ahmed Khan. Let's hear from Mr. Sagir from SBM. All right, moving on. The next category of awards is under healthcare. And the winner is Ashish Khanna. Let's hear for Ashish Khanna from Inspira. All right, moving on. The second award is for Mr. Ali Asghar Bohari. Let's hear from Ali Asghar Bohari from Zuleika Hospitals. Are you, sir? Congratulations. All right, the next award goes to Mr. Awais bin Imran from Noon Takaful. Let's go for Mr. Awais. A lot of claps for someone who's missing. Moving on, the next award is for Mr. Mudassar Ali from International Modern Hospitals. Let's go for Mr. Mudassar. Thank you, sir. The next award is for Mr. Samir Abu Haya from Al Zahra Hospital. Let's go for Mr. Samir. Thank you, sir. The next award is for Mr. Padam Sundar Kafle from Astor Hospital. Let's give it for Mr. Padam. Thank you. The next award goes to Mr. Ramakrishnan Natarajan from Emirates Healthcare. Let's go for Mr. Ramakrishnan. All right, the next award goes to Mr. Jamal Muhammad Abdul Sattar from Pharma Trade Group. Let's go for Mr. Jamal. Jamal, आपने कर दिया कमाल. आ जाइए. All right, the next winner is actually sharing my same second name. Let's give it up for Mr. Amit Bhatia from Maximus Gulf. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Thank you, Anushri. We'll join you back again. May I now request Mr. Arun Shankar, the editor from Gcc Media, to join me for the next set of awards. Let's get out for Mr. Arun Shankar, the James Bond of Gcc, who's always missing. Ditch count. All right, moving on. The next category of awards is under education. And the award goes to Huda Al-Kizemi. Let's give it up for Huda. Moving on. The second award goes to Finto Thomas from LF Education Consultancy. Let's give it up for Finto. Thank you, sir. And the next award goes to Mr. Tilak Ratnaye from GAC Group. Let's go for Mr. Tilak. Thank you, sir. All right, the next category of awards is under transportation and logistics. The very first award goes to Neil Haskins from Sierra Group. Let's go for Neil. All right, moving on. The second award goes to Mr. G1 Badigari from Damac Properties. Let's get up for Mr. G1. All right, the next category is under real estate and construction. The award goes to Mr. Ahmad Darwish Ali from Nakhil. Let's go for Mr. Ahmad. Congratulations, sir. All right, the next award goes to Mr. Vel Murugan Segamani from Imar Properties. Let's give it up for the gentleman. You made me say such a tough name and the person is not here. You know how I feel. All right, moving on. The next award is for Mr. Mario Foster. Let's give it up for Mr. Mario. Moving on, the next award goes to Michelle Alotaibi from Specialized by SGC. Let's give it up for Michelle. All right, moving on. The next award goes to Anup Podwal from Gulf News, Al Nashar Publishing, Media category. All right, we have a winner walking from there. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Arun. That's it. Yes. You can go and have your dessert. All right. Little bit of volume down. Little bit only. Yes. All right. We're talking about the next set of awards, which is the Future Security Leaders Award. As the threat landscape becomes increasingly vulnerable with each passing day, there is no end to innovation and no limit to betterment when it comes to enterprise security solutions. The Global CISO Forum Future Security Awards 2022 recognizes the security vendors, the VADs, the system integrators, the resellers who have walked the extra mile in innovating the solution and services for the customers and redefine the term value in security offerings. Let's get off for these guys before we start the awards. Now may call upon Mr. Ronak Samatre once more for the first set of awards. Music going up. All right. The first award goes to Intelligent Security, and the award winner is Can we go back to the previous slide? Yes. All right, the next award goes to, under the category, Intelligent Security. And the award goes to, any guesses? How would you? You don't know what's on the script, right? I've got the script. And the award goes to Help AG. All right, the next award is under the category Emerging Wave in Security. They're creating a wave. And the award goes to Axon Technologies. Let's go for Axon. They don't want the award. All right, the next category of award is Cohesive Security. They're very serious about security, right? And the award goes to ACOPS Systems. Let's go for ACOPS. All right, the next category of awards is Transformative Security Solution. They keep transformating the solutions every day. Am I right? The photographer is right. So the next award is for Transformative Security Solution. And the award goes to Atos. Let's go for Atos. welcome the whole team, no problem. We have a lot of space here. Welcome team and congratulations. All right, the next category of award is Innovative Security Solutions. They're very innovative. And the company's name is the most innovative ever. It goes to Human Security, INC. And I see 2 humans coming towards us. Third human is already representing the award to 2 other humans. Come on, guys. Thank you. Now we spoke about innovation. We spoke about transformative. Who will speak about the future? Because when you transform, when you reform, when you innovate, there is future. Now the future of security. The award goes to Cyber Night. Let's go for Cyber Night. This is an old friend of mine. Future of security, Cyber Night. I'll meet you in the night. Great teamwork, guys. Great teamwork. All right. The next category is Infrastructure Security. And the award goes to Cloudbox Technologies LLC. Let's go for Cloudbox. All right. The next category of awards is Evolutionary Security. And the award goes to Walto Information Technology LLC. Let's get up for these guys. Congratulations. All right. Wait. So we had innovative technology. We had revolution technology. Now we have the next generation security. Let's give it up for the winners, Potentia Systems. Let's go for Potentia. All right. Another category of security. The next award is under the category Seamless Security. No hiccups. It's seamless. And the winner is check marks. Let's go for check marks. Anybody from check marks? Come on, man. You gave up? You thought you didn't get an award? Come on. We won't forget you. Next year you have to be a sponsor, so come on. All right, let's go for check marks. There is always a hope. Don't give hope up. Thank you, Ronak. All right. Music a little bit down. Thank you. All right, guys, that's all for today. The evening has been a wonderful one in your presence. My name is Karan Bhatia. I'll keep seeing you on all GC events because they have paid me in advance for the whole year. So you got to tolerate me. You like it or not, I've been paid in advance. So if you don't like my joke, don't complain to no one because nothing's going to happen. Money's already in. So thank you so much. It's been a lovely, lovely evening. I have had a lot of fun hosting you guys. I would request all the winners to come and join me on stage with their respective trophies for a photograph. And if you don't have a trophy, you can take a glass and join us in the picture because we welcome everybody. Welcome, guys. Join me on stage. And congratulations to all the winners. Keep up the good work. Music. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I need Mr. Tushar Sahu to also please join me on stage. He's been hiding. Wine, please join us. Wine, right? Red wine. She's wearing red, it's red wine. All right, all the winners are here? Okay. Once the photographer is satisfied, which he never is, we can take a picture. Let's say on the count of 3, GEC, all right? 1, 2, 3, GC! Congratulations, guys, congratulations. Keep taking pictures. Please, welcome. Hold on, guys, hold on. We have too many photographers. The international media is here. Fox News, CNN, BBC. Sorry. Thoda aage jao. Are we done? See, one more. There is always a request for one more. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations. Have a good evening. And we'll see you guys soon.